All right, everyone, welcome back. You are back with the Six Sides of Gaming, Catalyst Game Lab streaming booth. We are at Adepticon Day 3 in Milwaukee. We're having a ton of fun here for everyone who's not here in the building and visiting us from all over the world. We've currently got nearly 50 tables going on outside these doors, and it is just
electric.
packed. It's electric.
Yeah.
But this is the point that I was really excited for. I've been talking about this for the last few days. I am here with a brilliant designer and great man, my good friend, Tommy Rice. Tommy, thank you so much for being here with me.
Michael, pleasure, man. So nice to see you. Everybody, how we doing? It's a great atmosphere, great vibe, which Adepticon usually is, especially for us gamers, because you're like, nice to meet you. You know, you're throwing dice all day. The arm is pumped. You're ready. And this being day 3, we're still energetic. We're still killing it. Saturday's so much fun already. And I'm just happy to dive in and show off some stuff. The Catalyst booths have been nonstop, and it's been going great.
Sounds good. I'm so excited for this because most of our fans don't know you yet.
Yeah,
Some who have been out to the conventions have gotten to meet you briefly, and anyone who's been here for the last 2 days for Partha Wars has been enjoying those demos you're doing. But tell the world, this is our party here.
Yeah, no, well, everybody, Tommy Rice, gamer my entire life, which you know, but gamer, football player, actor, author. I know that seems like a lot, but really it all is encompassing in our niche, which is fun and games, right? That's what it is. Tell us
a little bit about your background right there.
Yeah.
Football, I know. That's where I knew you from
let's
first,
do the easiest swing. Fantasy football legend here. Not really. No. It's just a fun shirt. But I professionally came out originally for the Oakland Raiders. I'm a Southern boy from Alabama. You know, came out for the Raiders. Tried out with the Raiders, Niners, eventually with the Seahawks, and believe it or not, even Upper Deck did a deep dive on me once. Like, you played for the Broncos. I never played for the Broncos, but I tried out and I got cut, didn't make it. But I'm like, wait, what else do you know if you know that on me? You know, so things like that. But that was a long time ago. I'm actually more proud of what I've been able to do in the recent years. So from that, I wrote a book, and my book turned into I had written it to be a game. Always. It always was that was the whole goal, to be a game, a TV series, things like that. But now I got the chance to do it. And with some of the best people in the world in Catalyst Game Labs, it has just been phenomenal doing that. So,
and the book itself was The Lock.
Yes, the book itself. Gotcha. So we have the Partha Wars miniature game, a game in the world of The Lock. Gotcha. And The Lock is an award-winning book that I wrote. It's on Amazon, but we're about to, don't go buy it. We're about to put it out here soon. What I did is I took and rewrote the first chapter to go with the animation that we might have. And but I want to do it together so it's uniform. Because you know when you go see a movie and then you read the book and it's totally different, you're like, oh, this was so much better. I want to keep it very uniform and keep the Partha Wars the way they're supposed to be in the world of The Lock.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's really exciting. Can you tell us a little bit about The Lock?
Absolutely. So the world itself is, when I won, Comic Book Resources voted me best indie book, and when I won that award, it was Star Wars meets Lord of the Rings meets Full Metal Alchemist. So I mean, high praise. I'm a big guy. I like to go out there. I don't think I can take that praise. Those are 3 huge IPs that speak to most of us, right? Well, so I took that though, and I did turn it and make my own world of it. Now, no, there's no original real ideas, but there are all our spins on it. So it's different. Imagine, if you will, a planet that has arcanium, which is a metal that can imbue magic, and honeycomb metal to make it lighter, more durable. So a spacefaring race, the Resium Armada, fly over the planet. They're parked off a mile up, and they're like, aha, these guys are, think World War II technology, right? We'll just go down, take our metal, and get out of here. A portal opens on the bridge of their flagship 1 mile up. King Aegiselius and his Spartan paladins walk through, and they're like, whoa, time out. How did you get here? Read the rules. Like, you're not supposed to be up here. Well, magic, which is what a lock is. They can close or lock the Labyrinthian, where magic flows, where the tempests of magic flow. Magic is shared. Technology from the spacefaring armada is shared, but no one really truly ever shares everything. And so there's a coup. The king is assassinated. I drop you 7 years after that. The prince is missing. The Labyrinthian is closed, and now the Partha Wars are beginning, which encompasses a lot of stuff. I mean, if you like dragons, ogres, machine guns, steam tanks, you'll like this world.
And this is not just one. Is this one book or is this several?
No, great question, Michael. No, so the first book is The Lock, the second book is The Lock and the Key, and the third book is Unlocked. And so, yes, it's a 3-book trilogy that's coming out, and we are doing an animated with it. We might be talking to some great companies. My friend Chris P. at Titmouse, 25th anniversary for those guys. So thank you guys, congratulations. But we're working on that, and I want to bring something different. And I know everything's been done, but mine's just a little different to where if you're, think about this. Imagine, if you will, a hydro steam train, a bullet train flying down the middle of the desert with a Spartan paladin warrior fighting elves in the middle of it, being chased by a dragon that's breathing fire on it. Oh, that's the third act of the book. That's real. That really happened. But no, I took that. I really wanted to make it, and then we turned it into a game, and that is where we are now. The Lock is an all-encompassing world that I wanted anyone to be inclusive. When I threw that net out there, I wanted there to be something for everyone. I'm talking there's the way the computers work, even the blind can use them, things like that. 1G and I were talking about that yesterday, and it's just so crazy how the real world stuff hits us in gaming, hits us in books. So I wanted to make it substantial and mean something.
That is fantastic, and this is not your first foray into that. I know you're a gamer from the very beginning, right there.
Yeah.
But you've also got some pretty impressive game design chops all around there.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Mythic Monolith Workshop. I used to work for Games Workshop for 7 years, and Phil Kelly and Just Goodwin, some of the best in the business. I got to learn from them. You know, I wish I would have been able to stay and actually write huge books for them. You know, that would have been great. But also even, you know, our friends at Gale Force 9 and the people that we work with here. Let's see. There's so many people that I could name drop and talk about. I just owe a lot to a lot of people. You know, even the War Machine guys. Like now, Steamforged Games are good friends of mine, and so you know, it's people that we see every day where we hope their water rises, all on our ships rise. You know, because we're gamers at heart. But Catalyst Gaming Labs has always been good friends. I'm talking for years and years, not even working together. And I am a huge BattleTech player from way back in the day. I've done Shadowrun with Rim Alternus and her crew. And I love to do that as an actor. And I imagine that's where we're probably going next, right?
Absolutely.
The segue, yeah,
absolutely.
Okay.
Well, this first part of things was to get to know you. Once again, the new star on our stage right there.
Man,
we're loving every moment here. We've spent all weekend together. We were very blessed to spend so many conventions together last year.
Yes.
But now we're really in a great place. And then over the next hour, 2 hours right there, Randall Bills will be back. We'll be able to really delve into Partha Wars and the Lock and go from there. But right now, I really want to let all of our fans kind of get an idea of you and see exactly what we're looking at there.
Well, I am a go person. You know that. I'm high energy, but it's all in love. It's all in gaming and bringing that inclusion to everybody, especially in the climate we have in our world now. We want everybody to be involved, everybody to be invited and come and play certain things that we do. So I think there's a lot to what we have that people will love, a lot of great things. And then me as a person, I love to talk sports, love to talk games. I'm always high energy, and I want to hear about the person too. You know, that's the nice thing about our world is we get to sit down for an hour to 2 hours, roll dice, and learn about another person that sometimes in a tournament setting especially, you've never even met before and you never would have talked to. And now you have a friend for life possibly. And so that's another thing I like about our people.
That is very cool and very exciting right there. We're already getting some comments right there. Your enthusiasm is infectious.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
No, it is really exciting. So all of those good things, that is wonderful. So now let's dive a little bit further into actually the Lock and Partha Wars right there.
Okay.
So what exactly is, so we've talked about what the Lock universe, is that correct?
Correct.
The Lock universe is like. How did we get that to the tabletop? What is it? What is this fantastic, not quite miniature, but
Right. This is, he's a little bigger. What scale you think this is?
Oh, I can't even imagine.
The normal game
36?
is 132. The miniature, the normal scale, we're going to go with 30s, 30s heroic-ish, somewhere in there. But then this is Dominus Tor. He is the missing Spartan Paladin commander from 7 years ago. Missing the sword is actually an Arcanium weapon, one of the most powerful weapons in our game. It has some cool stuff that we can do with it. But when we're talking about this, and let's go into a little bit of the game. Actually, let me pull out something cool. So
everybody wants to see something.
Here's
cool.
One of my Razia mecha, okay? So the Razia Armada, let's get it where we can see it in the, here we'll pull him over so we can put him in the fore. A Razia mecha. So think about, you have the super technology. You know, you have spacefaring races, you have machine guns, lasers, but also I wanted to take Greek and Roman mythology and put those in too. So it gives everybody what they want. Now this is, I would say, it's. I'm trying to think of the size, what scale it would be, because there's 3 or 4 options I want to show you. So this is one of the Resium, which are a purple humanoid. Well, this is one of my Za. This is Xenagog, and that's actually playable size compared to.
And these are all playable size that we're looking at.
Yes, that is correct.
Not the big statue, but the
right. No, and the big statue is just to show off what a Spartan Paladin looks like in the world of the Lock, and he's going to be available actually as a centerpiece for a lot of armies, including some statuesque stuff. But then here's your classic 30 millimeter, 33 millimeter, something like that. So look at the actual size comparison. And if you do it, and we have the blueprints for this, it'll be shown. This can actually fit in there. Literally, it would open up, and you can sit in there like a baby cradle and move around and actually do stuff. Yeah. So we tried to make everything true scaled to a heroic miniature game scale, if that makes any sense. But you know, you have a 14-foot tall orc that's been in battles for years and years, and then you have a Resium soldier compared to a Resium mecha. Then you have something like a Spartan Paladin, our automatons, which are robots. And so it gives you a nice flow. Because in our gaming, a lot of people love the big, I'm an elite guy. I love big elites. But how cool is it to play squad, and you have your whole army of legionary infantry, right?
And it's finding that balance that makes these games so exciting right there.
Right. So we have some questions, I think. What are we talking about? What game is this? This is actually the Partha Wars. It is a brand new one, and we're super excited to do it because, Catalyst hasn't put out a new game in a long time. Some of the best systems and best new system stuff ever, and so I'm super, super pumped to actually be part of the first new tabletop miniature game. And a lot of people, because you asked about the game, let me actually, I get so excited about this. My game is different in the fact that, let's say you're at your grandmother's house. We've all been there where you're bored out of your mind. Your family's great. I love them too. But you're bored out of your mind, and you and your buddy are there. You have your figures, of course, right? Well, if you have a 1x1 or even a 2x2, you can play this game. It's built for that. And most people measure from the board edge. You set up our, our tokens, whatever we need to. Not so fast. You measure from the center, so you can play the same type of game every time.
So you can play the game on a dinner plate, or you can play
absolutely.
And someone was saying earlier today, in an empty pool. So you've got all the options.
The empty pool is what I want. Like a pool drained, you can actually play this game. Yes, and it's actually going to be it's competitive, so it's going to be for tournament, but it's also you can play for fun, and that's the nice thing about the game. And another great thing about it. Let's say my beautiful miniature here. We didn't bring the ships down, but they're upstairs with some of the nice. We have fighters. I
don't even think I've seen the ships.
You haven't
yet.
Seen the fighter?
No,
yet?
I've not seen the fighter. You know me. I'm a fighter and capital ship snob.
Yes. No, so this is one of the like the airplanes, if you will. It's a Resium fighter. We have it upstairs, and we have the Federation plane upstairs, showing them off. My rules for them are so fluid. I'm not going to go into that, but it's just so fun. But imagine you have your great centerpiece model. Okay. You set it down, and your other guy's like, "Oh, nice to meet you." Oh, yeah, and you sip your coffee, and then he goes, "Oh, by the way, I get first turn, Alpha Strike," and your beautiful $400 model, 30 hours of painting is now gone, and you're like, "I hate this. I can't. There's no way I can win." You can't Alpha Strike in this game. You cannot blow somebody off the board where they don't have a chance, and I made it that way because I'm a competitive person. America, fantasy football, but at the same time. It's stupid when you hurt somebody's, and my feelings hurt either. I don't want to pull my model, but you're like, oh, sorry, man, this is a dumb game now. We can start over. I want everybody to have an equal opportunity. True story. I was playing with one of my friends, Ian McLeod, and Ian and I are playing, and I'm wiping him. I'm tabling him, but he has one character left, and using the resources, because my game is resource management too, he uses an order card, move, basically like in the movie, he's like, no, and he dives and hits the button, and the bomb explodes. He saves everybody's life because he sacrificed himself. That's what he did. But he used a point of heroics that characters have, and was able to beat me 5-4 because he took the objective and did what he was supposed to do rather than going kill.
Which is always one of those best dynamics that you see in any well-designed game of you can, no matter what happens, you've still got a chance, which is great.
No, I'm seeing some of the comments. It's a scenario-based game. It is a scenario-based game, and the scenarios, much like real life, dictate what you do. What if it's snowing? That actually means something. What if there's a fog? That actually means something in the game. But it's not going to dictate the game because in my system, it's power level based, so you actually choose your power level. And it's so fluid on how you build. It's the 7 laws of war, and using the 7 laws of war, you build your force. And you can play 5 power level, you can play 30 power level. It just depends on what you want to play, and everything matches and mixes to where anything can beat anything, put in the right, dimensions, basically, if you will. But the scenarios is what makes the game so crazy, because you get to play through the narrative, the stories I've written, and when we become tournament ready and we're out there, I'm writing the narrative. So as our players start doing this, they can dictate the course of this. Now think about this. I want you to think, let's think big here.
Yep.
Let's say that there's an animation company or a movie company that wants to do something with this
movie
eventually.
Companies.
Right, movie, right.
If only we had lines that we wanted to see in movies and things.
Oh, man.
Shocking.
If only. Hey, don't worry. Maybe some of that stuff is coming.
But luckily we love those IPs that are also owned by people who
That's
can
right.
Yeah.
That we can use. Yeah. Battletech. No, but imagine if you have that and the person writing it listens to the fans, actually listens, because I've been in both locations, and then based on that, you can dictate it, and it's sort of the people doing it, telling the story. Even though the narrative, I know where I want to go with it. That's always going to be, but they can, what this happens, and it might put a spin on it. And then what if you take that material that we've played as gamers and then put it into a live action or put it into an animation? How cool would that be?
I think that, not to mention, my other half of things is always organized play. We're talking about a ton of that.
Yes.
We want to see a convention out there where we've got this gorgeous terrain, where we've got these gorgeous miniatures, and then we've got Tommy Rice right there looking at these champions as they battle it out on the table. What can be better than that? That is really exciting.
No, thank you. And a great analogy on champions. We build these models, we do this stuff, and then we come and play games together, and we are champions. Those people that go out there and that win these, they are champions, and they should be recognized as well. I mean, just like video gaming, just like everything else. And me being a sports guy, an athletic person, I love giving those kudos, giving those good jobs and attaboys to those guys who play. Then they are champions for doing that. Even just painting, and you know this, it's hard to sit down and paint, especially in this day.
Not
this
a skill set I have.
No.
I keep trying. I can get paint on miniatures, but that's about it. Will the game be miniatures agnostic? I know we've got the miniatures already set up here, which is a lovely thing. But does the rule system allow it to be miniatures agnostic as well, or are they just particularly for these miniatures?
That's a great question. They are for these. It is for these miniatures. However, that's why I put them in this scale.
Yep.
If you want something big and you need it for another game, I want you to be able to feel you can use it. I would prefer my game to be played with my guys.
Of course.
But that's the other thing about this, and why I'm working with Catalyst Game Labs is because this miniature is going to come fully built just like it is. However, much like the new Gothic system we have.
What is this?
What Atlas heads? What Atlas heads? Well, the heads can be swapped.
Yep.
Now, how cool is that? So I want it, like we said, going back to Grandma's house, on the 1x1 dinner plate, right? Well, what if I want to switch it up? You can, but you can buy the box. You come here to Adepticon or Gen Con and you see us, and you buy the box, you can play right there. But then you're like, wait, I want, instead of a roto cannon, I want a blazer beamer. Boom, let me swap it. And you just swap it out. I want that to be done to where, and I'll pull this up front, I want people to be able to use what they can, and then you can even take different head swaps, different other things, and make my game. So back to the question, agnostic. I would love, and I want my stuff to be played like that, but I don't want to stop you as a gamer creating your own stuff and having a good time with the rules if you just happen to love something.
And we really appreciate that, Tommy. That is very important. What are the typical model counts to games? Are we talking point value, or are we talking how do you create a force, and how do we kind of define that?
Well, that's a great question. That's a great question. So your normal trooper, in my game, once again, is power levels. So you're doing what power level. And the cool thing is you do have to have rank and file to actually unlock an elite choice or something like that, right?
Yes.
So it's based on what you like to do, though. So if you look at the 7 Laws of War and how they do that, and we'll go into that later, you can play a higher model count. So people are like, well, what's the model count? Well, it could be 5, and you're playing 5 to 18. It just depends on how you want to play. But normally in the skirmish version of this, which I'm showing upstairs in our game, I would say the model count is what, 6, 12 to 15, possibly 20. So and you could get 8, like the Spartans are a little more elitist, so you have 8 to 20 somewhere in there for a normal game. But once again, with organized gameplay, you're going to get upwards of 30, 40, 50 models, depending on your play style and the power level you play.
Absolutely. That is really exciting. What factions or themes will be available at launch?
Excellent question. So in my world, when you read the Book of the Lock, there's going to be so much Can I really quick? Can I play for a power level 900? Yeah, you actually can. The game is meant for that. I wrote it to be sized up, and we have a couple of options I can't talk about, but we're going to do those later. But back to it. We're starting off with the 4 main factions. Now, there's going to be 16 or 20. We're going to keep this going. This isn't something that's a one-off. No, we're always going to keep this going, especially in the tournament setting and organized play. The Rizium Armada, the Federation Prime, the Drunar Elves, and then the Mercenaries. Now, the cool thing about Mercenaries is they can actually buy these chassis because the cities in my world have black markets. And if you want a black market chassis, you can buy it. So I can take this mecha and put it in a Spartan type of tire or a Federation or an Elf version of it. And the nice thing, I didn't bring in the Elves this time. Randall and I showed them at PAX. But the Elves have this aesthetic, beautiful armor. But imagine an Elf. Most we think of Legolas, right? Oh, yeah. Legolas, hello, how are you, right? What if Legolas met the Joker? My Elves are sadistic. It's different. And I'm not talking Dark Elf. I'm talking my Elf. It's a very different thing. But those are the 4 main factions, and it gives a lot of people playability. Mercenaries, that's where you get your dwarves, trolls. You can start pulling from other things, the Tolkien-esque universe, right? But with Rizium, you get mechas, you get high-tech, you get orcs combined. And my orcs aren't stupid. Now, normally you're like, oh, Daka, whoa, you know. And I'm not going to knock on anybody, but
go fast.
they still talk like this. But they're very smart. Okay, so it's like Jason Statham, you know. So those are the 4 factions. So the Federation Prime, the Rizium Armada, the Drunar Elves, and the Mercenaries, which are the Kassar and Royal are the 2 main cities we're going to focus on, but there's multiples coming out.
And once again, I'm about to delve into the dark waters right here. Can you speak as to what's coming out first? Is it going to be a box set? Is there going to be box set and other things? I don't want to release anything that we don't want to now. What's the first steps down there?
Well, one taster, I saw that you fully assembled models. Yeah, no, absolutely. They are going to come like that. That's one of the beauties of working with Catalyst is it comes assembled, ready to go. But as a converter, because I actually sculpted. I used to sculpt. I almost sculpted for War Machine, actually. Privateer Press back in the day. I almost did that. And I love to convert. So I want you to have stuff that you, and we might even sell like the pieces by themselves too. But we want them to come ready to go. And now back to what your question is. So I apologize. I saw that question. I wanted to answer.
No. We want to hit what we can.
Hit me with your question again.
What's the setup for release right there? Are we doing like a big box set like Gothic? Is there going to be force packs? What are we looking at right now? What has already been agreed to? Don't want to say anything that I'm not supposed to. I never know what I'm supposed to say.
We know what we're doing now. Actually, so I can be open with that. And BattleTech Gothic, I love that box set. It's awesome. And we're going to do that. It's going to be a faction box with 2 starting sets, and it's going to be Federation Prime and the Rizium Armada. Nice. So those 2 things are actually going to give you some of the coolest stuff to play because the Spartan Paladins, these guys, which I have, this is Zeus pattern war armor, but then you have Ares pattern, you have Warhawk pattern, and so there's different armor patterns of a Spartan. Because remember, when Spartans were not high-teched up, when they shared that information, they had Spartan-esque armor, but they're still Spartans. The cool thing about Spartans is we all know Magneto from X-Men, right?
Yes.
Well, imagine not that powerful, but the Spartans can stop bullets. They can throw tanks, but they have to release the power. Otherwise, if I was to take off running over there, when I get over there, I'm going to be tired. Well, the Spartans have to release the power. The cool thing about it is it comes on their skin as a tattoo. It's called the Magnus. So there's a sniper. He goes like this to take a shot. It comes on his eye, and it comes down his finger because as soon as he pulls the trigger, he can control the bullet. But then he has to release the power, so it goes back into the earth. So they pull from auras and ore. So it's a magnetic type power. So imagine a Spartan, a guy in high-tech armor that can fight with the best of them that has this power. And so actually the box set will come with some of that. But it comes with your normal soldiers. It comes with a Za. It comes with the mechas. So it gives you great stuff to start with. And then we're going to open up each faction. So every faction will have stuff. The Elves will have their own little box set. The Mercenaries actually are going to be one of my favorites because you can mix and match. Let's say you're fighting on a lava planet and you need something to take care of that. Well, that's another thing about my game. You create your army list and then you can pull from things. And I don't get too far in there, but you're not stuck doing, I got my 2,000 points. No, you bring 25 and then you can pull from it. Now, once again, though, it's power levels, and I'll talk about that later. Go ahead. I'm sorry. There's some great questions coming in.
We're getting some great questions coming in. Do we have a price point yet for that initial box? Do we know what we're looking at?
Martin, thank you for that comment. Yep. Yes, what's not to love? We are. I think we're going to try to stay in that 90 to 130 range, somewhere in there. We're trying to figure that out because what we want to do is we want to give our players as much as we can for their money. Look, guys, I've written for some of the best. I've played games since I was 7 years old. I've been at this for 40 years. Like I know games and I love it, and I want everybody to feel like they have something cool and not break your wallet. I mean, think about it. Right now is a rough time. I want people to be able to have a lot of cool stuff. Now, of course, we're going to make more stuff. We're going to bring it out. I can't wait to have this thing go big time. But I want you to feel, what's the word I'm looking for? I want you to feel emboldened, like, yes, I actually have something cool, you know? That's one of the best things about it.
Oh, yeah. And it's very exciting. For anyone who's just joining us right now,
yeah.
Any faction use werewolves.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually. Well, you want to see a piece of art?
Yes.
Okay, so this is terrible. I'm going to use the camera here. Luckily, I have some of the best people in the world on the cameras back
Absolutely.
there. Let me throw out. So in my world, there's a thing called a warp, and it's in the book. A warp can change or warp into a creature of some type. And one of the Spartan Paladins, so there's a Spartan Paladin who is a monk, who is a warp, and he's a Spartan. And it's once again, it's all resource management. So you got to be careful on how much you use and what you use. Well, let me show you his picture, just so we can get the feeling of that, because that's a great question. What if, and this has never been seen yet, what if you're playing with something like that?
We're going to hold that up for a second, see if we can zoom
see
into that a little bit.
Can we?
Yep, no, it's coming across pretty nicely.
Okay.
That is pretty cool.
So, yes, there definitely are. And notice underneath, believe it or not, is a Spartan panoply. So when you see his miniature, when he's a Spartan, the armor's closed, but when he's a wolf, it actually expands and opens up to him.
That is great.
Thank you.
Looking at it live is amazing, too. For everyone who's just jumping in, we are talking about Partha Wars here with Tommy Rice. We're going to continue on over the next 2 hours or so. We're going to do a little bit of live play. He's going to be here with Randall Bills, giving an even more in-depth breakdown. So stick around with us. We're not going anywhere. We just wanted to remind people, because I know some people are joining us a little late.
Yeah.
Also, temporary power tattoos available.
Your questions are amazing. Just right there. You're awesome. Like, you're awesome. Yes. So the temporary pat, we actually might do where you put it on, because you can actually get it. Funny story. So I'm at Portland, one of the Comic-Cons there in Portland, and Jason Momoa, like Aquaman, Jason Momoa is there, and I'm a guest as well. So we start talking, and Jason's a big guy. I'm 6'5". Jason's just, like, we're right here. Like, he's a legit 6'4" at least. He's a big guy, he's legit. He's like, hey, Tommy, what's up, cool as all get out, He's about to be Lobo, for crying out loud, in D.C. So Jason and I are talking, and Mata, his trainer, Real Deal Mata, he's amazing, by the way. He was on Iron Chef not too long ago with Ramsey. He's huge, too. And Mata and I sort of commiserated because we both knew wrestling and stuff. So we started talking, and we're talking to Jason. Jason goes, hey, man, those are great tats. Dude, Jason Momoa has tattoos. Well, mine was a fake lock Spartan tattoo on there. And I'm like, oh, man, I felt stupid because I'm like, well, it's not real. But I told him what it was, and he thought it was really cool. But, for Momoa to say that, it's awesome.
That is
awesome.
Quite the compliment right there.
Yeah, Absolutely. Yeah. So we're going to try to do something to answer your question.
Alternate activation.
Oh, great call. Yes, great call. So alternate activation. So yes, it's an alternating I go, you go system. So let's pretend we're here, just like this. This unit would activate 1, 2 activations. Your characters usually get 3, but there's other stuff that can do it. The nice thing about this game is it never pigeonholes you, because we have order cards and we have heroics. You can actually be heroic. How many times have we played a game and you're like, as long as I don't roll that 1, and even if you don't say it, you're thinking it. So there's the 1. You're like, no. They actually let you re-roll. They let you change the dice roll, or they use the powers called heroics. So let's say you need a unit taken down. You're like, move and fire. And you order to the guys over there, they add 4 dice to their pool, meaning their chances of hitting are that much bigger. Oh, yes. So you actually can make them marksmen for a turn. Now know this, though. Once the heroics are gone, you can't do it anymore. So you got to be heroic in the right time. But back to it. So I'd go, they move out, shoot, and because of the weapon options they have, it's suppressing fire, so you can knock people off of objectives. And then because he does a damage to it, he gets a free jump. So that's actually 1 activation. So you did 3 things in 1 activation. Your second activation could be another shoot. You could be charge. You could be, if you're a character, you could be shoot. It just depends on how you want to do it. And the cool thing about the Reseum is they actually have the thrusters where they can actually allow more move. They're like a shooter army, but they're led by beasts like this orc. Where then we switch over to the Federation style army like the Spartans. It's very in your face, very middle game controlled, and super close combat heavy. Then you talk something the elves. The elves cannot maneuver anything. I mean, they're elves.
Yeah.
And then mercenaries, you can do it all. So that's what I tried to do. And the nice thing is you can sort of convert. I do apologize. I'm so excited about this.
No, we want to hear about the play styles. This is the first time many of our folks are hearing anything about Partha Wars. We've been keeping it under wraps. Very nice.
We have, actually. We have, and we were looking. I can't wait, and especially because I'm an actor, and I want to just touch on this.
Please. I'm
taking that platform, from sports and acting, and bringing it to our niche, because we all are gamers at heart. We all are there. Like Cassius Marsh and Doug Baldwin played for the Seahawks, and they're guys, they're Magic the Gathering players. And me living up in Seattle, trying with the Seahawks and everything and playing there, I love that type of stuff, because you hear those stories, you see these guys, it's really, really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's really impressive. We got people sold. This looks awesome. Yeah, sounds pretty interesting. It's this level, and this is why we wanted to introduce this to you and introduce Tommy to you in this format, because this is what really gets us as gamers, as people enjoy really interesting items in general. I've been fascinated by everything you've been saying from the very beginning, but this seems magnificent. I'm really excited. It's a new scale for us.
Yeah.
It's a new way of doing things, but it's tremendous. And
Thank
at these models.
Well, these are only a few of them. Let me pull out one of the Spartans. So there's one of this is, like I said, Zeus pattern. And if we pull out. So once again, I turn it. Now here's more of the Federation. So here's a Spartan Paladin, an actual real size Spartan Paladin. Notice he is bigger. He is bigger because he's a big guy that trains, or girl. There's lady Spartans as well, female Spartans. There's female Reseum. That's another thing. I made sure that everybody was represented in this game. And then here, if we get on this is my Ulthuan, an ogre. So that's what an ogre looks like. Now he is a Federation ogre. Now in my world they're called Ulthuan. And Ulthuan in my world aren't stupid either. They're actually builders. They're smart and intelligent, and they're the ones who worked with the Dwargir, the dwarves, to create the magic runic items, because they were more of the magic builders, where the dwarves were more steam-powered engineers. So together, they have this great thing. So when the king actually united the Federation, that's all in the lore, he brought these to them. So they're actually part of the Federation. And when the Reseum actually came, and they were like, whoa, time out, they bowed a little bit, and they stopped. There was a truce. The Treaty of Armistice was to give the Reseum their own land. That's when they launched the coup. That's when they assassinated the king, and starts the next part of the Partha Wars.
That is really exciting. So once again, it sounds like you've got a really rich history. Is there a chance for more books? Is there more coming down the road, or was this was the setup to get us to the game? What are you thinking here? I know we haven't, but we're just getting
we're just getting.
Now, any hints behind the curtain as to what might come next?
Well, there's twofold here. Great question, Michael. Twofold. One, we sort of touched on. There's going to be 3 books in the trilogy, but 2, when you have your army books. Now, in my world, army books are called war sheaths, like your sheath where you put your sword. So your war sheath, you pull it out, and then it gives you lore for each faction, really delves into it. And the nice thing is the narrative can be written by our players later on. So there not only are 3 books in the trilogy, there's going to be all the war sheath books coming out, the army guides coming out, and it plays to the narrative. So you can play through the stories that are in the Book of the Lock, but I specifically left open parts. When one of our characters, Walker, what was Walker doing when he's trying to find the prince? There's this part that we can play, and we can write this into it. I want people to be very emboldened to bring up, I've used that word twice now, to do their stuff and to share it with us as a team. As you know this too, we take feedback. We want feedback, and we're trying our best to make sure we appease the masses, because we're the masses.
Oh yeah. Make games that you want to play. That's one of our big rules right there.
Absolutely.
That's what we want to create, games that we want to play, which is really exciting. Sold, but may need you to tell my wife it's okay to get another war game.
Yeah.
No, it is great. So we're coming on about 20 minutes till the end of the hour right there. So please, if you've got other questions about Partha Wars that we've got right here, we're here with Tommy Rice. Please put them up in the chat, and we'll try to get those to you. But so this is really. Do we have a launch date? Do we know when we're going to be seeing some of these
That's a great
things?
question. As we're talking about that, I want to pull out a couple more just to show off what you can do with the models. And let's see.
New toys. We're always a big fan.
Okay, here's a couple more of the Federation soldiers, and then one of our main characters, Walker. who's an ex-Spartan
Okay,
paladin.
so that is Walker.
That is Walker, and he has multiple heads that you can use to build your own character. And then
is that a musket over his arm?
that is a
really
triple-barreled shotgun.
That is super
That
cool.
is a tri-barreled shotgun.
That is just gorgeous, folks. I'm not sure how well you can see this, but that is gorgeous.
And Walker has different head swaps, much like, and that's where I'm going with this next part. I have 2 Federation soldiers here, and a Federation. Notice they're comparable. Walker's a big guy, but what we're doing and why Catalyst is so great was they come fully built like this. It gives you the option to swap heads, swap arms, add all their weapons, so you're not stuck doing. I have to buy 30 boxes to get 1 rocket launcher.
Yep.
You can actually put it on the characters themselves. Let me pull this back so people can see them.
And I believe there's a beard there, so that is the proper amount of beardage.
Proper
that is
amount.
correct.
Yeah, he has him, and then he has him clean shaven because in the story he does that. Are there any dynamic scenarios that change objectives in game? Yes. There's. Oh man, I'm just going to jump on my platform here. Okay. Look, I know all these games that are coming out lately, Dual Team. 40K. No, but they're adding all these things to them, like secure stat, like even Lord of the Rings. Great game, by the way. But they have these stats where they secure stuff now, and they're thinking and using stuff. I've had this for 20 years, people. I wrote this game years ago. I was doing stuff, and you know how life is. But we have the secure stat. The secure stat can go in and actually capture objectives, and you can take them with you, or you can capture them, go over and do stuff to come back to them, or just like we asked with that, changing them, the dynamics of the gameplay during that. Yes, dynamic scenarios that change objectives. So you capture this, but then you have to take it here. By taking it here, it unlocks the prisoner that you now have to get off the board edge. It really is. The scenarios are complex and in-depth, but super fun because you're like, okay, I have to get this one before A to B to C. And there's no C without the first 2. So you might be spending the first 3 turns trying to take this. Finally, when you do, though, resource management, then you can go, okay, so now I got to run. I have 2 turns left, and you throw all your cards out there. Move, move, move. And it's like real life, if you will, cinematic. That's something I should probably touch on. Yes, Walker Spartan Ranger. So I might be in a movie coming out with Chuck Norris. So maybe that actually might happen. Can't talk about it. I sort of can, but I can't.
Let me take a look at that mini again there.
No, yeah. Nestor Ossenden is my artist who's done some stuff. You guys would know Nestor from he did War Machine back in the day, but you would know him now. He's one of the best Magic the Gathering artists there are for the cards.
Very nice.
And all the 11th, like Thor 11th Thunder, all those beautiful Marvel posters. He does stuff like that. He's one of the best in the whole world. And we're talking, and he goes, Tommy, when I see Walker, it's you in my head. So it's similar to my build and everything. And yes, that is a joke. So I have a very partial. But Walker is my brother's middle name. So we use that in honor. I have little neat things put in there. But of course, Walker, Texas Ranger, Chuck Norris. Now, here's the fun analogy here. This sword is actually the sword of Dominus Tor. That is that sword. Notice he's not the same guy here. But he carries this, and there's a reason. The story goes into it, and it's pretty cool. But what this sword is an arcanium weapon. Now, I said arcanium allows things to be magic. What arcanium does, though, is it enhances the bearer as well, if the runes are right. And there are runes down the middle of this sword. So when he pulls it out, he can become Walker Texas Ranger for 1 turn. He is a one-shot item, but when you need it, that's what that can do. And so I've been demoing Walker and showing how to play, and people are like, that's amazing. But then, once the sword is like, wait, turn back on. Oh, no,
please,
oh, no.
Please.
It goes back to resource management and how you do things.
Absolutely. And that's a really exciting dynamic there.
Rules
Rules available online, demo game video.
Demo game is coming up. We're going to run a little thing with Randall here pretty soon, but we're going to have the official demo coming up. This is the first time we've ever really talked about this. The rules will be available in certain aspects because of the rules are good, people. I know that sounds, I don't mean to be pompous, but my combat system alone is different than anything people have seen in the way it works. It's simple, though, but it's different. And so I got to be careful on what I say just yet. But yes, we're going to have it out to where people can see it. Right now, we're at demo. We're actually have some demo agents and play testers. And so we need that feedback first before I go into it. But if you were here, I would show off some of the rules, like how they move and their reflexes or everything. I could get on that topic. I don't know if we want to do that yet, but it's pretty cool.
That is really exciting. Oh, that is great right there. So we're pretty good at this moment. No new questions in just for a brief moment. So once again, toss in your questions if you have anything. So what are you most excited for the game, Tommy? aside from it just being built and there.
And
things are moving really fast.
Right.
Being able to see at least that far behind the curtain, things are moving quickly. We've been working on this for a while, and it looks like we're really raring to go.
Well, that's something we need to, and we got to come back full circle on a question you asked me that we didn't quite answer because we diverged. We are looking at the campaign coming out around Gen Con, so only in a few months. And that's what we're trying to do. We want this game out to people. We want them to see it. And that was our plan from the whole time, is getting this ready to go, having people excited about it, and then being able to play. So Gen Con. So only a few months away, we're trying to do that. What I'm excited most, besides like your cry, you're like, I did it. It actually works. I'm excited to see people. I know that sounds the cliche as all get out, but honestly, when I see somebody's face and they go, wow, this is awesome, because my game is different and it does change a few things. Of course, I pulled from everything we love, For crying out loud, they said my thing was Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. Come on, But to see people happy and to see this playable, that's what I'm really most excited for. But to bring these things from my head to real life, and I'll tell you why. I won't get too deep. My father was my best friend. My father was an artist. He painted with some of the best. Thomas Kincaid, for instance, he painted with Thomas Kincaid, painted like Frank Frazetta. But my father, we did this together. We did some of these stories together, and my father passed. And when he did, I took that sadness, if you will, and focused it and created this world way back then. And so I've had 20 years to mull over this. So to see it in person and to see people happy about stuff that I did with my dad, that's what it's all about. Because you go out here and you look at moms and pops and brothers and sisters, and these people are playing. Yesterday we had a game, and literally it's the climactic part of the battle, and her name was Hannah. I actually remember her name. Her name was Hannah, and Hannah goes, well, what about that? And it just sort of mentioned something, and then the dad goes, oh yeah, and he pulls out another card and plays it, and as the Spartan's blowing the bullets back, he goes, oh yeah, well that counts as a shooting attack, so can I shoot you? I'm like, why, yes, you can. So the Spartan's like, for Sparta, and he's like, but then the Spartan throws the bullet back, and then he goes, it's awesome. Now, gameplay. I'll tell you what, let's answer this question first, because there's two of them right there. First of all, thank you for the game there, for being passionate. I really appreciate that. It is passionate because of what I just said. It means a lot to me, rather
part
than
of your
just
legacy
the game.
right there. This was a family project. It's magnificent.
Thank you. And then Martin. So let's answer Martin's question here. How do you build your army force points base? Love that. Thank you. Yeah, the PC in the box and everything. We're going to do that. The force building is super simple. You do need a line unit. So mine are called line units. So you do need that troop choice, if you will, your standard grunt guy. You have to have those. But using the 7 laws of war, and that's in the back, it unlocks what you can use. So you take one of those, now you can do a special, you can do an elite. Now you can do that, you can do a legendary character, you can do this. And so it keeps unlocking them just to make sure you have those guys. And it's not a tax. A lot of people are like, that's the point tax for getting the cool army. No, because believe it or not, the orders cards only work for these guys. So they're the ones dictating your forces. That doesn't mean Mecha can't come up and hold it, or a huge orc can't bust through a wall, which, by the way, you can break buildings in this game. I had a Spartan Paladin move, leaped up to the top, tectonic punch the building. The building collapses. The Spartan and the guys left in there now are in melee. They're in combat. That really happened during the game. It's cinematic as all get out. But yeah, no, building the forces. I'm sorry, we get excited here, but building.
No, that's half the people are.
Right,
that's
like,
what's getting them so psyched. We want them to be that psyched.
It's super simple though. You're on power levels, and you go, hey, what are you gonna play? Let's play power level 19. Okay, 3, 6, 12, boom, 19. There it is. Or in and what we're trying to do with the tournament setting, and where you would build your force. So let's say you come in with a 50-point force, 50-point power level. You can use 35 points of that. So you can pull from other parts of your army as you need. You don't have to just use that. You still have to unlock the things as you're supposed to, but that's what it does. And it's super simple. I want you to pull out your cards. You'll see the point level, and this is one of the cards. This is just a show. And it's printed a little bigger. But if you look, one of the Federation soldiers, one of these guys is 1 point apiece, and they come with the X's dictate what you come with. The O's are what you can add. So they're 1 point apiece. You have to have at least a squad of 6 as your half squad. You can go up to 12. So that's 12 points if you want a big squad. Let's say you armed them with a blazer beamer at 2 points, and you armed them with a heavy machine gun at 3 points. Now you add it up, and there it is. Now, but you can attach your Ogren. He's an auxiliary. So if you look over here, Ogren, you can attach him in. There it is. So in my world, it's an Ulthuan, but I want to make sure people understand the Ogre reference there. So the Ulthuan now can attach to the squad of Federation soldiers, and he can actually be your tank. You can say, no, the Ogre's going to jump out and shield my normal guys. You can dictate anything. And combat, you know how you would charge in, and then this guy, because he's 2 inches away, can't attack and all that? No. I move in. I get to charge you. You get to move into me, and then I get to move into you. Everybody gets to fight, and as long as you're in combat, you can dictate what you want to do. And because of the weapons, like, let's look at them. They have a rifle, which is a ranged weapon, and they have a knife, which is a melee, so just normal melee. But then they have a pistol, which is a short-ranged weapon. What that means is, I don't know if you've seen a Green Beret or a Navy SEAL. If they have a pistol and a knife, they're deadly. You can pull the pistol and use it in melee, and you can shoot it as well. But like with anything else, you got to look at ranges. Oh wait, I don't have ranges, Michael. Unlimited range. Have you ever shot a gun? It shoots a long way, but a pistol weapon or an assault weapon is a little bit different range. So you can actually play middle fights or you can play larger fights. It's very much like what would happen if you were to fight someone in a combat. Yes. Is that a Catalyst title? Yes, it is. And I'm super, super proud of it, to be that.
Kickstarter has an information page for now Partha Wars miniature game?
It does. We have a landing page. Please go up. Once again, this is the first time we've ever really gone off with this and shown people what it is. We have, I know, a couple hundred people now, 100-something, and this is just the first days we're releasing it. So please get on there. Love it, like it, follow us, because there's so much more. And, like we talked about earlier, I want to use the platforms that I have to bring people to our games. Because there's so many people that we don't realize that play these games, that love these games, and like miniatures. And then you get that one kid in the corner that perks up, and all of a sudden 2 more, and now you have a gaming group that you can play our fun game with.
Sounds good. All right, everyone. We're coming up about 5 minutes to the hour right now, so we're going to switch off. We're going to take a few minutes right here. In just a few minutes, we're going to still be here with Tommy Rice.
Well, thank you. And really quick, because Martin, that's awesome. The flexibility and force attachment options, that's what I wrote it for. I wrote it so that anybody can game. I don't want to ever pigeonhole you. I don't. That's the whole thing about it. You play the way you want to play in a proper setting and a great system that allows it to be fair in any way you want to do it. And this is big. I'm going to throw it out here. I challenge you to break my game. You can't actually break this game. Now, there's always tweaks. My game is not perfect by any means. And trust me, there's already cool stuff that is going to come out that enhances the game later. But overall, this is such a good system. I don't feel anybody can break the game. Like I said, you can't alpha strike. You can't knock them right off the board. It gives you a chance to win the game.
Sounds good. I appreciate it, Tommy. Thank you so much.
Michael, it's always a pleasure.
We're just going to jump out for just a few minutes. We're going to actually be right back with Tommy and Randall Bills to give you more of an in-depth look as to where Catalyst Game Labs is going with things, and then playing the game itself. We're going to be making a few changes to our midday schedule right here. We've gotten some new special guests coming in, so we will try to update that on the screen when we can. But we will also have our fiction panel today at, I believe it's 5 p.m. That's still scheduled for you. So please let us know. Stick around with us throughout the day and start coming up with some good questions. We'll be here for you. Once again, my name is Michael Ciravella. This is Tommy Rice.
Pleasure.
We're coming to you from Adepticon Day 3 in Milwaukee. We'll see you in a few minutes. Have a great day.
Hello. It's still not showing us anything over here.
Good.
So we live, but not live. We're like, okay, we are live back here at Adepticon 2025. My name's Randall Bills, Creative Director at Catalyst Game Labs. This is day 3 of Adepticon Saturday.
Yes.
It is absolute nuts everywhere I go. Tons of people coming here. If you are a gamer of any stripe and manage to get to a convention, this is going to be one of the conventions you absolutely want to be here.
Yes.
So last hour, Michael was here with Tommy talking about Partha Wars, which is a miniature game that we are working with the amazing Tommy Rice to bring out.
You flatter me.
Yeah.
You flatter me.
And so we're going to keep talking about this. This is a tabletop skirmish level game, definitely in the same play space as Malifaux, War Machine, Kill Team,
Legion,
or 40K Legion.
Yep.
And so we, we love what Tommy brought to the table. He's got this stunning universe and an amazing game. So we're going to keep talking about it. So what do you want to start us off with, Tommy?
Welcome, Randall. No,
Welcome.
I'm kidding. I'm not. Day 3, it's been great. As Michael and I were talking about, it's still electric. I mean, it's been going nuts.
It's just crazy
It's
out there.
gotten bigger and bigger.
Fantastic.
All the tournaments seeing, and we are going to have an organized play for this, too.
Oh, of course.
This is what we're coming out with. It is sort of skirmish level,
Yep.
but it can go up, as you know, I wrote it for dinner plate or for a big table. So,
Yep.
But this is what we want to talk about as far as how we work with the skirmish levels, and I want to run through a little bit of what we're doing, show people sort of how it works, and you've got to play test this with me and give
Absolutely.
me some great ideas.
Yeah.
And having that BattleTech background that has this, 40 years of lore, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
It's really been interesting. One of our questions earlier was, is there any BattleTech today? Yeah, we're definitely going to talk BattleTech today.
Yep.
I know the team is, and I'm super pumped because of the new Gothic coming out. And I'm just
Yeah.
really flavorful, and it lends to my game because, like the Atlas heads, for instance,
Yeah.
you can swap, and that's one of the things that you can do with this game that we're going to show is you get to be super customizable. You come with all these weapon options, which when we look at our cards and we go through, I want you to play what you want. But at the same time, if you're stuck at home, you don't want to do, you grab that and you can start playing.
Yep. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to dive in on that. Keep your great questions coming.
Right.
Just really quick as we're doing that. Yes, there will be more BattleTech live streaming today.
Yep.
We've got the fiction authors. I believe both John Helfers, our fiction novel line editor,
Yep.
as well as Brian Young, perhaps even Michael Stackpole, that will be showing up to talk
Michael's
BattleTech
great.
fiction. Yeah, Michael's awesome. I've known him forever. Just
Yes.
absolutely fabulous. I believe they're going to be doing Aces.
Yeah.
Yes, we did Leviathans yesterday.
Today,
We had
yep.
an absolutely blast doing that with
Amazing.
Britt and I. So I don't think we're going to be doing any more Leviathans
At the moment.
streaming
At the
here.
moment,
At
right,
the
right.
moment.
No.
But all of these videos, as always, will be captured, thrown up on YouTube after it for anyone that didn't catch them
Well, with
previously.
Leviathans, just to jump on that, I do have an aeronautical warfare that is part of this game.
Yeah.
Now, we left one of the ships I have is upstairs. We do have as part of that. We'll be going over that more as we get open in the game. So, you Leviathan fans, I'm a huge fan as well. Love it. You know what we're doing with it,
Yep.
And so I would just please, stay in there because we want to show those things coming up for this game, and it gives you a chance to do skirmish with aeronautics, with vehicles,
Absolutely.
as we move forward. So
let's
let's
dive in
jump
here
in.
and
Okay.
keep your guys' questions coming. This has been fantastic.
Yeah, no, thank you. So, everybody, this is the lock. Here's one of the War Sheath pages just to show off some of the cool art we have. Nestor Ozenden, he's one of the best. So, here's our miniature game. We're set on the world of Partha Terra. It is the Partha Wars. And the Razier Armada, which Randall has beaten me before with. The Razier Armada have stormed through the gates of one of our Partha cities, which would be Anston for this instance. And normally, we would go ahead and set up the train, but I want to talk about how it works. So with normal game systems, okay, I'm going to set up from my board edge and get my 12 inches in, the whole deal, right?
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that. It's great. But I want to measure from the center of our board. So we measure the center. There's a no man's land where no one can go unless you have special abilities.
Of course.
But also, then that's where you start setting up alpha, beta, gamma. How you set your forces up dictates everything. Before that, though, you actually get to roll for terrain and set up your mission objectives. You know this. Every objective is a narrative. It's a fun, but also you can customize it. You can just play 4 objectives one-off and play the game just for fun. But let's say you're stuck at home and you want to play a smaller board. That's why you measure from the center. And if you look at our rules, you know that you have different options you can choose from, and it just on the points level and the power level of the miniatures that you do. So that's one of the first things I want to talk about. Now, we don't have a lot of terrain out here. We have some gorgeous stuff coming, but we do have the big guy like as a statuesque type thing.
Yep.
But if we were setting this up, we would measure from the center and we would put our squads out. Now, everything is squad-based, but characters can move fluidly. Also, things like Ulthuan and your sergeants are auxiliary upgrades to units. So you can split them off if you need to after you've bought them together. That's okay. You can split units. You can take and run over here and actually capture an objective with a gentleman. Like it's so fluid on how the game works.
Nice.
So just to give a little overview, yeah. So everybody gets 2 actions. You do that, but the first thing you do, Randall, and you remember this, these are our order cards.
Yep.
The set comes with 15 order cards that you're going to get to look at and choose during a game of Partha Wars. You use 10 of those. Now, each faction that we come out with will have their own set as well, so you can mix and match the cards to tailor your force, to customize your force, along with weapons and legendary abilities that you can give your characters or your units. So that's sort of where we start off first. So if you were to pick, look through those and pick a few of them.
Well, I remember the shield wall being fantastic.
Amazing.
So of course I'd be grabbing that one.
Yep, and I'm gonna go with shield wall too, and I'm gonna go with run and gun, ready aim fire, so I can show some of the fun. I'm even go with move.
Ooh,
now,
got to go with advanced deployment.
Oh, that's a
of
good
course.
one. That's a good one. So the cool thing is Randall's picking his cards. You can use your force. If you are a shooter, you can throw out. And thank you for that. The miniature's looking good. I really appreciate that. We have some of the best sculpts ever doing our stuff, and we want to make sure that you as the players, much like us, we're all fans at heart.
Yeah.
We want the coolest stuff out there.
Isn't that the truth?
Dude, I do. What I hate is when you have a great game with terrible miniatures or great miniatures with a terrible game.
Yeah.
Why don't we make them both?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why don't we make them both?
And I don't want to make fun of anybody because I want to see their vision. And if their vision is miniatures, great. I'll still use those miniatures and play. Just like I encourage people to get our miniatures and play any game you want with them.
Yep.
Or if you have a favorite miniature, get our game. Play that with your miniatures. I don't care. But back to my point, as Randall's picking these, this allows you to dictate your game. If you love infantry or if you love shooting long range, you'll do that. If you love combat and quick moving, that's where you use your elves or your dwarves, right?
Yep.
The Federation is Spartan Paladins, so they are tough as nails, give you the Magnus powers, which is really cool. And then we'll go into that too. And then these tokens, things like Rage. Now, the big boy over here, the Za, Randall, they use Rage and they can get powered up like, yeah, come on. But the suits of the Rezium actually have stim injectors. So as you take damage, you're like, oh yeah, you want to shoot at me? And it powers this guy up to play. Okay, you got your cards?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and look at that. And if you guys see, you don't have to look at the cards too much, but these are what the characters and units, these are their cards on war. So the cards of war, you can actually, when we look at it, the X, oh, go ahead, Randall, I'm sorry.
No, I was just trying to
the
get
X
it in
is
there
what
so
you
can
come
kinda
with.
see it.
And then all those O's are options you can give. And that way you can get to customize your vehicle, your pieces exactly the way you want to.
Yep.
Yeah. The proxies are a long tradition, even in Battletech. Absolutely. I encourage you to play the things you love. I'm just giving you a great rule set to use them in or great miniatures to use.
Yep.
So
either
awesome.
way.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ernest. I appreciate that. Now, looking back at our cards, you get to customize your units. Now, we're going to use what we have here, but there's roto cannons, shields, laser swords, and those key words, laser, things like that, give you dynamic things. But by dynamic, I mean static. For instance, there's a rule called precise. What precise does is something that a lot of people have never seen before. On the roll of a 4 or better, on the roll of a 4 even, on a 4, you don't get to save. So my armor save from a Spartan of a 3, 4, 5, 6, now because of a precise weapon, it hits the Spartan precisely where it needs to. You only save on a 3, 5, 6. So that 4 goes out the window.
Nice.
So it's a it's a static value that you can actually use to stop things like Spartans. The laser rule does something similar, and most people are like, wait a minute, they're not +1s and -1s. Well, no, there's some things that we can do, but it gives you what you have.
Yeah.
So you're not walking into this game going, oh man, does your Rhino have a scout move and then it can jump out and then they can do something? You don't have to ask any of that. It's right there. It's easy. There's always tricks though, and that's what these order cards are about.
Yep.
Okay, so you with me so far?
Yeah.
Right now?
absolutely.
I know you are.
Even though it's been a little while.
You've beaten me before.
Absolutely, I beat you.
That's right. Poor Bren. Poor Bren. I feel bad for Bren. Oh, my gosh.
Terrible game for him.
It was when he looks at Randall and goes, "Okay, Randall, how about this?" And it's like 8 ones. You're
I
like,
know.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
The role of Randall was played by Bryn in that moment.
It really was. But the roles of Randall were phenomenal. Okay, so Randall, you get to go first. Now, just like with BattleTech, we're going to roll 2 dice. We're going to see who goes first. Randall beat me earlier, so Randall's going first. Don't roll that one. No, so Randall's going to go first. Now, once again, I said...
I like how you said Randall rolled and my hand was doing it before my brain even realized what I was doing.
Well, you know,
I'm here to roll dice. What are you talking about?
Response. Roll, monkey, roll.
That's right. Roll, monkey,
That's
roll.
That's a terrible joke from earlier. Anyway, another neat thing about this game is everybody moves 8 inches. So you actually get everybody, you know how fast they can go. You charge, though, less than that. So you can charge up to 6 inches. So you can hit somebody from 14 inches away. That means there's deadly first turn units. But it's a you activate, I activate, you activate, I activate. And the cool thing is if you have more units than someone, you can even pass a turn to be strategic when you need to. Now, this last thing before we start the game is going to be resource management. Things like rage and heroics are special abilities. Elves have speed, for instance. Mercenaries have a conglomeration of everything. So we're going to get into a little of that. First things first, Randall, it is up to you. Our mission objectives, you're going to try to capture 1 here. I'm going to try to capture 1 here. We'll set the walker heads off to the side. So there's 1, and then there's 1 as well. Okay. So we have to try to capture 1 of those. And then whoever holds the center at the end of the game will have another +1 to their objective roll. So that's going to be our objectives for now. Now, everybody, just to let you know, normally it's narrative-driven. And the cool thing is we're using what's called the S, or secure stat. And what you roll on that, that's how you secure your objectives. Sometimes you can move your objectives with you. Sometimes you leave them. Someone else can capture them. Sometimes you come back. Sometimes you capture them per turn. It's all narrative-driven, and it's really a lot of fun because you know there's that point where that one last guy can save the game for you as long as you go after the objective and not just go for the kill.
Yep.
You know, I can take your character out or I can win the game.
Yep.
So you're up.
Okay. So we're going to take my giant dude and start racing him up there.
Now, before you do that, though, Randall, did you move? What if you threw out an order card to one of these units to run over there? Now, you remember the automatons are one of the tankiest units in the game.
Yeah, but I want my big guy over there.
Okay.
So let's do it. Don't
do
order
that.
me around. No, he's trying to undermine me. I can
order
tell.
You
You're going to try and throw the game. So I will, in fact, use my move.
Okay.
Move twice up there for no action. Okay. And so you're going to have to go through him to get to that.
Okay. So that's his move. Now, because he used this card, it is now burnt.
Okay.
And that is one of the cards that you can actually use on certain things. Most are just on line units because these buff these line units.
Yeah.
Whereas the elites, not so much. You know, they're already pretty awesome.
Yeah.
You know, the special choices, the elite choices that you use, they're pretty awesome.
Yep.
Okay. So action number 1, what do you want to do? Now, you know in this game you can do anything you want to.
Yeah. Well, this is my Razium Tiger battle suit.
Correct. And you have a roto cannon and underslung bolt pistols.
Yeah, it's definitely the roto cannon. We're going to fire here at your Ulthwin.
Okay. Not at the Spartans? You know how fast they are.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right.
My Ottomans are going to take care of them.
Okay.
No worries. I feel confident. No,
okay.
Going at your Ulthwin.
Okay. So 6 dice from that. If you notice the roto cannon has 6 dice, 2, 4, 6 right there. And it has 2 things, strafe and suppressing fire. Now, what that means is on suppressing fire, when Randall rolls his dice, there's so much lead going coming at me. He can move me off an objective, move me over, and then take over what I can do. So go ahead, Randall. 3s are better to hit your amazing shot, so go for it. Oh, and there's 2 crits.
Holy
Boom.
crap.
That's amazing. Everyone hits.
Apparently it wanted me to look better than Tommy because Tommy already looks so amazing.
Whatever.
So,
man, that's terrible. Well, Randall, that's
6 hits, 2 crits.
And so they all hit. Now, you still have your underslung battle rifles, but before we do that, Randall, I'm going to order from Walker, shield wall, man, shield wall. So the Ulthwan, and let's get a picture of this. Let's look at that. See that shield that he's carrying? The Ulthwan actually has one of those too. Not on this model, but that comes with it, as we know.
Yeah.
We can swap them out.
Yep.
And so the Ulthwan goes and shield walls this unit. Now what that means is my order card allows 2 automatic saves. Now you've rolled, and you hit me a bunch of times, and there's still more coming.
Yeah.
But I get 2 auto saves, and I can re-roll my armor for free. So this might save my unit.
Okay.
The only issue is no matter what happens, I'm going to be moving away from the objective because of suppressing fire.
Yep.
Okay, so let me get these back out. Go ahead. Take your next 4 shots. Nice.
2 more.
2 more. And because of your strafe ability, you get to re-roll your 1.
Oh, nice.
Oh, 3
3 more.
So I have a ton of hits coming at me. So what I'm going to do,
including the 2 crits, right?
Well, the 2 crits are suppressing fire.
Suppressing
There's
fire,
a suppressing fire.
Right.
Yeah. So hey, calm down, pal.
No,
calm down.
Crit.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to roll these. Now, the Ulthuan, I hate to do it because my armor is terrible with these guys, you know.
Yep.
But the Ulthuan has a 3-up, and with this in there, he can tank them all. So I can take them all. As long as I don't do more damage and he falls out, I can keep tanking him. But I do want to bring up one thing. There's the D stat, the durability. Now, normal things have a durability of 1 most of the time. So if they fail a save, they're out unless they have a shrug off like the automatons. Ulthuan, suits, and characters most of the time have durability 2. Very few things have a 3. But what that means is there has to be 2 failed saves to actually do damage to it. So I have to fail 2. If you only do 1, that's ignored.
Yeah.
Now, if you do enough multiple times, that still counters.
You're going to roll all ones.
You better
feel
not.
It.
Okay.
I can feel it right
no
out
ones
of the
and
gate.
twos.
Here we go.
1,
not so much.
2. But what, Randall? Okay, so normally 3. So normally my Ulthuan right now would have dropped from this. This would have gone through. It would be terrible.
Yeah.
But luckily for me, shield wall. These first 2 are ignored, and I get to re-roll this one. I still take the damage.
Still take the damage,
But
sir.
remember, it's durability 2.
Yep.
So I'm fine still.
I know.
Now, that was Randall, and here's the best part about this game. Shoot. Now, Randall, you can do it again.
Yes, I know.
Your next action.
I'm about ready. I've been waiting for you to stop talking.
You're like,
so.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I need to shut up.
More dice rolling.
Oh, my gosh.
No, there's the normal Randall, but I still got 2 crits out of that. Oh, do I get to reroll all the ones?
Strafe
off of the
allows
strafe?
you reroll all the ones.
Oh, that's glorious.
That's just terrible.
It's not my favorite thing.
That is. It is, and you're good at it. You're good at rolling ones.
Do I get to keep rolling?
No,
or
you
just
don't
the
get
one time?
No, you Randall, come on.
Why not? Exploding dice, man. Come on.
Well, we do have exploding dice, but you can't re-roll the re-roll from that. But yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so 3 more
I
hits
think you're
coming.
cheating.
No, I would never do that. This is my game, I promise. Okay, so now the first 2 aren't ignored. So now this is where it starts to hurt. Oh, saved all of them.
Saved.
I saved
Cruel.
all of them.
Cruel.
Yes.
Oh, but I got my other gun to fire, though, don't I?
Oh, yeah, you still have your other gun.
Yeah.
But I wanted to be dramatic.
No.
Cinematic.
It's a good save.
Thank you. Here's where it goes down. Reroll the 1.
Reroll the 1.
Reroll the 1
one
for
hit.
strafe.
And
3
2
hits. Okay, so now.
Oh, 3 hits. That's
3
right.
hits.
3
yep.
above.
No 1s and 2s. Oh, the Ulthuan.
Yes.
But I still get to reroll.
Yeah.
I still get to reroll. So here's my last chance, guys. No 1 or 2. If 1 or 2 and the Ulthuan is out. Oh, no! Oh, he's taken down. And here's the problem. So I didn't lose 50%, so I don't have to make a Valor test, which is good. But suppressing fire still pushes me. And Randall, you're pushing me. Which way do you want me to go? Probably not toward the objective.
So that way.
That way. Let me move Xenagog over. So now I'm going 4 inches, and if I measured it, it's roughly 4 inches for
that's
this.
about right.
So they're running over here. No, but I don't have to make a Valor test. No,
Yeah.
Also, in my game, I want to just bring up this point if I can. Let's say it's the Spartans. You shoot them, and they fail their Valor. They don't run off the board. So you as players don't lose your miniatures. They don't just run off. They run toward the nearest piece of cover to try to dive for cover, just like we would if we're getting shot at, right?
Yeah.
So that's the nice thing about it. You're not going to lose your. The problem is if you continue that, you have to go for cover, and now you're stuck there, and you have to use your actions to stand back up. So that was terrible.
That was what are you talking
you
about?
took out
that
my
was
Ulthuan.
fantastic.
Like he's
Ulthuan
awesome.
out of the gate.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do.
Don't mess with the Rezium.
Can I see that tape measure there?
Absolutely,
All right,
sir.
so I'm going to do something fun. I'm going to go crazy and activate some Spartan Paladins.
Bring it on.
Okay, so Spartan Paladins, everybody moves 8. So they're going to move over, get in the center, try to do stuff. But what Spartans have is called the Magnus. The Magnus, you know Magneto.
Yep.
Okay, can stop bullets, can leap and explode themselves through the air. And that's what I'm going to do with this. What I have to do, though, is resource management. I have to use a Magnus point. And once I use this is gone. I can try to get some back, but usually they're gone for the game. You know this.
Yep.
So I'm going to use a Magnus point to Magnus leap to right there in front of those automatons. That's one action because it's the move. The Magnus point includes the move, so that's one action. For my second action, they are going to charge for Sparta. So I move in up to 6 inches, and now you get a 4-inch move to get anyone in base, and then I would get a 2-inch move to make sure we're all in base. So you can't just cheat and say, "Oh, you can't attack my guy."
Yep.
I am having a blast. Thank you so much. This is a long time coming.
Tommy will convince anyone in anything at any time. He is incredibly energetic. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Randall. Well,
tons of good charisma.
You have to do that when you roll like we do. So it's a lot of fun, though. Okay, so I'm charging in. Do you want to throw out an order card?
Shield wall.
Yeah, do shield wall.
That's why I took it.
And actually, I'm going to throw out a cheater card. You can't use that. Sorry, this is a playthrough. No, I'm kidding.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, so Randall's cheating just like I was, but that's what this game is about. It's resource
two
management.
autosaves.
That's right, 2 autosaves. So
bring it. I mean, you're all going to roll ones.
Do we want
anyways.
to actually show the whole combat, the reflex and everything? Or do you want to show it off?
That's up to you.
What do you think?
Yeah.
All right, so what we're going to do,
Let's
everybody,
do it.
one of the coolest parts of my combat system is the reflex step. Now, a lot of people remember, like, back in the old days, if you had initiative in 40K or speed and one of the other games that we played, that would make you go first, and you just beat the crap out of me. You're like, and I can't attack. In this game, we have what's called the reflex stat, and that is the R stat on your paper. An automaton, which is a robot, it's a 3 for the reflex. A Spartan is a 5. 5 minus 3. Okay, so 5 minus 3 is 2. So think about that. It's like you're running in going 5 with a swing, 4 with a swing, and then now we're at the same time. So I get to do 2 swings or 2 punches before you can react because I'm that much quicker than you.
Yeah.
That's what the reflex does. So I get, with my Spartans, they can fight with 2 weapons just like everybody in the game if you have them, and they have their spear and they have their Xiphus. Xiphus is their version of a gladius. So they pull out their laser sword and their spear, and they're nasty spears.
Yep.
And they have the Arcanium rule, which actually negates your save by 1. Now, the automatons are one of the tankiest units in the game with a 3-up armor save and a 4-up shrug-off save,
Yep.
So let's do the pool on how we do it. So everybody's seeing up there, 2 for each one, and then 3 for each Xiphus sword. You're like, wow, each Spartan gets 5 attacks. They do. Not only that, size matters in this game, Randall. So to see their base size, because their base size is bigger, they get the automatic extra dice.
Yeah, 1 each.
Exactly, 1 each.
Size matters.
As size matters. And here's the cool part. Let's pretend that this suit is fighting. That's a size 4 compared to a size 2. Even if the suit was to lose combat, the suit bumps me back first. It's like if I go and punch an elephant. The elephant's like, and I might win the fight.
Like if I punched you.
Right, yeah. You win the fight, but I go, and you move back, right?
And let's be clear, I'm not winning the fight if I punch you.
Hey, if you have a shield wall, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so
Randall,
I just wanted to explain that. Right.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Jennifer's awesome. Okay, so
yeah,
let's do that first.
the big speeds are fantastic.
So 2, 2, 2. So these 6 are faster, as I explained. 5, 4. Those are those reflex steps.
Yep.
And then we all hit it 3 simultaneously.
Okay.
And I'll get you some dice out here too.
Yep.
So first things first. Now I need 3+ to hit. That's what my card says. So I'm going to go for it. Oh, that was pretty nice.
4 hits.
4 hits. I'm going to keep that. Randall, give me 4 saves. Now 3s are better normally, but because of Arcanium, it is a 4 or better for your saves.
Well, that as well as I'm getting 2 autosaves.
Well, yeah, but let's not worry about that. Let's see if you fail any first. The way you roll, you might succeed with all. Oh, okay, so 2.
A whole bunch of failing. 2.
And you fail 2. So those are automatically ignored. It's like the Spartans come in with the shield. 2 spears are stabbed, but the shield blocks
the shield
both.
blocks them both.
Now, Randall's attack, which is 2, 4, 6 back. I didn't kill 1, unfortunately for me. And now I get all the rest of my attacks. Now, hopefully the Spartans can pull it out here.
So going for the attack. Okay. Looking for 4 hits.
4 hits. Okay. 1, 2. Oh, that was a brutal roll.
That was a brutal
roll. Okay. So here's your saves.
Okay.
And here's my 4.
Mine are at 3 pluses, right?
They are at 3 pluses. Yep.
So 3 failed.
3 failed. Now, the other thing is they have the parry on the blade. And so any roll of a 6, you have to re-roll. Oh, fine.
Nope.
Okay, just fine. Just
Boom.
save it. Just save it. Okay, my 4. Ting, 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 ting,
Wow,
ting. Wow.
save across the board.
But I got to tell you this. Automatons have the precise rule. So if I'd have rolled a 4 for one of these, I actually would have gone through.
Nice.
Luckily, they didn't. I rolled it successfully. Now, Randall, the other thing about automatons is they have the shrug rule.
Yeah.
So you need to roll those to see if you can shrug it off. Oh, 2 go down. You only shrug 1 off.
Yep.
2 automatons fall back.
Boom.
Now, Randall lost because 2 to no damage for me.
Yep.
So you are bumped back 4 inches, and I get to make my consolidation move, which is right here.
Nice.
And what I'm going to do is, because I'm in command range, I'm going to throw out run and gun. Now, what run and gun does is allow me to shoot and then move back. So they're going to shoot there. No, actually, they're going to shoot the automaton and try to take him out with their Spartan spears. Oh, that was a terrible roll.
I mean, I liked it.
No. But what I am going to do is I'm going to use one of my heroics to re-roll these dice.
Okay.
Now, that's the resource management in this game. I still,
Much
a little bit
better.
There we go. Come on. No ones. I mean, 1s and 2s. All 1s and 2s. All Randall 1s and 2s.
So I got that,
2,
but then
okay.
I get my shrug
you get
off.
your shrug off.
Ah!
So even with that, I've already wasted one. My super cool Spartan guys came in, smashed it.
And one of your heroics.
And one of my heroics. But what I'm going to do is with that, remember, they can move.
Yep. Run and gun.
So, run and gun.
Guess gun and run.
Gun and run. So right there. All right, now it's Randall's activation. Now here's the problem. This is where it starts getting nasty because Randall now has me in a pickle. I didn't take the unit I need to, so he can actually capture an objective or hold it up against the Spartans. I want you to do something cool. I want you to open fire with something and just smash me. What do you think?
Absolutely. One of my big guys right here.
Yes.
In fact, I'll just kind of point him.
Point them to be
just
nice.
Point them to look like they're better shots.
So you have, this is what you have. 1 rotocannon, 1 blazer beamer, which I would go with the 2-shot from this gentleman.
Okay.
And then you have a rocket launcher. So that gives you 3, because they're 2, 4, 6, that gives you 6 dice hitting on 3s. So this becomes really nasty for me. First roll of the autocannon.
Okay. For a second, I thought you were going to have me roll them all together, and it would fit the Shattering dice, because then I'm like, throwing out giant block of Shattering dice. Okay, first one's up. Oh, not so good.
Oh, and there's no strafe for you, pal. Okay.
So 4 hits.
Next one.
Next one.
Rockets.
Oh, now it's becoming Randall rolling
this
time.
is better because those actually have the brutal rule. That's not good for me. And then last ones. Now, this one's bad. Want to go back to, go ahead and roll to hit. Ooh,
there we go.
Both hit. Now, the problem here is this. The durability 2 stat with these 2, if I fail 1, they go down. So what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to use my last point of Magnus. These tattoos come on their skin. They harden it, and they launch the bullets back. So what that means is I get to take these because they're bullets, not the laser weapons.
Yeah.
Okay? But these because they're bullets. If I roll any 1s, you take the save. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
There's 2 saves to Randall, and now I still, because I threw those back, those bullets didn't hit me.
Yeah.
So now I get to make my normal saves. So I failed 1. Okay, Randall, you're saved back. Oh, you got 1 too, so it goes through.
Hit.
So it'll stay right there with him.
So that'll be right there.
And now these, but the problem is because they're durability 2 as well, I don't think I have anything else to shoot you.
Yeah.
So he'll probably be fine and just shrug it off. Whereas these, I can't roll any 1s or 2s. I don't have any more Magnus. Otherwise, I could have hardened my skin and get their save better. Oh, he takes the roll. But I have to be fair. That weapon does have a -1, so my 3 does go down. So I do take my 2nd damage. Oh, knocking a Spartan off of her base. She is pulled over there.
Nice.
Now, because I didn't make 50%, they don't have to make the Valor test, but that was it. Now, here's the other thing, though. That was only 1 action. Now they can shoot again at me.
Yeah,
And I want to pause there if we can.
Yeah, of course.
Because this is where it starts.
I mean, I guess, because I really want to roll the dice again and kill you, but yes.
You're going to kill me. But this is where you can start adding with your commanders and start using the cards and some of the other stuff that we're not showing in the game.
Yeah.
And with terrain here, you can't fire through terrain. But by moving in terrain, you get a 360 line of sight, and you can pick and choose your targets.
Yeah.
And that's what the dynamics of it is. Because right now, what I want to do next, if they survive, I'm going to try to secure this objective. Randall's going to move up, and then we can start fighting. But I know everybody probably wants to see you blast me off the table. Would you like to blast me off the table?
Yes, I'd like to blast you off the table.
Rotocannon number 2. Go for it. Rotocannon. Blazer Beamer, which is the nasty one. Oh,
That's a whole pile of good.
Whole pile of good. And, guys, if you remember, there's that 6. So no matter what, they're going to move 4 inches back.
So Blazer Beam. Got another one. Another 6.
Another 6. Okay. And then the last one. 3, you get 6. Oh, no, now you only get 4 dice because you killed one for the rockets.
That's right.
So rockets in here fire on the unit size. So what they are. So if that's size 4, you're hitting with 4 dice because a rocket could blow it up.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Luckily, I still have my Spartan power in action. Can I get any 1s back at you?
Your Magnus?
Oh, I have 1 Magnus.
One back.
Guys, Randall already has 1 durability.
I can do this.
Oh,
I can.
yes,
Of course, I roll a 1.
So 1 goes down, but I want to do the power.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I like the fact that even doing that, I'm being a little careful with the model.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Oh, it's a big model. I don't want to hurt it. It's got to go back in the display case.
No, it does. Well, and we have to use that. Yeah. Okay, so here's my last 4 saves and these 2. The problem is with the Blazers, this one didn't do much last turn. This turn, it negates my durability and it has the laser rule, which allows no odd saves. So 1s, 3s, and 5s, I don't get to save. It just automatic fails. So let's 2 dice. I need 4s and 6s. Oh, I saved 1 6. The 3 punches him off the board. And then lastly, these last 4 on the Spartan. I got to save all but 1. I can let 1 go through because they're that durable.
You're going to fail 2. I can feel it.
What? It is. He is
only 1
still
goes
on
through.
there. Now, the problem is I do need to make a Valor test. And he saves on a 3 because the commander's right there. If not, I would have taken damage as he's running away as they're still firing.
That's fantastic.
So we've thrown a lot out there. Here's where the cool thing is, because we're just showing a quick version. We're talking
absolutely.
through it. You know as well as I do, this takes 15 to 40 minutes to play, depending on how much you talk.
Sure.
Because they actually did that, they get what's called a rage token now, because the stim injectors in their suits pump in, and they get more powerful. When you're using Xenagog, which this is the true scale model to this scale, when you actually use Xenagog to it, the orcs of my world, they get bigger and better as they fight. And they're not stupid, as Michael and I talked about before. They do have British accents usually, like Jason Statham, but they're not stupid.
Lord of the Rings says that all orcs have British accents.
Unlike some orcs, I have an English accent. So, yeah, but that's sort of the gist of the game. Now it would be up to my turn. Walker is dangerous in close combat, as Randall knows. We can play through it if you'd like.
See that model
again. No, here, let's look at it. And then the gun did come off, but that's a huge roto cannon he can use. And I want to pull in, if you look at the roto cannon here, that's the pinto mounted.
Is just so good.
And then you have the big ones. Yeah, the big ones actually do more. They can do more stuff.
Yeah, that's just fantastic.
Thank you, Randall.
Okay.
And then, okay, so let's do one more quick thing just to see what you can do.
Absolutely.
Now, my Spartan's already activated. My Oath one's been down, but you know who hasn't activated? This choice. So I am, instead of going to activate Walker and go crazy, I'm actually going to be tactical in this. I'm going to come and try to take this objective. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is, much like you, I did move as well.
Yep.
I threw out move, so they're going to get to double move, which is 8 to the objective for 1 range. Now, I did this on purpose because with their weapons, I have unlimited range, and because there's no terrain, thank goodness for me, I have true line of sight. So I'm actually going to shoot from here. You know what? I can try to take him out. I actually am going to try to take him out to take your last choice off the board, because I can shoot at your normal squad. I can shoot at the big boys. They'll probably just shrug it off. They'll be okay. But that automated, if I can get him out of there, that's one less thing you can capture with and hold.
Yep.
So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Those are battle rifles. They get 10 shots plus 2 for the Sarge. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And what I want to do is, if you look at the dice pools, how we create, we're not throwing like 1,000 dice. You can, though. Right now, Walker could use a heroic to give them marksman and add 4 more dice to it as a heroic, which is right here in the rules, which I'm going to do. So now these are all burnt, remember? These are all burnt.
Yep.
So now all this, I need a 4 better, but I'm taking it on him. Do you want to throw out any orders?
No.
Okay. So
I don't think so. He's got to survive on my awesome dice rolling.
Oh, you can do this.
Because I want to save these for later.
That's right.
Later actions.
So, let's see. Sorry. So, I picked up 2 more dice. So they need 4s or better to hit. Their good shots are not as good as the Rezium are. Oh, but I'll take that roll all day of the week. All right, Randall.
Here
we go. Now, three's up. There's no crazy rules here. These are just three's
nothing.
up. Battle rifles. Does the Terminator save them all? Ooh, not bad. Only two.
But I get a shrug off.
You get a shrug off on a 4 to see if he just keeps coming. A 1. It's all on this roll. It's all on this roll. Yes!
Oh, gosh,
the
dang
one
it.
with
My
Randall.
dice hate me. And down he goes.
Excellent. And now for their second action, I'm actually going to secure this objective, and I want to show how this works. There's 3, 6, so 3, 6, and I need to roll a 5 or better, 5 or 6 on one of these dice.
Okay.
Now, in some missions, it'll be a 2 or 3. Some missions, you'll have to break into a code. There's
Sure.
all kinds of cool narrative stuff you can do. The odds are with me, and they are. I got 3 successes, and so now I get to capture this objective. So I'm holding 1. I killed a unit for 2, and Randall has 1. He killed. Actually, no. He only killed.
I didn't kill it.
He didn't kill it out. So I'm winning 2 to 1.
Your Spartan held out.
Held out. But I'm down to 2 cards, and technically I'm down to 2 heroics left for the whole game. Whereas Randall and the Rage actually can tally up as you do things.
And I have 3 cards.
Yes.
So if we continued, which we won't be, but if we continued, I'm hoping that I can pull the momentum back onto my side.
Yes, dice are the true enemy every time. But if you'll notice, the cards. Oh, go ahead, Randall.
Sorry, just Lorcan. I know him from Ireland.
Yeah.
Randall rolled a -3 again.
Yes.
Somehow I can roll a -3 on a D6.
And you have.
And you've all seen it. You've all seen how bad I am at these dice rolls.
Well, so now here we are. We've gotten a quick little playthrough through showing we didn't have a lot of the terrain, and this is just some of the stuff, but I hope everybody enjoyed what we did so far. Randall, going after this, I know you've played it. It really does. It's really smooth when we're playing it. You're always in the action. If you'll notice, we didn't stop to, except to chat, obviously.
Yeah.
But Randall could have just played the card, and then I play this, and we do that, and it's back and forth, and you got to be careful with your resource management. But when it comes down to it, now we have to, it's like chess. So you know that my character, like a knight, moves in an L shape.
Yeah.
You know what he does. He's really brutal in combat. Do you take him out? Do you go after the objectives? Now is when the game switches to become more tactical.
Yeah.
And not so, crazy superpowers. Just like in cinema, right?
Yeah.
Just like the animated stuff we're going to try to do. And then the streaming schedule we'll have up shortly for that. But what do you want to say, Randall, for this?
I've had a blast, experiencing. Tommy actually lives quite close to me.
I do.
And so it's been great. A lot of times it's, you're all trapped in having to do this virtually, which we make work just fine. But it's been great to actually have him come over to my house, throw this on the table, experience that, and then talk about the great plans that we have for this. Watching these, because when he first showed up, he almost didn't have any models to show off. He just had some art to show me.
Art and 3 or 4 models from back in the day that I had
done.
Yeah,
so then, we're scavenging models out of all my trays to throw down some games. So we're really excited about this. Obviously, BattleTech is doing absolutely fantastic. It's never been doing better. We have monster plans for that.
Yes.
Leviathans is finally going to come out. I will straight up probably shed a tear when I see it on store shelves after all this time.
Absolutely.
And we're equal opportunity gamers. We love publishing board games. We have a new board game division with Mike Ritchie.
Yep.
We have a new role-playing game division. In fact, the Frostpunk Tabletop RPG is on Kickstarter right now.
Right now, yeah.
It's an amazing computer game experience and working with the great folks at 11-Bit. But in my heart of hearts, tabletop miniature gameplay is where we're at.
Yep.
And so we love being able to add a whole new experience. But we're also known for our epic universes that tie into this. And we want, in a couple of years, over releases and fiction and novels, and hopefully we'll have just as in-depth experience as any of the other great, massive games that we have.
Right. And then that's a great segue because the book, The Lock, won an award. All 5 stars, and it's a fun book for me. Thank you. But the truth is, I didn't know how to write. I could tell a great story. So what we've done is we're going to republish book number 1 that, like I said, it already won an award.
Yeah.
And we're going to republish book 1, but not the story part, but the front of it. So what I did is I rewrote a little of it to make sure it was with the narrative we're going to do, and hopefully, wink, wink, the animated. No, actually, we're working on an animated already.
Yeah.
Those people.
Are you able to say who it is?
I can, sort of. Yeah, Titmouse 25th anniversary. Congratulations to you guys. Some of the best people in the world, and they've helped with direction for this.
Oh,
we'll be able to put
out some of the most amazing
Metalocalypse. Think about Metalocalypse, Rick and Morty, Vox Machina. I mean, they're
I'm way
pioneers.
late. Yeah, just amazing.
Yeah. So we can say that we're working together, and we hopefully will have a lot more news from there in their directions we're going and how we're doing it.
Hopefully by Gen Con, we might be able to show some clips off.
Man, I hope so.
Yeah,
I hope
right.
So. We
be super excited about what we're going with that. Yeah.
No, but just working with them is great, and just so grateful on doing everything we are together.
Yep.
But then that brings us back to what we're doing with the books. They're coming out soon, but I wanted it to stay uniform.
Yeah.
I didn't want people to go, oh, man, and Titmouse right there. So many good shows. Yes. Venture Brothers, hello.
Yeah.
Duh.
And Lower
Sampson.
Decks.
Yeah.
Lower Decks. Lower Decks.
Absolutely. Just some of the best people in the world we have, and I'm just so grateful to work for them. But the book, it's uniform, so that it works with the animation, works with what Randall and I have done and how we're moving forward in this, and then being able to bring more to it with you guys. So there's a lot is coming in the future with what we're going to do. This is only the start, and we
only the beginning.
I mean, we have the 4 main factions that are coming out with the Zeum Armada, Federation Prime, the Drunar Elves, and the mercenaries of Kisar and Royal are the 2 main cities we're going to focus on. But then we have, Randall, you've read the book with the lore I've told you. Bryn loved it.
Yeah.
Bryn loved it. But it brings out, we're gonna continue doing this. We can go 16, 20 facts. There's so much we can do. And then just really quick with the books, we are releasing that.
Yeah.
So don't go buy it on Amazon unless you just want the original book, which is fine. But as I learned how to write that and finish with my fiction, it became better, and I learned how to write. My agent even told me, she goes, Stephen King, you are not yet. And so for me, that's huge. Like, oh, and she goes, but and so now we're getting closer to that. And you're going to see with our war sheets and the stories in those and the rule book, how this world gets epic and immersive. We have ship warfare, everything else, and then working with, Battletech and then the Leviathans, those type of things, giving me even more, pumpedness to go crazy with this because the world is so epic.
You need more pumpedness?
Yes. Plump. Elves sound. You are gonna love the elves. Actually,
Jokerified them. Oh no, I've seen the art.
Yes.
It was amazing.
No, I have. Prince Tusho literally is Legolas meets the Joker. It is nuts, and he's sadistic.
Yeah.
And the elves are so
fantastic
elegant.
Piece of art.
The armor from the elves. I wish I had. Remember the Oni I showed? So we have a troll that looks much like an Oni, but it's super aesthetic, almost like a battle angel, like that beautiful aesthetic of their armor, and they can just literally fly around the board. It gives a playability of how you like to play, whether it's elitist or whether it's huge blocks of infantry. It gives you the choice to do that, even with elves.
Yep.
So we have so much that we got to show.
Well, and we're gonna be rolling more of everything out, more art, more details.
Yes.
Are we gonna run like a wider playtest?
Yeah, we're going to do a real playtest.
I mean, we already have a playtest underway in a wider world. I'm just wondering how wide we might go with that.
We are going to go. We're going to have to talk about it. We want to go pretty wide. I want to open it up to see the scope of what we have.
So anyone playing here might get a chance to actually be participate in the playtest. If you guys are interested, please keep watching for that. Is there any kind of final words? We're getting here to the end.
Yeah. You know what? In the third act of my book, there's a hydraulic bullet train with steam engines racing down the middle of the desert with a Spartan paladin fighting elf ninjas in the middle of it with a warp, someone who can turn into a creature in the middle of the scrum, being chased by a dragon in armor. Yes, that really happened in the third act of the book, and yes, you can really play that in this game. We didn't pull the dragon out yet, but yeah.
It's dragon is.
And it's
massive. It's gorgeous.
Amazing.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah. So Randall, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for coming on, Tommy.
Yeah.
And thanks to everyone who keeps checking in. I've been on 4 or 5 of these now just for this convention, and I've seen quite a few of your names over and over again. So fantastic to have you guys here. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And stay tuned for more streaming. We'll take a short break. We've got the fiction coming up, some actual plays, and then rolling into Sunday. So thank you so much for being here. for all of your interest. And hopefully when the Partha Wars comes out, you'll be willing to check it out.
Thanks,
We'll
guys.
talk to you later.
Welcome back to Adepticon, everybody. I'm Paul Clarkson with Six Sides of Gaming and Fox Network, and we are going to have another edition of Aces Live. With us today, I'll get everybody to introduce ourselves. To my left,
Marco Mazzoni, the new acting Battletech art director.
Big Red 40 Tech, a professional moron on the internet.
Josh Dirksen, Linvander Studios, designer, lead developer of Battletech Aces.
Yep. Mike Stackpole, novelist.
Brian Young, novelist.
all right. So
I don't know if that really covers everything that they've done so far for Battletech. Marco as well.
We only have so much time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and I figure
This
if
isn't
Mike,
the remembrance.
if Mike is only going to introduce himself as novelist, how dare I go further than that?
This is the part where you twist the knife. You just have to start listing off all of your individual accomplishments at that
Yeah,
point.
or you just look at me and say, well, if that's what you want to call them.
Yeah.
So-called novelist.
Yeah.
All right.
So-called novelist, so-called.
So-called novels.
Yeah.
So I feel like because we have such an accomplished batch of experienced mech warriors here, we are going to play. We're going to bring the heroes from across the inner sphere. And are any of them clanners? No, they're all spheroids. And then we're going to spar them off against the Mech 7 that we saw yesterday. However, I am running a completely separate set of decks for said Mech 7. So they probably won't do the same things they were doing yesterday. It'll be interesting to see if they do some of the same things. We've also, if I can get a view of the overhead here, we're actually playing an area control game. So the 6 of us are going to get a mech each. We've got them all lined up in the top left there. We're an eclectic batch. We'll talk about who those named pilots are in a second because we picked some characters straight out of lore. And they're going to fight against the entirety of Mech 7, including the 3 assault mechs who were not present in yesterday's fight. But there are 3 key buildings that we put the waypoint tokens on top just to mark them. These are area control points. So we are going to play 5 turns, and whichever force has the most points at the end of 5 rounds. You are going to earn a point if you have the most size within 2 inches of a building at the end of each round. So that is after units have been destroyed. Okay. Each unit that is within 2 inches of a building counts towards the amount, the scoring potential for that building. The Aces deck knows how to do this. It has a movement objective card, so it will play the area control game. I am really curious to see how well it performs. I know that it can run this scenario, but I wonder if we'll beat it. Are they balanced on PV, by the way?
They're very close.
They're very close?
They're very
okay.
close.
Sounds good.
All right, so on our side of the board, we can go through each player. I am going to be controlling a BLR 3M piloted by my favorite Wayne Waco.
Who are you?
Wayne Waco.
Yeah, but who are you?
Who am I? Just a guy.
Yeah, Jamie Wolf. Who are you?
I'm going to be piloting the Highlander 732B, Rhonda Snord's heavy metal.
Yeah, this is a custom one with some speakers
I
bolted
don't
to
know if
the
we can
sides
see
of
it on
the
the camera, but it looks really
Well, we'll
dope.
zoom in on that one later, I'm sure.
I'm playing a Wolf's Dragoons Wolverine 7M, which has a very, very high skill rating of 2.
Right on. I am actually going to be playing a mech from both sides, so in addition to running the Mech 7, I've also got one of my role-playing characters, up-and-coming RP characters, Durjo Hash in a Marauder 2C10 with jump jets.
I have got an Axeman 2N, and I guess I am Adam Steiner.
Yeah, skill 2? Yeah, you're Adam Steiner.
Yeah.
I'm rolling in Rhiannon Ramirez's Marauder, but it's a bounty hunter variant to equal out the PV, but from the Fox Patrol running there. So she's got a skill 2 and 453 on the damage chart there.
Is this late career? A glimpse of the
Sure,
future?
Sure, yeah. This
New
is
retirement.
a vision of Rhiannon's future. If she gets to retire, we'll see. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, do they get to retire?
Yeah,
All right, do mercenaries ever really get to retire? I heard they just go upstate.
Ask Wayne Waco.
Hey, I'm about 175 at this point.
This is a battle sim, so
Yeah, it may be.
Yeah, it could be.
Yep.
All right, so Marco can roll initiative for us.
All right, what am I
We're
rolling
making
here?
Marco the commander
Yeah.
in the Highlander.
In the Highlander.
Yep. Who's commander of this force, Paul? Is it
Oh,
Lin 6 in the
it's got
Highlander?
to be Lin 6.
Or is it
yeah.
Checkers?
No, technically it's Lin 6, me, and then Checkers is our overseer.
Oh, the paymaster?
Yeah.
We rolled a 9.
10.
All right.
And
All
this just goes to prove that Rhonda Snord was overrated.
Flip
Oh,
the
man.
initiative token to red, please, so that we know that the Mech 7 force has initiative this round. And now they have 8 total models to the player's total 6, so the first 2 will be doubles. We're going to play with the unequal number of units front-loaded initiative. Because, of course, we're playing with objectives, and that is a much better way to play Alpha Strike when you're doing that.
So who wants to move first?
Somebody got to move.
Rogers is always impatient. You know, are you going to move the Wolverine? And what's your TMM, bud?
TM 2.
All right, Vera Langstrom in the Ostrak over here on the Mech 7 side. Let's see. If there's an ally within 24 inches that's lost more armor than you, that's not applicable. But there are enemies at medium range already. So we're going to be balanced. My first instruction is to get to within 2 inches of the nearest movement objective that I can now increase the total size. So this is how the AI is going to play this area control game. If moving the model to the building will let them now be winning that point, they will pile into that building.
Nice.
If not, they'll get closer to it. And if possible, they will also be able to see, as a priority, any mechs that are also on the other team trying to score that objective. So they're actually fighting and firing over it.
Yep.
The big red stands for professional troll. That hurts, Lorcan. Lorcan, that hurts.
Do it for free. All right.
I mean,
so
it might
balanced.
hurt, but is it wrong?
I'm not here to talk about the factual accuracy behind the statement. I'm here to talk about how it hurt my feelings.
We got a bunch of assault mechs in the player force. Which of them does the most damage at medium range?
Waco does 4.
I do 6.
Marauder's 6. Okay.
I
And
was
then
going to say I've got a 5, but that's 6.
how many pips of armor on the Highlander? More than 7?
Yep.
So it's the Marauder.
All right.
As usual, yellow Marauder has a bullseye on its head. Okay, so moving, let's see, target red. Wants to be able to see the Marauder if possible. Oh yeah, we can do that. Go towards the building. Cool, can do that. I've got 10 inches ground movement. If I go over the bridge, can I see? I think that's a no, maybe here.
Yeah, you can see half.
All right, easy, done. 2 TMM. I'm going to speed through the decks a little faster, I think, than we have done in previous days because A, I have 8 models to move over here instead of 5. And B, I don't want to give away too much about these particular decks. These are ones from a later Aces box set that are still under development. So we're going to do a little playtesting.
So what Josh is saying is that he wants to cheat.
So
this is all I'm
don't you have
hearing.
to move 2?
Professionally.
Don't you have to move 2?
I do need to move 2 models. You're correct.
So you just got done talking about how you need to move through them faster and then
Yeah,
stalled.
yeah, it's all good.
As everyone dogpiles Josh.
Yeah, it's all good.
immediately.
All right. Lynn 6
Brett
Highlander
Evans
wants to
just started
target.
following
Let's see. Nearest.
Also,
Doesn't matter if it's
huge
moved.
credit to you. I know I've said it before, but not
That
on
group.
stream. Huge credit to you, Josh, for this incredible work you've done.
If this
Thanks,
deck
Red.
is accurate, the Lin 6 Highlander will hide behind something. We will know the AI is true.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't think the AI is programmed based off of Tommy, though.
Okay, we want to see the nearest nearest enemy and then be in fewest enemy firing arcs. That'll
Oh,
be the
see.
other Highlander.
Fewest enemy firing arcs.
And jumping if
That's
needed. I don't need to jump. Because
There
again,
it is.
first priority, get closer to the objective. Second priority, see the nearest target. So line up a shot on that Highlander, even if it's not going to be there.
The Highlander has performed well.
I thought only the yellow one was the Highlander.
Well, he's in this. It's his upgraded.
He's just
map.
got Comstar colors
Yes,
in
it
this?
does.
Okay.
All right. So what do we want to go? Who wants to go next here? Waco's going to go smash that Ostrak. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's the
Get
Ostrak
'em.
slot in life.
8. I can get right to the edge of that.
That Ostrak
And it
killed
puts
his
next to
boy.
the objective.
That's what I heard. I heard
Yep.
the Ostrak was behind it the whole time.
There we go. And he's a 1. Oh, yeah,
I
he's
mean, the
quick.
Ostrak's now staring down 3 heavies and an assault mech, so
It's
whatever.
fine. It's fine. It's going to be just fine.
Yep. Okay, 2 more from the Aces set. So they are going to be the Banshee, Jabal Arizad and the Banshee. Let's see. Does he have line of sight to something that's already moved?
I'm going to
No,
feel
they've all
incredibly
scattered.
bad if we have to destroy Randall.
He's got more armor than anybody else on this force, I think.
Why are you going to feel bad?
Randall's not done anything wrong to anybody.
He's opposing us. That's wrong.
You're more cutthroat than I am, Brian.
After
But he's
tonight,
not
that
wrong.
statement will not be
Neither
true.
are you.
There are enemies within 30 inches.
We're
so
not
balanced.
discussing the factual accuracy about this.
Nearest thing I
We're
can see that
talking about how I
has-
feel.
Yeah.
Can we get Jabal to see the Marauder? Yes. Target has no cover. That's not going to be possible. Infuse enemy firing arcs. Ooh, maybe. He's pretty tall if he goes here.
Yep.
Only his head's poking out, and he can see the Marauder with half cover, something like that. Yep, and got closer. Okay, all priorities matched. Second model, I got to move.
Where can I get toward that building? So I've got a 6-inch
Give me a
Towards
moment
B
to
or
move one
A?
more.
toward B.
Mech 7 has to move one more.
Checkers in the awesome.
Oh, they have to move one more.
Oh,
Well, never
yeah.
mind that.
And we've got to
Oh,
get
it's the
some
same.
folks toward A.
I think we press the issue here.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
It works in our
I'm going to
advantage.
start moving towards A little bit. Although we're going to have to look at C at some point, right?
My
Can't
thing is
see it.
like I've got a movement of 6 with a jump, so I can get 9. Meaning, I'm not going to be able to get to very good cover with those 3 assaults. So
They
I
seem to
can,
be concentrating their firepower.
Yeah, they're trying to like funnel in through the center there.
but I could probably get behind that building with 9 inches, right?
There may not even be. He may actually have line of sight here, depending on where they move. You can see the Highlander right now because there's like 2 inches of trees here and like 2 there, maybe through the triangle. But there's a good chance you will just evade him.
Yeah,
This
as
is the shortest
they're
path to
funneling
get
in,
to the
maybe we should
things.
start going around.
All right,
All right.
that's Mech 7.
Who's up next?
At least Big Red cannot backstab Michael Stackpole. Did someone see a Coke?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Okay, I
Boy,
got
this chat has a
movement
long memory.
6.
It really does.
I just want to
Long
point
memory.
something out really quick here. I have a deep-held disdain for Adam Steiner.
I'm just going to go ahead and
I'm just throwing that out there.
get behind the
And
tree here.
we should also
I've
note
got a
that it was
TMM
more
1.
than just a Coke. Okay.
TMM 1.
I've always thought that Pepsi was less valuable than Coke, but here we are.
Wow. You know, we rile you Canadians up, and you
All right,
get
who's
nasty.
All right. Mech 7 AI.
We actually talked about the incident before we played the game here.
We
We
have
actually
3
were
left.
talking about it about an hour ago. Brent, if you're watching, I love you, Brent, and I'm sorry.
Brent, we miss you.
He's not sorry, Brent.
Yeah, he's laughing a little too
He's
much to
not
be
sorry.
sorry.
It's a nervous laugh. It's a nervous tick.
Nice save.
Somebody's got to do it. I don't have anyone else out here playing goalkeeper for me.
Okay, next to move on the Mech 7 team. We're down to 1-1 now because there's only 4 models to 3 models, and the Mech 7 have 1 initiative. And so 707 is the Scorpion. The Marauder hasn't moved yet, so we're not keying off of it. Let's
They
see.
do look good there, Mr. Classic Core. They for cardboard, they are very, very good.
Has anybody?
Yeah.
Are there any
Yeah,
enemies
it's kinda
in
hard to
24
see
that have
because
moved?
of a little bit of the reflection, but the details on the top are also really, really good.
So can it get to a place where it can fire at that? What is this thing back here?
It's a Battlemaster.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Wayne Waco. Yeah.
If the Scorpion
Yeah,
can
go
come and
for
fight
it.
it's gonna.
Go for
The
it.
Scorpion has
Bring
to
it
come out
on,
and fight
Kratison.
Wayne Waco.
Bring it
Everybody
on.
wants to fight Wayne Waco.
Now, is there a line of sight there to the Battlemaster?
Yeah.
It's behind
Yes?
partial cover.
That's
but
fine.
yes.
Craig, there's always interesting things happening on channel. Always.
I thought Big Red likes Melissa Steiner for her good
So is
resource
it move
management
on one
with
side
Comstar.
and then
Miss
fire on the
Melissa
other side?
Steiner,
it,
the
yeah.
second, was a fantastic leader.
That's very, very cool.
You know what? People just have not come to
they
appreciate
generally
Melissa Steiner the
identify-
second. That's what I'm saying.
They generally identify one player model.
Right.
And then they may or may not shoot at that player.
Got it.
All right. We've got
Would she
Adam
bankrupt the
Steiner,
nation?
Rhiannon, and Lintzvander.
Well, I can tell you that the Marauder matches both the red and yellow priorities on this commander card. So just like yesterday when we saw the Aces sheer deck hate for the Big Scary Marauder, I am now playing the Big Scary Marauder.
So why don't
I
we
should
move
probably hide.
my Marauder?
Now you understand.
Maybe make a
Oh,
beeline for C, right? Like you can start going around that direction since they all.
Yeah,
come in
somebody's
here.
got to. We got to send a contingent to control this building, or we're going to lose on points pretty quickly.
Right.
Well, why don't we send these 3 over there?
All right.
That works.
I'm gonna.
You can get to about here and stay out of
Give me a 9. Sorry, I have strong jump jets. I'm 12J with that Marauder. Jump me into the trees.
right in the middle. You can get on anywhere in those trees.
I'm going to have 3 TMM and woods, and there might even be, if you put me at the back of the tree line, I think I actually am not going to even be in line of sight of these boys. Because there's going to be...
Yeah, you're clear.
Actually, you can put me directly behind the woods even, because 5
That's
inches of
6
trees in that line, and at least 1 inch here, I'm hidden from all the assault mechs.
Yeah, you can get right to that.
Give me a red 3 TMM, please.
Yep. Big Red doesn't appreciate Melissa Steiner II. He's a known fan of Nicole Hallis Hughes. Has her picture on the wall and everything. Ignore the darts, though.
Wow.
You know, I've always really appreciated the management style where
Mech 7?
where Melissa Steiner II, first of all, betrayed her allies and then bankrupted her
So
country.
my movement.
But then the best part is after that,
8 inches.
You're right.
How
But
should
you
I
also
put
have a
this?
jump, so that means that you can jump
Melissa Steiner
50% more than
in
that.
the Dark Age
Okay, so I can go 12.
goes
If you
as
jump.
far
Yep.
as
So
to
from where I am, I can jump
basically
literally
oust
probably
Vedette
right to the
Brewer,
edge of that
who's,
other rock.
You
who's
can go right
basically her
behind him,
key
yeah.
political ally and financier.
Yep.
It's just incredible.
Vesper Marches. Woo!
I love how he ends up in the. He's
you-
such a fun
Did you
character.
move, Josh?
I
Or
am
the
waiting
next
to
one?
move the Wolverine here. I just need to know which model in the player force has the lowest starting armor value.
That would
Probably
be red.
the Wolvie.
The Wolverine? Cool.
And for those watching, just so you understand the movement dice, white color is for standard movement, red is for jump movement, and if you see a yellow, it would be sprint movement.
Black occasionally for standing still.
That's correct.
Okay, so this the Nero Drago Wolverine cares about hunting the regular Wolverine, also piloted by Big Red. Funny how that works out.
Thomas Merrick did nothing wrong. He was a good man.
Which
Just
one?
misunderstood.
Which one?
Both.
Cool, we'll go that way.
You mean both of the ones we know about?
Oh, imagine if there was a third
Where's
Thomas
the triple?
Merrick.
Where's the Thomas Merrick triple?
Just because why not? Just because why not?
Just degrades a little bit each time.
Wolverine 10J making progress toward this thing.
Could you imagine in the Oakland era if we just had a third Thomas Merrick show up and it's just like, I'm out of cryo freeze.
Hey
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
what's happening?
Yeah.
And the only thing he'll be able to shoot at is that line if he
I
moves
heard,
toward the
I
objective.
heard one
so.
of me had a heart attack, and I heard the other one died in a nuclear fireball.
Do we have
Everything
line of
turns
sight
out
on
okay
the
for
Battle
me,
Master here
though.
as well over the building?
You do, yep.
Perfect.
Partial cover.
Okay.
Do
One more from the.
you want to jump behind the
Yeah, I
Marauder?
think that's probably.
Do you want to just jump Mike behind Josh?
Like stacked up?
Yep.
Okay.
And
Do you have the
he's-
movement for that? You're only 8J.
Yeah, and that's about 12.
So
You can get
the
to,
jump
you
is
can get to here.
50.
No, sprinting is 1.5.
Oh, jumping is just the 8.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Then
So
the 8.
back
Yep,
him up at
there we
the
go.
time.
So just behind the building then.
So this
Yeah.
gives you Ostrak, but not Scorpion, and none of these.
He's normally a 1 TMM?
Yeah.
So he's a 2 on
I
a
would,
jump.
I would probably move him behind the building then.
Stay
I screwed
totally
that up,
hidden?
see?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just so you, yeah. So there we go.
There we go.
Stay hidden with that hatchet.
Absolutely.
Bring them out later. Okay.
The sound that will make whirring through the air as I throw it, you know.
Yeah. Okay, Banquo in the hover tank, the Pegasus hover tank.
I mean, I don't think anyone would give Richard Cameron any type of credibility to be the leader of anything worker on.
True.
All right, so the only building that the Pegasus can get majority on right now can reach
clone.
either 2 of them, but size 4 are holding this right now, right? So Pegasus got to be within 18 of that,
You
or
can
within 2 of
handle
that
a
building.
hovercraft, right?
Yeah, we
I
can
doubt
step
it.
on that.
I doubt it.
We're already dead, man. It's like Fist in the North Star, but in reverse.
Let's see. See nobody. He's actually cautious. So tuck me behind that building,
Gim's
somewhere
right
in that
across the
area,
river.
Over there? All right.
with a 3 TMM. Actually, a little further.
Where are you?
Further in.
Is that
Brian,
yours right
last
there?
but not
Yeah,
least.
I'm right there.
Right there.
Oh,
That's
okay,
good.
all right.
I guess the question is,
You come this way to take
Rhiannon.
objective C.
Where you going?
I've only got 6 inches on a jump. So I'm probably going to be out in the open, needing
Maybe
to
don't
fire
fight
on
the 3 assault
somebody.
mechs.
Come over here.
But you're
Yeah.
unlikely
Yeah.
to
Come over
shoot
with me.
anything this turn.
Yeah.
Maybe just
Yeah, I
sprint
would
it.
pick a side, pick a
Yeah,
direction.
just
Fight these guys.
have me
Yeah,
head that way.
You can
yep.
just run right there.
Okay.
All right.
And then I've got a 1 TMM.
Yep.
Okay,
All right.
and the
I
last
like how we're dividing our forces here. I think that's a great strategy.
3 points is to hold to get the points. All right,
I'm
the
the one getting
Gus
shot.
Wiley and the Spectre is going last.
You're right up front.
Let's see. Can he get behind the Wolverine? No, probably not. 14J? No. But the
He
Wolverine
can try,
has
though.
gone.
He should just come on out.
He's gonna, for sure. So first up, care about a movement objective they don't already hold. They hold that one. They don't hold this one, but he can't make a difference to it, so there's no point. Be able to fire at things that are holding objective. And I care about... I do want to key off the Wolverine if there's any way I can shoot at it. But I don't think that's going to be true.
That'd be a
14J?
tough ask.
It's too well hidden. Too well hidden. All right, so then other than that, I think the Highlander Rodnus Snort is actually my target. Let's see.
Yeah, Richard Cameron III didn't have good press, though, Mercuron. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to... Like, a leader's so bad that, like Stefan Amaris was viewed as preferable by people. I mean, like, you gotta be a pretty crappy leader to, like, there's no legitimacy there whatsoever. Hey
Sorry,
guys,
not
I
there.
was so bad I ended a 400-year dynasty. People would look at him denouncing Alaric and be like, I guess Alaric is actually not as bad as we thought. He seems like a nice guy.
Well, they just read Hungry Like the Wolf at that point.
Best propaganda book ever written by the Ill Clan.
I would love it if Alaric picks up this book and he's like, who the hell wrote this?
He just goes
Spheroid
right in the
trash.
Making notes for my next novel.
Yeah.
We can work that in.
Firing
Cool.
phase?
Yeah.
We lost initiative, so
Who's
we
shooting?
will have to shoot first.
I don't.
I have no target in the Marauder.
Are you sure? You can
We
see-
put
you can
me
see the
5
awesome.
inches behind the tree line. They're all at least 1 inches of trees. And I can't see these guys.
Nope.
I can't see this, and I can't see the hover
No
tank.
shot,
so
no shot, no shot. You
I can probably see the
You
chameleon.
can shoot. You can see me. That's my Mech 7 guy. You can shoot the.
The Spectre?
Yeah.
The
Oh, it's a
Spectre?
Spectre? I thought it was a
Yeah.
chameleon. Yeah.
Yeah, man, light him up.
Can be
All
at
right.
medium range there, so you're at base 2.
Yeah, I mean, and I get 6 damage on that
2
fella.
medium range is 4. The Spectre move for 4 is 8. Partial cover would be 9.
Okay.
At medium range, you'd have 6 sets of dice.
This might be
Ronda
end-
Snort is going to go
sets?
eliminate Gus Wiley Jansen.
Perhaps.
All right. Whoa.
So they need 9s?
9s.
Yeah, that's not a bad number. You might be
Is
getting
that, is that right? That seems like a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
dice.
a lot of dice.
That's a lot of
Oh,
dice.
boy.
Assault mechs throw a lot of dice around.
All right.
I see 1 hit. I see 2 hits. I see 2 hits.
Half the armor.
Yeah, 2 hits.
2 hits.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a good shot.
All right. Waco can see what? You can see a Wolverine.
You can see the scorpion.
You can see the
Wolverine,
Scorpion.
Scorpion, and not the Ostrak.
Who's got the lowest TMM over there?
Scorpion.
How about
Scorpion
the,
also has the highest damage output.
between the
Does it?
AC-20?
Wolverine and the Ostrak?
Wolverine shoots for 2. Scorpion
They're
shoots for
both
2.
2s? Oh, he's a 3. I'm going to shoot the Scorpion.
As usual, Scorpion
Yeah.
gets picked on.
It's deservedly so.
2.
Yeah, anything with an AC 20 needs to get picked
3.
on.
That's fair.
That's like a 4-legged urban mech.
All right,
Wow.
Waco
Only the urban
is
mech
a
has some more charm,
base skill 3, medium range 5.
but not as much
2
charm
for
as
the
an
Scorpion
inflatable
is
urban mech.
7. Partial cover is 8.
Yep.
Waco's laying down the hammer here. That's 1. That's 2. That's 2. 2 of 4.
Half the Scorpion's armor.
Man, that's what they get for messing with Wayne Waco.
And that is everybody on our side, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
All right, Mech 7, we can skip the Pegasus. The Highlander, I think, also we can skip. Next, the Ostrak. I think no targets. It was threatening things that left. Then next up is the Banshee.
Do not
No, all
insult
the
the urban
trees.
mech. The urban mech will get revenge.
There's no urban mech on the table. He's not going to get revenge on anybody.
Not only that, it's too slow to ever catch up to me anyway.
I can run faster than an urban mech.
I could walk faster than an urban mech.
All right,
I
Scorpion.
can saunter faster than an urban mech.
Scorpion's only target is the Battlemaster, right?
Correct.
2 shots. Skill 4, 5-6 for range, 7 for TMM, 8 for cover.
Miss.
Natural
boxcars.
12.
Ugh.
Into a 9, a nothing.
And I hear the cameraman laughing in the background.
Every time you pilot an assault mech, it just seems
And
to
you,
get
ro-
a
you,
natural
roll, you
12.
rolled 9, so no crit.
Yeah,
right?
no crit.
That's good.
That was very scary to see on the first turn.
Waco, gyro, down.
Wolverine, same shot.
He's
Skill
just
3 and jumping,
screaming into
so
the helmet.
one worse. Need 9 for this. 2 pairs. Nope.
Oof. A lot of ones over there.
Getting him out of the way now.
The artificial intelligence Wayne Waco is sitting there. Everything he sees is just another example of Jamie Wolf. Jamie Wolf is in that Scorpion.
Oh,
I'm
at
gonna
this stage,
show
he's
that-
hopped up on so many combat drugs that nothing matters
He has
anymore.
no idea where he is
Yeah.
anymore.
And Gus, I think, can only see Rhonda Snord and the Highlander, right? With shoot back?
Yes.
2 skill, 2 jump, 2 range, TMM. I don't think tree. I don't think enough tree in the way there.
Yeah.
So 7. This is medium range, so 2 pairs on 7s. No.
Whiff. Do I
Large
get to
laser
do a heavy
only.
metal riff on that for a miss
Yeah,
too?
probably.
Wow.
Rhonda just being entirely irresponsible.
All right. They're done. Wayne Waco holds the center point, point B. Pegasus Banquo holds point A, so both sides score 1 point. You want to grab a couple of dice and put them beside the turn track to keep
Yeah,
score?
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Go
Brent.
ahead. Put him beside the turn track, which is far out of my
Okay,
reach.
what color do we want to be? Red, yellow, or white, or black?
You should be red. We'll make Mech 7 blue here.
You got blue? Oh, look at that. 1
A point each.
and 1.
Turn 2, fight.
All right, so
Round
usually
2,
when somebody loses
fight.
initiative, we pass it to the next person. So red. Actually, no, Michael should roll. Michael's a noob.
Sorry, I forgot to do the strategy choice.
Oh, yep.
Is there anybody within 18 of the Mech 7? Probably.
Yes.
All right, switching it up. Assign the move last token to the unit that does the most damage at short range and then has the most armor. What is that?
So just as an aside, I should start going closer to last if we win the initiative order.
Yes.
Because I'm going to need to do that to take out the hover tank.
This is his diplomacy to try to save his own skin.
No,
That-
it's
I don't
saying
trust
I
you,
would like
man. I
to
don't know.
score points on the table and deprive them of the ability of scoring points
Highlander
on the
moves
table.
last.
Rhonda's got your back, I'm telling you.
That's
roll
irrelevant if
initiative?
Rhonda has my back because Rhonda will not catch the hover tank.
I got
9.
long range, man. I'm sniper. I
10.
got it.
We get a
Can you
+2 on
At
this.
what point can you
Correct.
see the
Jump on
hover
the buildings.
So
Come on,
in
it's good.
Aces, we didn't mention. If you ever
Like,
watch
you
it
know,
for the
as soon
first
as
time,
it pops its
you
head
do
out,
get a
As soon as
+2
it pops its head out, I
If
got
you
it.
lost initiative
Got
the
it.
previous turn.
on the previous turn. Yeah.
All right. So I was brilliant in rolling those dice.
Indeed.
Okay, good.
All right. So Mech 7 have to move first. Again, they outnumber the players
Do
by
you want to
2
move
models.
the initiative track?
Blue for Mech 7. Yes? Oh, no, sorry.
No.
Right.
yes.
Red for Mech 7. Players at blue. Okay, so the first 2 models they move, first 2 activations will have to be 2 models apiece. First up, we have
Which is terrific for us.
the Jabal in the Banshee 3S. Nobody's activated. Can he see anybody from his current position? No, too many trees. So he's automatically balanced, picking a target within 22 to hunt. Either the Wolverine or Banshee there.
Or Wayne Waco.
Or Wayne Waco, sorry. Key off nearest. Don't care about being able to see them or shoot them. See as few enemies as possible. cover from everybody 18 away from people. So literally just heading over there.
Randall's feeling no fear here. Jabal.
Oh, yeah.
Jabal's coming for you.
It's okay.
This is where we need offboard artillery to take out the bridge.
Yeah, pretty much. Make them slub through the river.
Right.
What they don't know is that we had infantry go mine the bridge.
That's right.
Weeks ago.
I'm thinking Steiner or Rhiannon moves first here.
Sorry, I have to move one more.
Yeah. Most likely, though. this
Vera
way?
and the Ostrak
yeah,
is
yeah.
next. Is there an ally within medium range that's lost more armor than me? Yes, there is. Target within 14.
Close for doing
So it looks like
We're
their main
medium.
force is breaking, right? The
Battle
two of us can
Master.
probably take those two.
See, that's the thing for me.
Oh, easily.
Just so we can, like,
medium
get that
my
objective.
maximum
Sure.
sort of thing. But you close is probably best, and then follow with medium. So that's within 6 inches of somebody.
Right. Okay.
That Ostrak just coming straight up.
Yeah. I'm going to hold the building.
Charge!
Probably don't want to peek my
We should have line of sight to the Battle Master here, yeah?
Yes.
Half and half? All right, good.
I just want to make it very clear: Clan Hell's horses and did not cheat when they fought on the Battle of
Go
Sabine.
ahead and move me and peek me out partial cover around the side of that building and
Well,
line
you
of
got
sight to
this
that
is
guy.
all trees here, right? Is that a
I
triangle?
think
Is
that's a
there a
line
tree
of
there?
trees. I think that's
Oh no,
a
it's not. I
triangle.
can see it.
It's a
there.
line.
It's a
Woods
line
line.
of trees.
So just put me line of sight with partial cover on that building to, yeah.
Like this.
I also want to point out: one day, Clan
Yeah.
Hell's horses will win a battle. I don't know when that day will be. I don't know how many decades or years it will take, but one day, Clan Hell's horses will hold their head high and say, "Guys, we're 1 to 40. We've had a 40 win-loss
Wait,
ratio so
did you
far,
move-
but one
did
day
you
we're
move
going to put
two
one
that
in the
time?
win column."
Yeah. Yeah. You move 2. This one and that one.
Maybe they'll build their way up to a draw first.
I think they need a new change of leadership.
What?
And
in
I was
Clan
the
Hell's
first one we
horses,
moved.
you say?
Right.
Okay.
Shock.
Yeah, there we go. So you get to
Have you
move 2
seen-
more.
Yeah, 2 more from the mech 7. It's going to be the Awesome is going next. Has anybody within medium range moved? I think you're too far away. Yeah, that's like 26. Okay. But there are...
The Hell's horses couldn't have cheated. Do you think anyone would be incompetent enough to cheat and still lose? Yes. Yes, I do think that's possible.
So they have a Cleveland Browns football record, Big Red.
Why are we talking about the Hell's horses?
It's the
They
factory
started
of
talking about it
sadness.
in the chat, and I don't know why.
The factory of sadness.
Do we need to kill the Hell's horses in
Factory
the
of
novel?
sadness.
That's the nickname of the Cleveland Browns.
As long as they're all riding Baliuses into battle.
Okay.
No,
And
a
now
fa- a
apparently
factory,
it's Clan Hell's
a
horses.
fa- factory of sadness.
Yeah,
is,
that would be.
is the Hell's horses battle armor. Oh my God. We need to turn the elemental into a horse. He needs to become a horse. I love, like, I was talking with someone, they're like, well, if it's heavy battle armor, then he's in a pod. I'm like, it's medium battle armor. They're like, oh God.
You're hunching over.
Get inside the horse.
Hope you got a good back.
Don't
You
put your
imagine
tape
you're an
measure on
elemental.
me.
I was about to say an elemental.
You're the
riding
nearest
the-
model that's moved
yeah,
in 24
okay.
inches.
Can you imagine
the
you're
only
an
model
elemental?
that's moved.
You've
That
been
doesn't
an
mean you have to
elemental
pick
your
on
whole
me.
That's a
life,
yes.
and then just some dude comes out and is like, get in the horse.
Wants to be...
This is so degrading.
Oh,
nobody
it's a
within
true honor,
16.
though.
Degrading honor.
12 move? Right back here. Keying off that Marauder. I think he has line of sight. Just double check for me. Should be able to do it from there.
No.
No.
No?
No.
What about there?
I don't think
Partial?
so. No.
Just
I
around the
don't
corner
see
of
it,
this
no.
rock?
Because no.
It would have to be like a half an inch back to get it.
It's going to be within 2 of this building to gain control of it. I think we do have line of sight there.
Well, it does now because that one got moved back about a half an inch. So
Yeah. it
Oh,
did.
Craig's
It
in
did.
the chat.
The
That's
earth-
why.
earth
That-
shifted
that's
a
the
little
problem.
yeah, I think you're clear. You're clear now just
Yeah.
by a gnat's whisker.
There it is.
That's
Yeah.
all good. The important part is going for the objective, right? Always move towards an objective you don't already have.
I see
Nobody
what
has
you did
that
there,
one.
Craig. I see what you did. You separated Knight and Mares. I see what you did.
This sounds like a good time for the Marauder 2C to step right there, partial cover.
Yeah, I don't want to fight all these guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
that's pretty scary.
I think
I'm
actually,
not scared. Let's get in there.
12 jump,
All right, you first.
control the building, fight the
You know
scorpion
what?
at
I've
short
always
range.
believed that
Yeah.
Snor-
Come
that
down on
Ron
it with all
Snord was
the
bravest of
LBX.
us.
Just
It says
DFA.
So
sniper
anywhere.
in my specialty, so I
Right there,
stay
put me behind that
behind
building.
a little bit.
Like this?
No, the
No.
objective building.
Oh, sorry.
Like right.
Yeah. And tuck me in a bit. There we go. I only need one arm worth of
That's a red
ERPPCs.
2. Red 2 or red 3?
3.
Red
Jump
3.
strong.
Oh, my God, yeah.
It's a Marauder 2C10.
Yeah.
Improved jump jets.
It's a cheat code,
Okay, so now it's the.
but it just can't
X7
hit
again.
anything, so it doesn't matter.
This is one of the Op 4 in the Scouring Sands box.
Yes.
Anyway, that's me. So back to the deck. Deck would like to do down to single models now. So next is going to be the Wolverine.
Let's be honest, if the Browns got him, it'd be a bust later on in the season. Anyone else gets him, it's a given player that'll be awesome. That is absolutely true. Absolutely true.
Okay, this guy, this Wolverine still cares about the other Wolverine, piloted by Big Red, but it hasn't moved yet, so we can't consider it.
I'll never forget what Phil said the other day. He said they'd snatch defeat from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, we don't have defeat. Let's just reach a little bit further down in there.
This Wolverine is going
It's
to
the
come
motto
running
of the
at me
Factory of Sadness.
within 2 of the objective. No cover against the Marauder. Good lord.
Ooh,
He's
go for
thrown himself upon me. Closer to target and in as few enemy firing arcs as possible. With 10 ground? Like there?
Nero Drago is charging the Marauder.
Evidently.
Go
I
for it, dude.
really do feel right now like Josh is like, I'm going to kill Big Red's character on screen here right now. Just what did I do to you, Josh? What did I do to
there's no threat
develop
to
this
being
type of
shot.
behavior?
There's no threat to being shot. That model is cursed.
It's
There's
to
no
attack.
threat.
It's a Wolverine.
It can't hit anything.
Is there anywhere I can optimize that? Target has no cover, so yeah. In as few enemy firing arcs as possible, it would be in 2 arcs.
That Marauder 2C was
And
built
toward?
by Clan
Yeah.
Hell's
All
Horses
different.
in the Factory of Sadness.
Oh,
It's terrible.
So we now tie for this building.
for now.
Until that Wolverine gets deleted.
Just 10 pips. I can't get rid of it.
Oh, yeah. That's
That's
fair.
okay. Michael's going to come over there and smash him. Who
All
should
right.
we move here?
Singles back and forth.
We have initiative, right? So we should give
Yeah.
our initiative to these 2 on this side of the board.
Yeah,
probably,
to just
right?
decisively.
It
Yeah.
seems
destroy
like
this.
since everything's moving that way, we
Yeah,
can take
yeah.
those guys out and then
So
help with those after.
probably better you move before me,
Okay, sure.
because you might be able to cause them to react here, and then I can do something with a move after.
All right. Do I want to? You're the.
I'm the battle master,
You're battle
yeah.
master. So where would I need to? Because
Right now, you have line of sight on the Scorpion.
no, I'm
true.
the hatchet man.
Yeah,
you
you've got
you
line
have
of sight
you have
on the
line of sight on the
Scorpion. Oh, I
Scorpion right
do.
now. Yep.
But that's way the chances of my hitting.
Right
that
now,
are
you're
relatively-
still at medium range. Barely.
Where's 8 inches he's got an 8-inch jump too, so
You can get to the top of the tree line here.
or you could get within 2 inches of that building and out of sight of them.
If he went here, he'd have a line at the
How
Wolverine.
tall is that building?
That building is 4 inches.
So
You jump 8.
you can jump over it.
You
yeah.
can jump over. Yeah.
Yeah, you could jump
So
straight
from
over
his
that
base,
building.
you can get.
But if he gets within 2 inches of that,
I don't think he quite can. Not behind it, anyways. Like he can get within 2 inches, but he'd be like right there.
yeah, but that's still out of line of sight of these.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he could
Assault.
fire
That's-
on the Wolverine
exactly.
too.
Oh, okay.
So-
Yeah, let's do that. That
Seems
makes
like
sense.
a good shot.
It's very weird watching from the opposite side
Yeah.
of it. You know.
Adam Steiner
Bring me
heroically
forward.
jumps beside Wayne Waco in,
Yeah, I know.
in a defensive move.
So this is
I
definitely
gotcha.
This is definitely an Elseworlds.
Elseworlds?
Yeah.
I thought they were good friends.
Wayne Waco would have probably already started firing on Adam Steiner. by
He's just
now.
reaching back like, stop it, stop it.
Okay. Can we get the Spectre is actually going next. Can it go behind the ideal red player unit? That would be most damage at medium range.
I am a 4. Rhonda's a 6.
Still.
Highlander or Marauder, tied by most point value. At skill 3, I'm 62. The Highlander is 75 at skill 2. Can it get behind the Highlander?
Close, but no cigar.
No. It also needs to have moved.
No, I have not moved yet.
Can't do either of those things. Highlander has not moved, so we're not even going to be balanced. We're going to be cautious. Keying off the nearest player unit, that's the Wolverine. Don't necessarily care about seeing it. In no firing arcs of things that have already moved. That's very easy to do. Nobody within 16, so you can't get outflanked. Ooh, interesting. Can't even hold the objective then. Or rather, will hold the objective, but will be as far back as possible. Because those movement, the objectives for holding the area control buildings are higher up on his movement priorities. Occupy Woods. 14J. I mean, I guess he can go there, but I think he's just going to end up behind this, within 2 of that building, tucked back in there.
So here,
something
or
like
next to the
something
building?
like that. Yeah.
Okay. Is it a jump or a run?
It's a jump. 4 TMM, and that puts him in control of the building area.
It was a 4 or 5?
3 TMM plus 1 for jump. That leaves the Highlander and Pegasus hover tank. And what do we have left on the heroes here?
Wolverine and Highlander.
Wolverine Highlander.
Yeah, we have not moved yet.
Yep. All right. You want
Good
initiative,
work,
though,
Wolf.
right?
Yes.
Did I forget to move an extra model here somewhere? That should be my second last move if you have 2 models.
We have Wayne Waco hasn't gone.
Oh,
yet.
I haven't
there you
moved
go.
yet. Yeah.
3 to 2. That makes sense. So, to you.
What are you guys thinking I should do here? Just stay there?
Yeah, I'd probably
You
reinforce
guys are going to
that,
blow
right?
the shit out of that Wolverine. It's almost as if someone wanted my character
Inaudibly.
to die on stream, Josh. It's almost
Mumble
like
something
that
over the
seems to
comm
be
link
the
and
case.
stand still.
All right,
They're
all
just
right.
whispering, I hear Jamie Wolf is in that Wolverine.
Josh, looking down at the card, just puts the card to the side. The Wolverine charges.
That's what it says, I swear.
Okay, so we've got Striker Hover for the Pegasus there. Can he get behind the Wolverine? But the Wolverine hasn't moved yet, so we're not even going to be aggressive or balanced. We're going to key off nearest. So I still care about the Wolverine. I want to be able to see it if possible. But first, actually, I want to be able to stay within 2 inches of this building. See the Wolverine. Be 12 away from that Highlander. And
That's
then
a tall
in the
ask.
firing arc of no one who's already moved. That's probably possible.
Probably
Somewhere in there, yeah.
around
Yep.
this range.
Yep. Like that, maybe. Vehicle can't have partial cover, so put her there.
So sidestep.
3 TMM, please.
3 TMM?
So I'm gonna tank a bit of damage this turn, I suspect, because we're just gonna walk in there
Yeah,
and
let's
kill both of these.
just
fools.
get rid of those dudes.
Yeah. So my plan is I'm going to move to here, is to prevent fire from over there.
Smart.
And I am going to, and I'll get partial cover from him, and that's my move. I'll need 2 TMN for that.
All right, Lin 6 in the Highlander.
Is going to hide.
Is the Wolverine within 24 inches and has moved?
I strongly suspect yes.
You're right on the cusp of it.
Correct.
So what's my move without jump jets? That's
6 or your 6 run,
is,
6 move, and then J.
oh,
If you can do either one.
Can't actually consider it because it's already moved. What about other models? So that guy's 25. That guy's 22. And there's the building I've got to go shore up is over there. So move that way toward it. And then we got to see closer to target, ally within 6.
How much health does the
Jump.
Pegasus have?
Hmm?
How much armor does the Pegasus
So
have?
3
3
2.
or 4, yeah.
3 armor, 2
we
internals.
can take that out pretty quick and then focus
Somewhere
on
in
the
that ballpark.
Spectre after.
Yeah.
See activated blue. So we'll actually beat Brian's Marauder back there, and Rhiannon is the target I want to care about moving towards. I'm going to get toward the objective, go closer to that Marauder. Ally within 6, yes. Jump if I need to. Occupy woods. So literally bounding right over the river into this woods area. Partial cover from the, I'm going to occupy this corner tree here. Got my 2 TMM for jumping.
That's a Lin 6 move. She's going to shoot at the Marauder.
Yeah. With friends. Yeah. Much help.
Oh, man.
All right.
Now, Josh, while you're doing your move, I have a question for you that
Yeah.
we were talking about last night. When a unit in Alpha Strike has Narc,
Yep.
when does it shoot?
So you can just walk 6
Yeah, I'm just going to go like.
I have actually not currently
because
written
they can't see you anyway,
anything
Yeah.
for that
And I'll
because
have
none
partial
of the
cover from this
models
dude.
in
We
the
focus that
later
guy down,
sets
then, this guy already
have
moved.
Narc.
Narc.
Yet.
Yeah.
And so when that happens, and I think there is one of them that does, we will probably end up writing a special
Gonna do
order for it
TMM
the way
one?
we did with other stuff. In which case, it will probably be at 000, see if anything has Narc. Okay, it should go first. Because then you're going to get the benefit of shooting the Narc missile beacon, and then everything else will roll an extra pair of dice against that target with their LRM, SRM.
It's your turn to shoot, Josh.
Shoot all the things.
Shooty.
Which is to say me. A lot.
Not exclusively, but yes.
Excessively me.
Now you understand.
Why does this card have shoot,
Brian,
Paul?
now
Sorry,
you understand.
Paul. It's Paul and Sharpie on it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they can read the cards from
It's
the
not
top down
Sharpie,
view.
it's crayon.
It's crayon.
And funnily enough, I was playing
No,
the same
it would
mech
be
when I
perfectly
was the one getting
handwritten Sharpie. Shoot, Paul.
shot. That Marauder is just cursed. The deck will chase the Marauder every time.
Possible shots from Jabal here, I think, are that Marauder. I don't know if I can see. No, Hill's too tall for the 2C. I think that is the only shot, actually, for Jabal, because they are well hidden behind this bluff.
Yep.
Is it long or medium? It is medium.
John Waco says hello.
4 pairs.
Wow.
Skill 3, 2
I'm just
range.
catching up on the chat.
3, 2, 1, and 1. 7s for 4 shots.
7s. Oh, man.
Oh, this is gonna be a bloody game because we made all of these guys skill 3 and skill 2.
Oh, yeah.
Not a good roll though. 1 hit. Oh, 2 hits.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay, he's done. Yeah, you had a lot of armor still, right? You were mint. What, before we did that shot, you had lots of armor, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay, he wasn't going to overheat then. Next turn, perhaps. All right, next to shoot will be the Ostrak. Target at medium range, already attacked this turn. Yep, gang up on the Marauder. 4 more pairs. Skill 4, 2 range, 1 TMM, and
partial.
cover. Yeah, so now it's 8s. Nothing.
Thank you.
Building saved your life. A couple of 7s in the mix there.
You should fire
The
first because
building-
there's a chance that your
I'm
fire
just
will
imagining
just
that
auto-kill
building,
if
the
you hit
office
with everything.
workers who
Oh,
are
that's true.
noticing, you know,
Looking
shots
down.
just
Bet
going
because
right
then
past
if
them.
you
If
pull
all
off the
these
miracle,
mechs
then
showed
I
up
can
in
just put
town,
everything in the
like
gun.
all the
Yeah.
office workers should have fled by now.
So
They
you can
should
actually-
have.
yeah, because he's
Except
just
you
partial
know
cover
that
with the
there's
building,
that
yeah.
one manager that's
Or I can
demanding
actually
they
hit that
stay
guy with partial
because the
cover.
quarter
Yeah,
of
but
the
it's,
court
it's
has
better
got to
to
get
just
out.
guarantee
Yeah.
the kill because it's only got 4 health. In
You don't
total.
think you can guarantee the kill on
I
that
only
fella?
get 3
If you
damage.
guys stay, we'll have pizza.
Oh.
You get
Yeah,
5.
I got 5. That's
In
pretty,
alphabetical
pretty
order, by
solid.
last
I mean, there's
name.
a chance we just both have
Please
to
walk
shoot it
the
with
front of
everything
the
anyway,
office.
but it's just if you fire first, and if you hit with all 5, it's
Yeah.
just over, right?
No, that makes sense.
Okay,
'Cause,
Highlander
like,
next.
You hit on 5s.
Highlander next.
Target at
Alright.
medium.
No, his
Attacked by
Oh.
ally this turn.
I got confused.
Also the Marauder.
My favorite.
Have
my
5 pairs
favorite.
now.
Attacked by ally this turn. It's my favorite.
Skill 3, jump 5, 2 ranges 7, TMM and cover 9s. 3 hits.
Oh, great.
Bang, bang, bang.
Then the Scorpion.
It's leaving some dents there.
Yeah.
Scorpion prefers target at short range. That's my Marauder. Someone else do the honors for rolling the op 4 here.
I can do it.
2 pairs at short, hitting on skill 4, 3 TMM is 7, cover 8s. So 2 at 8. 1 hit. Okay. That's it for the Scorpion. Next is the Awesome. I think the only target is the Marauder again.
Correct.
Yeah. 3 skill, 2 range, trees, and cover. So 7, 8. 4 pairs at 8.
How much armor you got left?
3.
Should hit you twice here.
Yes, it hit you twice. Are we into internals?
Nope.
Good news.
This is the turn 2 that I went through, almost identically. It's almost
In
identical.
what game?
Draw the fire.
In what game?
In the last game I played on stream.
Oh.
I was in the same Marauder even.
Oh, right. That was like 2 days ago. I don't remember it that far back.
2 days.
Conventions will be like that.
Yeah.
Everyone at this convention has the memory of a goldfish, myself included.
Wolverine, target at short. Also, someone else roll this. 2 pairs at short from the Wolverine into the Marauder, hitting on 6s.
2 pairs on 6s.
Yep.
1 miss, 1 hit.
Appreciate your rolls there, Brian.
Well, I'm gunning for us to win, so.
And finally, the Spectre and the Hover Tank. Spectre first. Is the Wolverine at short range?
Yes.
Probably, right?
Oh, definitely.
3 attack at short. 2 skill, 2 for jumping. And the Wolverine's TMM is currently 2.
And a partial cover if it's from the Spectre.
So 2, 2, 3, and 1, 8s. No.
Whiff.
1 shot hit the building, the others went wide.
You hit the objective.
Yep. Chewing the scenery, as it were. Okay, and then the Pegasus Hover Tank also targeted short. No cover, that's both of those mechs. Prefer the one with less starting armor. That would be the Wolverine.
Yes.
2 shots from the Pegasus. There's a ton of special abilities. None of them are applicable here. I missed the Wolverine. What's your TMM? 3?
My TMM is 2.
Oh, so hit on 5s, actually. Both hit. You got a face full of SRMs from the Pegasus.
He's going to get a face full of Gauss in a few seconds. So
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yep. That's it for all of the Mech 7.
So, just to get it out of the way, Marco, would you take 5 sets of dice and please obliterate the Pegasus?
You want me to destroy that little
You
fella?
hit on 5s.
Seems kind of rude, but...
It is very rude what he has just done, and so we must return in kind what he has done to us.
All right.
He's hoping
What
you
am I
destroy
rolling
it
for
so he
here?
can fire
So
it.
your
So I got
base skill is 2.
Spectre.
Base skill
He
2.
has a TMM of 3 or at close range. So you just hit on like 5s.
I see a miss.
1,
I see 2 misses.
I see 2 misses, yeah.
Yep, 2 misses.
That's
So
all of his
3
armor.
hits.
Roll me a pair of dice as a motive check to see if his skirt blows up.
What
So
am I rolling?
one pair of
One set
dice.
yeah. 8 or better.
7 or better.
Ooh,
It's a
whiff.
hover tank.
Oh, yeah.
Double
no
one.
motive.
3 doesn't help.
So now I will shoot. I get 3
What you
shots.
need?
Once more hitting on 5s against the Pegasus.
Squish it.
So that is many hits.
Gone.
Somehow the
that
Pegasus
anymore.
didn't
Banquo
make it, you guys.
gets
The
shot off the
55-ton
board.
medium and the 90-ton assault mech managed to kill Banquo.
And we're up a kill. All right.
And we're up a point, too.
Okay, so, Michael, who do you think we should destroy? You want to destroy the one that's on the objective?
You see the
Which
Spectre
objective?
pilot like
Here
this.
or here?
I think here because if
Bonk.
you guys are already controlling that
Drops him back.
objective,
What's
right?
the armor difference?
Both are 5/5.
Well, let's shoot the Wolverine.
Okay, I'll start on the Wolverine at short range with the Marauder.
Yep.
6 pairs.
Good God.
Let him
It's
start
gonna
on
be a
that one,
garbage
and I'll
shot 'cause
start
I'm
at
jumping.
that one.
But like,
And then
I'm
you
going
guys
skill
make
But
three.
a
his
choice.
TMM's only 2 in close range. You're gonna tear him open.
Skill 3, 2 for jumping is 5, 2 for TMM is 7. That's
7's
short.
not bad. That's the average number to hit with Paradise.
As usual, Marauders. Actually, no, I'm on curve here. 4 hits
Yeah.
on that Wolverine. Just open them up.
Okay. Then I will shoot with my Marauder on that one, and then you two can pick a target after
Yep.
that, right? So I've got 5.
If you're gonna have to hide next turn, you might as well overheat.
Yeah,
good
I'll
point.
do that. So I've got 6 pairs.
1 heat. Lay it down.
And that's on 2 skill, 3, 4 partial cover, 5. So I'm hitting on what?
He does not have cover from you.
Oh,
So you
yeah,
hit
yeah.
on 6s because
I'm
it's
hitting
medium
on
range.
So I'm hitting on 6s.
What's your skill?
Huh?
What's
2.
his? Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Hit.
Oh my God.
That looks good.
Hit.
The bloodbath.
Hit.
Everything.
Everything hits, so that's 6 hits.
Perfect alpha strike. Roll me a crit.
8.
8 is a weapon hit. 331 is that unit's weapon profile now. Poor Ostrak.
So it's got all its armor gone? I'm going to fire at it.
Rocking the
Yeah.
Ostrak.
Finish
Oh, yeah.
him.
Wade Waco deletes the Ostrak. Tries to.
So how many internals does it have?
4.
You'd have to hit with all 4.
That's at short range, though.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
short range. I'm
With
at
cover.
base 3. Range is 0. 1
2
for 2 is
TMM.
5 6s.
Cover 6. Show me 4 6s there, Paul.
Do I want to OV1?
I would.
Yeah.
Just
OV1.
guarantee the kill. Or
On
try to.
6s.
Try to. There.
Oh, he got him.
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything hit.
Everything
Yeah.
hit.
Oh no, the Mech 7 are just starting to.
Sorry, Miriam.
It's starting to go down quick. Banquo and you know what? That Wolverine is about to get eaten by Adam Steiner. I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
So
so,
I'm shooting over here.
You pull off the Pegasus.
All right.
Or do you want to leave the corpses?
so you've got
I
medium
like
range.
seeing the corpses on the
Right.
field personally.
And
And
you've
for
got
that reason alone, I'm
3,
pulling it off.
but it makes me so
Car, how you
happy.
doing,
but you might want to overheat 1 as well, so you'd get 4.
Sure.
So he's got a skill 2. He jumped. So in Alpha Strike, that's only a +1, right?
2.
2.
2 for jumping.
So 4, 6 for medium range, and then 8 for his movement modifier. So it's 8s to hit, and and he's overheating 1.
We believe in you, Michael.
Yeah, well. So much
He missed on everything.
We no longer believe in you.
Wow.
This is
Wow, you should
it's
just
the
throw me
Steiner
out.
curse.
You're
I
right.
don't believe in it either.
No, I got one.
On the
It's
No,
Steiner.
Oh,
on
and
mine,
Steiner.
yep.
And he screams,
It's the
"My
Steiner
home
curse,
planet!"
man.
and then
This
misses
is,
everything.
This is what happens when you trust a Steiner to fight.
He knows it's true, too. No.
This is
And
why the Steiners hire the Kellhounds.
That's the
Because the
turn?
Kellhounds can
That's the
actually.
turn.
Yeah, we've all shot.
Damn, wrong color mech. If I had owned it.
Okay, I think that's all the shooting, though, so we can
Yeah.
pull the
If
dice.
if it had been an Archer and
We
Morgan.
score 1.
Oh, half of this team would already be dead.
Well, we scored
We
2,
score 1.
right?
2?
So you score the middle one and the end one, and there's a
we
tie
should
over here.
technically be the blue die.
So
not
we
the-
actually
not
we're
the
up
red
3
die. So I'll
points from
make
this
that- So
turn.
it's 3 to 1.
Because the overall deficit is 3 in our favor.
Right.
Because 1 point extra here because it's per mech, right?
It's size.
Oh, then
We're not scoring size. You just have to have the most size to score a point.
we've won all 3 points this turn.
Who else is within 2 of this? These guys together are size 4.
Oh,
I'm
oh,
size 4. It's a tie.
So that means we score 2 then.
Correct. Should now be 3 to 1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're ever going to control that one again once these guys get to it, but
No, we'll just kill them.
yeah, fair. And they'll try to kill you right back.
Yeah,
Michael,
but
you're on
it's going to be
initiative
fine.
again,
We're going to be just fine.
Okay. They have lost the most point value of units this turn. Changing it up.
There's for initiative again.
No special orders.
Roll until you lose. We are at -2, though.
Yep. 4,
We won initiative.
7.
Again.
Okay. You have initiative again?
Nice.
It is now 6v6.
Anybody who overheated should be hiding this turn because we're not going to win a straight firefight with that middle crew this turn anyway. Main objective should be to try to secure killing the Wolverine, killing the Spectre, and then we can all converge on them and finish the job.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Okay, Highlander
I think
moving
me
toward
and
the
you should
building.
be cooling down behind the building for a
Yeah,
second.
See the nearest enemy? I don't think that's going to be possible.
Oh, would you clear the dice for my Marauder?
Sorry, I missed yours.
Yeah. can't get to the building and see them. No enemies in 12, not possible if I want to control the building. Occupy woods, that won't be in 2, so nope. And cover from as many enemies as possible. Yeah, literally just the one enemy I can see and threaten, I will threaten.
Let's leave a small pile of these here.
Highlander moving up. Back to you.
Waco is going to do this.
Ooh.
He avenged John Waco that last turn, so he's not that worried about fighting until he remembers he didn't.
Yeah. You got to cool down.
Okay.
And hold the objective at the same time.
Next up, Nero Drago and the Wolverine. Let's see. Nobody has moved near me. Oh, actually, no. The Wayne Waco Battlemaster has moved.
Randolph P. Checkers is going to shimmy along that
Who's
river.
lost the most armor in the player force, whether they moved or not? It's the Marauder, right?
Yep.
We would like to see that Marauder.
question.
We would like to continue being within 2 inches of the building. See at least one enemy that's moved. Is there anywhere where Nero can be... Is there going to be line of sight like from this area to the Battlemaster at all?
Not at all.
Possible? Okay, and that's the only player model that's moved so far. So we'll skip it. Keep current distance from target. Okay. And then cover versus target. I think that just means jumping up here.
Why doesn't he just pull out his sidearm and just do himself in already? Because that's about what's about to happen to him if he just sidesteps the Marauder 2C. It's like the Marauder 2C backs up and points its guns into the air and deletes the Wolverine.
Just trying to hold that point. Back to the
Michael,
players.
The sync move into here.
Sure, yeah, that sounds good.
While we cool off. That's a 1.
Okay, back to the Mech 7. Next on the list is the Banshee. If the ideal red enemy, which is most armor lost, lowest TMFs moved. No, I'm sure that Marauder is not leaving until they've all decided not to fight it. He deals more damage than the armor of an enemy that's moved within 24. The Wayne Waco Battlemaster is in good shape, right?
Everybody except for Brian is in pretty good shape.
Sounds right.
I've taken 2 damage as well, but that's about it.
Yep. Banshee toward the movement objective and then be able to see nearest enemy that's moved. I don't know if those are... It's got to be like about here to actually see the Battlemaster. I don't think that's going to happen.
He came back down the bridge on the other side of the river. He could.
Yeah, but
he's got to go toward the objective.
He has to go towards the objective.
And so, closing in on that target. Don't necessarily have to see it, but try to.
Technically, he could move towards it. Because if he comes back down and moves into the water, he has enough movement to do that, right? Then he could see me.
Yeah, but he's not then.
Doesn't have enough movement to do that.
He's not got the movement to do it.
No, it's only 6.
Banshee's slow.
Yeah, just here.
Yeah, I like the playing for an objective, and that works very, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
From here, it looks cool. You guys are back to back.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're being tactical about. Do you want to face a particular direction? Just forward?
Yeah, just forward. I don't think anything's anywhere close to being able to.
The Spectre might be able to, but it's unlikely because it would.
He's got other targets.
He's got bigger problems,
and there's no way it could get through you guys to hit me. And right now, it's at long range, right?
Yes.
There's no way anything in the AI is going to prioritize long range at me.
Yeah, long range, hard to hit.
Generally not.
Yeah,
it is possible, but generally not.
With the objective and 2 enemies close, I doubt the AI is going to go, you know what, that Marauder looks tasty.
Oh, it'd be interesting to see.
And by the end of the turn, the Marauder's smoldering corpse is behind the building.
You know what, if that's the case, I will accept that. I will accept the condemnation of the Spectre.
We appreciate your sacrifice.
Yeah.
What is left on that Marauder anyway?
One
leg
pip
and a
of
cockpit.
armor and then internals.
Like 6? Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's fine. What are you talking about? That mech is
Pilot
fine.
is back there with duct tape.
Yeah.
Going
Well,
over
right
the
now I'm
canopy.
cooling off.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, it's fine. You got a whole second wind in you yet. What are you talking about?
Those tokens are heat tokens, correct?
Yeah, there's a custom heat tokens that Josh has
Yeah,
conjured up.
These are not an Aces thing. This is actually I was talking to Randall this week about just putting them up on the downloads page on the BattleTech website. Literally, they are just cardstock folded around a bunch of 10mm dice and glued shut. But they just have the 4 stages of heat with all the modifiers on them for Alpha Strike, so you don't need to memorize all those little quirks.
Cool.
Yeah.
So who's up next?
Who is up next? We got Mech 7 on the move, and it's going to be the Awesome.
That's pretty awesome.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Not as much.
Let's see. From his current position, is there someone that he can see that's already moved? No, they've all scattered. Not from his current position, anyway.
Like cockroaches after a flashlight's been turned on.
Legendary cockroaches.
Legendary.
Toward the target
That's how
and
they
be able to
became
fight.
That's actually a good name for
Legendary,
a Merc company, I think. Legendary
Yeah,
cockroaches.
legendary cockroaches. Yeah.
They didn't become legendary by running into the light, I'll tell you that.
Lowest TMM and then nearest among them. So he's actually going to try and fight Waco, because coming out of the water is going to be 2 inches, 2 inches for the elevation change, and 2 inches for the trees, literally there, getting him a partial cover shot on the Battlemaster. Back to the players. I'm happy to move the yellow Marauder.
Yeah, the Marauder should just back up and then prepare to kill the Wolverine.
Back up or just turn?
Jump behind him.
No, don't jump.
I mean,
You
you probably
jump
want to get a
behind
bit,
them and
get a bit of
blur
cover
him.
from the Scorpion, might as
Actually,
well.
even better.
I
We
would
got
just
6
pu-
left.
I would
Jump
just have
behind him and push Nero Drago off the building.
no, like all jokes. You want to guarantee the kill, so ideally you just want to walk back, point directly up at him, and blow him away, while still concealing yourself from the heavier targets.
I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
you want to walk back because you're going to be away from the objective.
Well, he's
Eight
within the
ground?
Yeah, as long
Right
as you're
there?
within two,
Oh,
two
yeah,
inches.
like walk there.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Oh my God,
Just maneuver
you're shooting
slowly.
him. You get the extra die for shooting him in the
Yeah,
back.
7
too.
pairs against 6 armor.
That was a walk. You know,
Yeah, one,
Yeah.
one
That
TMM.
Wolverine's already been chewed up too. You're just gonna blow him off
One,
the table.
one
Right in
armor,
the
5
exhaust
internal.
port.
Yeah, he's finished.
He is jumping, though. He's got 3 TMM.
So the mech lands on the roof.
At close range,
Yep.
what's
The
your
people
skill
in
level?
the office right below that
3?
are going. Some just
6
land
is
on
to
the
hit?
roof,
Probably won't
Yeah.
die.
and the old guy who's been in the office
Probably not.
forever just goes pigeons. Damn pigeons.
Overheat to finish him off. I would not overheat to shoot him.
And then it's just the Spectre now, right?
Or
what are we
sorry,
at?
Scorpion and then Spectre. So Scorpion's going to respond to me moving. So player
With his 1 damage output.
player unit that has lowest TMM, most armor lost, most point value. I have 1 TMM right now, 2 armor lost. Actually, so
So with this mission, we
Gonna be
are trying
Brian.
to secure any of the 3 buildings with the objective markers on it. In order to secure it, you need to have a heavier size or tonnage if it was in Classic. The greater the amount, the greater that number of your total size, scores a point for each building per turn. Currently, the score
Stacked
is
up.
3-1 for the players.
Womp.
Quite a delightful conga line.
Yeah.
Honestly, after this turn, it will be almost impossible for the Mech 7 to win.
I think so.
Because effectively speaking, if we destroy
just
the
cascade
Spectre
at this
and the
point.
Wolverine, we will never lose on points the rest
Yeah.
of the game.
Yeah, it would take a shocking event to happen to
Right.
Like
would need-
someone
they would need a
shooting
lot
someone in the
more-
back.
Fast things.
Hey,
Uh,
stay in front of me, buddy.
Yeah, I'm watching
We got a
you. I'm
reputation
watching you
over
'cause
here.
Yeah. Anybody that's a little bit this size.
I'm gonna let
of
you
red
move first.
stuff, be
Just
careful.
saying.
Anyway, back to players. What's left? Just the 2 over there?
Just
Yeah.
the
Just
two
us
over
two,
here.
yeah. Speaking of moving, why don't you go first?
No.
Wow.
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 They're worried about the Spectre over there, I think.
Well, yeah, because the Spectre will just end up behind whoever
Both
moves.
of you are inside the Spectre's
And you've got more
movement
armor than me,
profile,
and I've
so
already
it's
been hit.
behind either of you. It doesn't matter.
How much movement does the Spectre have?
14J.
14J.
Oh.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, that's. If I chase him, he's just gonna. I mean, maybe he'll run. I don't know what his.
What
AI
I would do,
have
because
him
I
do.
outweigh him anyway, this is just my recommendation. Go like this.
It still keeps me in range of the building.
Keeps you no, but I already outweigh him.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I guess we don't have to worry about.
So if he comes in behind me, it doesn't really matter. He comes in behind me, I destroy him. He can't really come in behind you.
I mean, I could just jump on the building, and I got
But
a clear
then
shot
he
no matter
but then
where
he
he's
shoots
going.
you in the back.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's fair. I'll run with that.
This is basically a mulligan for this turn. But
And that'll
he'll
put my
probably
TMM1.
he's going to suffer very severe damage this
It's
turn.
like Red knows how to play this game.
Yeah, that's not fair.
You know? Yeah, really.
He thinks he does.
You know, I've been told that I don't know anything about the game from time to time.
Who's lost the most structure over in the player force? Anybody?
None of us.
Everybody still has armor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Barely.
Oh, I thought you got into structure with that guy.
Nope,
Nope, you're
nope.
good. Okay.
Which way is the Marauder facing? The
Towards
damaged
the
Marauder.
Forward.
Okay.
Straight ahead.
Aggressive.
See, here comes.
Are
here
you
comes
kidding
Wiley
me?
across the
Are
board.
you serious?
He can't win the objective, so he's not going to try.
Oh,
He's
wow.
out-tonnaged. And so if the ideal blue unit's moved and he can be behind it, which is lowest TMM, most armor lost, that is the Marauder back there.
Can he get around here?
Almost certainly.
Yep.
Behind the
shot.
Marauder, occupy woods.
It's not a rear
As
shot,
few
but
enemies as possible within 12 inches. And in as few enemy firing arcs as possible. All of those things are true.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he can get to right there.
So is he jumping?
He can run
Nope,
it.
that's a ground move.
Okay. Well,
Like
I'm
right
going to
on the edge?
abandon.
Can he actually be 12 away from that Wolverine, though? Is it possible?
Yeah, I think he is 12.
No, he's not 12 away from me.
It's close.
No, but he's not. He's 11 inches away
That's
from me.
fine.
I mean, he'd have to be over here.
Can't get that far out, though.
So I'm just going to, because I have a 1 foot movement, I'm just going to walk behind him very, very casually. I'm going to abandon the objective for one turn, but this ends the.
I want to point out the Spectre should be facing all player models, so it actually should be facing this way.
Oh, I can still get behind him. I've got
Probably.
movement.
You may have to jump, but I'm sure you can do it.
No, even with that, from here, I was 9 inches away. No problem.
Okay.
Easy peasy. This is called marching into one's destruction.
What's the TMM on the Spectre?
3.
I'll find it.
Nothing quite as satisfying as shooting a man in the back, am I right?
You do have a type.
You do have practice.
All right. Combat phase? So, Mech 7 first?
Yep.
Okay. I think everyone has left the Highlander and Banshee just alone.
Do you want to start with you or me?
We'll see
Or
what
are
the
you
deck
just going to go with the deck?
I was just going to see what the
I'm
deck
just going to
says.
run back
Okay.
over there.
Let's
next
just
turn.
going to go in
Okay.
numbers
And I
because
can
And then
start
you
going
can turn
objective.
around and assist the center.
Wolverine.
Well, you've got way more movement though. Like maybe I
Can you see
just
anybody from
jump
up
up
here?
here and I can still
Or they've all
line
fled?
of sight, and you start running out over there.
You've
help
got
them out.
partial cover for the Axeman.
Okay, cool. That's that shot. 2 into the Axeman. Skill 3, jumping 5, 2 range 7. Axeman is 1 or 2?
One.
8s.
Oh my God, Craig!
That's 4 6s on the same roll.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So 1 into the Axeman. It's a through armor critical. An 8 is a weapon hit.
Okay, how do I mark that down?
Brent's
So
piloting
you've
the
got
Spectre.
No.
No.
one there.
Yep.
No, unfortunately,
And
it's
then
my
a
Mech
weapon
7 character.
hit, so that one.
And-
And then
It's
Craig, that is
unfortunate.
the
so that
meanest
goes
thing
to a
someone's ever
2,
said
and
in that chat.
they all go down
It's
one.
Brent
Okay.
piloting
So
the
that one.
Spectre.
Right.
So you've got 2, 2, 1.
Banshee has no target.
Am I
Oh,
like
2
Wayne
of those
Waco?
pips. 2 of those
Is that what's going on? Wayne's imagining everyone he's fighting as being the person who killed John Waco. I'm just sitting there like, there's Brent Evans in that
Can he see
Spectre. I
this?
know it.
Brent Waco.
It's
Brent Waco
I
got
don't
stepped
think
on.
so.
like, it's the worst.
I don't think he's got 2/3 of that mech.
Okay. He needs to be able to see at least 1/3 to be able to shoot at it. Should we get in there? I'll do the undignified lean from this
Yeah.
side.
Yeah, I don't see it with that right there.
I think so, actually.
Okay.
because it's that line. Okay, so it can be considered. That's the important part. Between the Wayne Waco Battlemaster and the Yellow Marauder, who has lower TMM, they're both 1s. Who has lost the most structure? Nobody. Who's lost the most armor? How much damage is on the Wayne Waco Battlemaster?
0.
Wayne Waco's still mint?
Dang.
I don't think Wayne Waco's taken a hit.
I
Or
take
maybe
a 1.
one.
I take a
One?
1.
Marauder's taken 2, so actually the Awesome is going to unload on the Marauder here.
He crit me and failed on. He rolled a 9 on the crit.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it is medium. All right, 4 pairs at medium. Someone else roll them. 3 skill, 4, 5 for range, 6 for trees,
I'll
7
roll
for
it.
cover, 8 for TMM. 4 pairs at 8.
Yes.
1.
Fail. 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 So 1 hit.
Okay.
I was like, I'm going to roll like garbage. I guarantee it.
It's like, why are you excited? Oh, right, yeah.
It's my guy. You missed.
Okay.
Wing.
And then
It was like the
Scorpion.
Men's Work Warehouse commercials back in the day. I guarantee it. I'm going to roll. I'm going to botch this roll.
3 shots into the back of the Marauder on 5s from the Scorpion. Someone else can do the
Yes.
honors. I don't want to roll against my own mech.
Kratos.
You're up.
Do you want to roll
A
3?
repeat performance of no hits on 5s.
How
That would
many?
be great.
3.
3 shots. Scorpion takes a bite out of me. Great.
There you go.
See, it's the AC-20.
Yeah, I have 1 armor left and 5 internals.
You're fine.
Yep, that should be enough. That should see me through.
And then
Finally, the Spectre over here. The only target it can see, right? The Marauder.
Yeah, Marauder.
It
Is it
feels
in the open
the
or
soft
trees?
breathing on the back of its neck.
Is there trees?
No.
I'd say there's trees.
Do you think? Hold on.
Well, no, it's just from a direct line from base to base.
No,
it
it's
does.
not. Because
Do you go from the center of the base to the center of the base?
yeah. I think I got it as close too, right?
I think it touches.
Actually,
this
looking at it
tree.
on camera there, I don't think that tree is in the way.
Okay,
Neither do
there
I.
you go.
Yeah.
2 skill, 2 for range. What's the Marauder's TMM? 1, so 5s. 2 shots at 5 into that Marauder.
2 shots at 5. Bad roll.
Oh, he
Bad
whiffed
roll.
one.
1 hit, 1 miss.
So
One
you
hit?
Still have you
Okay.
do not get critical.
well, that's helpful.
Mech 7's done.
I'm going to shoot this man in the back.
Okay.
It's the Undertaker
You're really good at
rising
saying
every time.
that.
It's the Undertaker just
I'm
rising
gonna
behind
shoot
him.
That
this
is just
man in the
You're
back.
gonna have to put that on a card. Like, have gun will travel. Have shot hit back.
It's I got your back.
I got your back, friend.
I
got
still
your
remember
back.
Brent's face when
So-
Red shot him in the back.
So I end up hitting him on 5s.
The betrayal was
Still
Still 2
hilarious.
Wolverine.
How much armor does he have left?
2. 2 and 2.
So
I see
hit
2
him,
misses.
2
You
misses,
overshoot
so 2
the
hits.
That's all of his armor, but no internals damage.
Overcooked it.
Is what it is. It's better than 3 misses like last time.
Yeah, that's true.
He survives another turn to continue being a pain in the butt.
Yep.
Waco is going to shoot at.
The Awesome.
Yeah, why not?
But yeah, next turn just jump up
Medium
on
and
top of the
trees.
building.
Yeah, I'll have
Yep.
good line of sight
And
to
I'm
those
heat-
guys.
Yeah.
I'll cover the building. and I
So
can
we're going to
just
be
hold it.
at medium. So 3, 5, 7, and plus heat is 9s. 1, 2, 3, 4. Down you go, checkers. One hit.
All you've done is chip the Mech 7 logo off the chest of his mech, and he's not happy about it.
Should I bother hitting him back then?
Yeah, I'd say you might have a shot at him.
Why not?
So it's for the heat, it's an extra 2.
No, it's 1 for
It's-
your heat.
It's 1 for my heat. So that's 2,
It's not an arc.
4 for
Is he?
what?
I don't think the Marauder has arc on the Scorpion. Or Spectre.
Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah.
The whole
I was
point of him
reading- I
moving
was
back
reading the
there is
question
he
in the
was out of
chat.
arc.
Where's the? Oh, there it is. Oh.
Chat
So-
says, do these scenarios tell
Oh,
you how to
out
set
of
up
arc.
the terrain or just general terms? We're not using a scenario from the book. This is just we wanted to do a very
You do
basic,
have
like,
arc.
He does have arc.
He does have arc.
we should never have put the Spectre there. That was not what the eye card
It's
told us
too
to
late.
do.
He does have arc.
If
But
I'm not supposed to have had
technically, the problem was we said the mech was facing forward.
Yeah.
It's because
Had
the
to shift
Carlisle sculpt of the
Oh, the
Marauder
very
is
twist.
torso twisting.
Okay.
Okay.
So he doesn't have arc.
Okay.
Okay.
Or she
Just,
doesn't have arc.
just drop your heat this turn.
I'll just drop my heat this turn then.
Cool. Yeah, so the Kerfuffin, we just set this up as a way to play a movement objective-based game with the Aces decks
Do you
and
wanna
get some
shoot
cool
him
mechs on the
then?
table.
Yeah, you want to.
But in general speaking, though, with the actual scenario
Oh,
books,
the book has a complete diagram with a
don't
grid
think I
on it
have
to show you where to put everything.
You do have a shot, and you don't have to take that critical this turn, so you can still
Actually,
shoot
why don't we
3.
have the Marauder
might as well
2
then.
Seafire next
So
and finish off the Wolverine?
it would be what? One for the heat, one for the move.
Well, why don't you see if he can kill it first,
Okay.
so then you can shunt your heat. If he
hey, Bez,
kills
not
it,
for the
Good
Keymaster.
idea. Good idea.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll overheat for 1 for 7, rear for 8 pairs.
Oh my God.
Hitting on 3 plus 3 TMM 6s.
Nero Drago is about to fall off the building.
Oh, he's dead.
I missed once, so
you
7
you
7 pairs.
You literally blow him to pieces.
Yep. Just
yeah, you don't
explodes.
need to. You don't need to worry about it,
I
Mike.
can burn my heat.
You can burn your heat.
Zero
Yeah, you don't need to
Drago
worry
My
about
heat.
it.
Okay, good.
And fire control for a good measure.
There you go.
So there goes the heat.
And is that all of our shooting then?
Adam
Yeah,
Steiner
I
has
can't-
no shot
I got
anymore.
no shot.
No.
Well, you did at the
Yeah,
mech
but
that
I-
got
so-
destroyed.
So
my heat.
we get 2 points still. So we still get the center point, and we still get the far point.
How many
Yeah.
mechs within 2 of the middle point?
2.
Okay, yeah, so yeah.
And that's within 2?
No, but
No.
we still get that one because we outweigh the Scorpion.
So 3. We got 6.
Yeah, mech
right.
7's not going to catch up at this point.
I think
Yeah.
that's game.
It will
It's
be.
game. Almost. We'll do one more turn.
Yeah, let's do
one
another
more
turn.
We'll do one more.
Get some more
Let us complete this.
carnage.
Yeah.
Michael, you are on a roll here, buddy. You've won 2 consecutive turns of.
Do I keep losing 2 to initiative each time?
No, just 2 in total.
Okay.
We do lose to initiative this turn.
Yeah,
so you
6
get
and
a
6,
Yeah, 6-6, but
Reroll.
we hit because we're
the penalty, yeah.
down 2.
So he mech 7-1 initiative.
Right.
Oh, I stay at +1 heat now.
Since the
We
Spectre,
won initiative again?
No.
Oh, mech 7
7-1.
did. Okay,
So
sorry.
since the Spectre is going to be the last thing that they move on their side of the table anyway, and because I effectively have 0 ability to get outside of its range, I'm just going to jump. I should go. You want to pass me the tape measure? Going to jump 10 over to here, and that makes me 3 harder to hit because he's going to bring some receipts for me.
Okay, Banshee. If he's got cover from everybody and there's an enemy that's already moved that he can see from his current position, he would like to stand there and unload. Can he see that Wolverine?
He
Yeah,
definitely
I think you
can.
Yeah.
Cool. He's going to stand there.
I'm okay with this outcome.
And actually, sorry, he should shuffle an inch forward because always keep going to the objective.
Now, we got to be wary of this Spectre because the Spectre can literally jump.
No, I know he's going to jump behind me.
Yeah, and Ron does too, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well,
We've
why
already
don't
won.
you-
We've already won the
What's
game.
his jump range on that?
14.
14.
Why don't you jump here so you're
That's
guarding
fine.
her backside?
No.
His
Do
backside?
not do that. He needs to bring that Highlander around to get into the firefight.
Yeah, Karamindi, if you take an X-Acto knife and just lop the torso off that Marauder and straighten it to the base, massive improvement to that model. I have done that for my Grayson Carlisle Marauder.
So, at the end of the day, I am a sacrificial lamb because he cannot kill me this turn, and he cannot disrupt my ownership of this piece, which means that your Highlander is free to act elsewhere. Since this is the last turn, we want to get as many, many
I
goals.
want to get some kills, man. I want to get some
Okay,
kills.
I will move first.
I haven't played my rock and roll music
I
yet.
declare no move.
Ooh, all right. Waco versus Checkers here.
That'll get rid of my.
But even
heat
then,
at
you've
the end
got a
of the turn,
6-inch
hopefully, if I
movement.
don't fire
You can
them.
pre-measure in this, right?
Yep.
So with the 6-inch move,
The sacrificial lamb.
you can't quite get there. You can either jump through the other side, or you can walk this side
Yeah.
and
All
just
right, I'll
open
think
up,
about it.
right? Because it doesn't matter if he comes after me.
Let's see where they go. In
I think the
their
Awesome
movement.
could probably sprint to that building.
We can leave you to move last.
We could do that.
Well, I just want to see where these guys
The
go
awesome
first.
sprints to the
Well, like I
building.
say, that's
We
why
could.
we leave you.
Yeah,
He's
we'll
going
leave,
the
we'll leave
distance.
Rhonda for
He's
last.
going
probably.
for speed.
Caking me up over here.
Red's all alone in his time of need. All right. Awesome is actually next. Are there enemies that have moved within medium range and no enemies that haven't moved within 12? I think you might be 12 away.
Yeah, I have not.
You're in 12, yeah. Okay, so can't be aggressive because the Highlander, we don't know where it's going. There are enemies within 24 that have moved. I would prefer to fight the thing that has lost the most structure and then the most armor. That's probably the Battle Master, isn't it?
Oh, that's near you?
No,
yeah.
I've only taken one.
Within 24?
That's
Within
still the most,
24, that
though.
might be the Marauder.
But has to have moved already.
Okay, then that's the Battle Master.
Yeah. Keying off the Battle Master. No unmoved enemies in 12. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm actually not going to close range. I don't want to be any closer. And so, target at medium, can't get closer to target. Occupy woods. He's happy where he is. He's just going to
Checkers in Waco, just
gonna have a shootout.
the old West song. I can't whistle, so.
Not with the mic.
Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. There you go. That's that.
Q crit headshot.
Sorry, actually, at some point, the Mech 7 should have moved 2 models now. Or, sorry, the player should have moved 2 models. Right? They only 5 left. Killed the Wolverine last turn.
Adam Steiner can declare no move.
Should
over
do a
there.
double
That's
now.
Probably a good idea. You might as well not move.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to.
There's no point.
So,
in
yeah,
doing
go
anything.
ahead. Have him not
We're
move. and
we're
then-
holding on this side of the building to prevent them from scoring, right?
Yep.
Right.
You could actually walk this way and just open up on Checkers.
Did the Banshee move her? Okay.
The Banshee and Checkers have moved, but if you just walk out 6, you get a clear line of sight.
We're going to let him
on
move
the- on the
last.
awesome.
So
Yep.
what do we have to move before
I'll
that?
move around.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Where are you going?
Here?
I mean, this is
You're
our
gonna get
last
shot
turn.
if you do
yeah,
it,
I know,
right?
but this is our last turn. But I get to shoot at something.
Has Tommy
That's
moved
true.
yet?
No.
No. It won't
But
matter.
Randall
though.
has. You can get a cheap shot at Randall, who declared no move. There's a -1 to hit.
Yeah.
But if you want to get some fighting in, just walk forward 6 and blast him.
Like
Well,
that.
I want to see this
You
guy.
could-
where
He goes
to.
last
You
He
could.
goes. Oh,
because we
could
lost initiative.
That's
That's
right.
why I
You
jumped
could
when I did, because I'm like,
jump.
screw it,
Okay.
we're not gonna.
You could jump here.
But
and
no, but
hit
that
him.
makes
Well-
that shot harder.
But it makes him harder to hit too.
No, the Highlander is not going to get a meaningful defensive bonus. It's too slow. If you just walk out, put it into him, and the closer you get, you could even get into close
What's
range.
left to move?
You guys need to move 2. So there's.
We moved Rhiannon's move.
So it's
And
up
then-
to you,
and
but I
then
would
Steiner-
put yourself right
yeah,
there,
and
and I
then
don't
And
step on
Steiner
him.
declared no move. So
Steiner
we,
declared
yeah.
no move, right.
So those two have moved.
All right.
So instead of Mech 7.
Good old Mech 7. The Spectre is actually going to go now.
Do my hand now, or?
Not yet.
Who has the lowest starting armor? It's the Wolverine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to jump behind the Wolverine
Kick him in the hip actuator.
in a place where he can only see the Wolverine.
What?
If that's 14, put me right on the building behind this
All
little
right.
outcrop. 4 TMM with a red die, please.
Oh, that makes things pretty easy. Just jump behind
Yeah.
the Spectre and blow
I
me
can't
up.
believe the Spectre went next.
Yeah. It's weird that it went
Scared
early,
him.
right? The Highlander is the one they're holding back to react with.
All right. Well, I'm just going to jump behind the Spectre. Finish that dude
You
off.
really don't want to jump.
I don't want to jump. No.
You want the best shot you can. Ooh, look at this.
Yeah, but that's now no longer the best shot.
That's
Because I got to get.
That's a red 2.
I got to get them jams out.
Little conga line on the roof of the building.
There we go.
We're
This
going to
game's got a-
pretend it's a hardened
This game's got a
military
lot
building.
of conga lines going.
Good old
So
hardened
then
military
you've
building.
got this guy left.
Scorpion left.
Oh, the Scorpion.
Yeah,
And
then
that guy.
So Scorpion. What does most damage at medium, most point value? That is the Rondo Snort Highlander. Can I be behind it? No, it's way too
From
far
there,
away.
yeah, no.
But it has moved, so I'll be balanced. Choose a target within 20 for the Scorpion. And I don't care if... Oh, I care if it's moved. Anybody has moved within 20 of this? How far away are these guys?
They haven't moved.
They're over 20.
Waco has.
Is,
and
they-
the Marauder
they've
has.
Is the Marauder?
They've
within
Yeah,
20?
they've had their
They've
had their
moved.
go. Yeah.
What's the distance from the Scorpion to the Marauder there?
Scorpion to the Marauder.
Yeah.
21.
So just outside the bubble then. Okay, so keying off nearest is going to threaten my Marauder. He's going to continue trying to hold that building. See the Marauder occupy woods. Are there anywhere in that tree line he can be within 2 of the building? I think so. There?
There, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right
see
there.
me?
Absolutely.
Go there and see me. That's cool. 2 TMM. All right, all right.
And your
I think I have to
Marauder.
move that Marauder,
Yep.
right? I'm just
gonna
going to
stand
go on the
still.
other side of the building. I'm just going to go here.
Okay.
Safe zone.
He
Yeah.
just scores
Yeah.
points.
Scooch me forward a bit. Yeah, so that Awesome doesn't decide to kill me again.
Right.
And I'll take my 1 TMM. Probably not shooting. Actually, I'll jump to go there. Give me 3 TMM. Red.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And finally, the Highlander. This
Yeah,
is
you
why I
suffer
jump, because if
severe
the Highlander
shooting
decides he
penalties
needs to
when
come
you
kill
jump.
me.
Right.
I'm going for cool factor. It's okay.
Does Lin 6
Everything's
jump on top
moved?
of the building? Yep.
Yeah.
He can't get on top
They
of the
shoot
building. He's
down.
only 6J, so he's
Oh,
only got
yeah.
3 inches elevation to clear with his jump jets.
Hovers up.
Falls over.
Wants to
crashes
fight
He
into
has
the
to go like
building.
this and like this.
Yep.
Critical.
Wants to
headshot.
fight the nearest player model that's already moved. I think that's Waco.
Yep.
It actually might be the Axeman.
Yeah,
X-Men
actually
didn't-
very close.
Forgot there was even a Highlander over there. I haven't seen it this whole game.
Cover from most,
So
occupy
it's
woods.
doing what Tommy normally does, hiding the whole battle.
6. It's 6 and 6.
Okay. Tie broken by who's worth more points? Probably the Battlemaster.
55 and
X-Men.
47.
47.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, literally walks around the corner of the building. Right there.
Oh, Wayne Waco's going to kiss it goodbye this turn.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
This is going to be nasty, yeah.
This is going to
Alright.
be good.
Combat phase.
Okay.
Right?
I shoot Jabal. It's the only target I have.
Yeah, that's true. With cover.
Yep.
He has no TMM, so
Yeah. Long range, +4, so I need
it's medium.
Who's he firing at?
medium, so need 5s.
Wolverine on Jabal.
There's just no other shot.
I've got. Yeah.
Both hit.
Oh, we shoot first?
Yeah, we lost
Oh,
initiative.
that's right. That's right. I thought we won.
Did you?
So that's it for my shooting.
Waco, what are you doing?
Waco is going to go. It's last turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
OV3 into.
We were going to play
6.
5 turns, but how much time have we got left on the stream here? You have time?
Yeah, it'll be the last turn.
No, this. Will be
Oh,
the
okay.
last
This
turn.
will be last turn then.
I'll go OV3. So 7 sets of dice into the Highlander.
Oh boy.
Get him.
2,
This is
'em.
the whatever PPC in each arm from the Wayne Waco
Five, I need
Battlemaster.
some
Well, he's got the
Run
7
hot and
SRM,
die.
7
Oh, the-
SRM2s.
Stack
So
racked.
I'm already overheating 1, so I'm at +2. It's going to be at 3, 5, 6s.
Standing still, even?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, yeah, -1 is still
Yeah, so
5s.
5s.
Yeah. He's mint. You haven't
get
touched the
him.
Highlander.
Oh, everything hit.
Oh wow.
No, that
No, one
the
miss.
brown
One
dice.
hit. Holy
So
mackerel.
6 hits?
No, I missed twice.
5 hits.
Orange
did
dice.
get a crit.
Cursed.
I did get a crit though. Yeah.
All right, roll the crit.
We're gonna roll the Linvander yellow blue for the crit. 9.
Nothing.
No crit.
Find the empty space in the Highlander. Good job.
Okay.
How about
Through
OV3?
everything.
10 meters tall, lots of empty space
Yes.
inside.
I'm gonna take the Marauder into
Jabal.
Jabal. Yeah. So that's gonna
As we-
be. I've got a 2.
He has no cover and no TMM.
So it's
4s.
4s, and then I'm going to overheat, so I've got 6. So 1 miss, 1 miss. So that's 5 hits.
He's got armor for years.
Waco's Battlemaster actually shut down because I was +1 and went over 3, so he
Oh,
actually
jeez.
shut down going Alpha Strike there.
I don't think Mike has a shot. I don't think you've got a shot on anything, do you?
No.
This Marauder has
no.
no shot, so we'll just take
Oh, you
that
could
off.
do the
Oh,
Scorpion.
yeah, he
him.
does.
You've got
Do I?
Scorpion right there.
I have a
Dead
shot
to
there?
rights. No. Mike
The
has
Scorpion.
a shot on your
Oh,
Scorpion.
yeah, you got that shot.
Yeah.
So that's
So I'm down 1.
so you've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 for Woods.
And
got
he
it.
stood still, so 6.
Okay.
So 6.
2 shots at 6.
2 shots at 6.
This might take the Scorpion's armor out. It does.
So 2, yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
There we go.
All right.
And then
Oh,
the highlight.
you
it's
might
me.
as well overheat and roll another one.
Oh, that's
Do it.
Yeah,
Yeah, go
might
for
as well.
internals.
It's last turn, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll me a crit now. 5, again, empty space.
We've rolled that 3 or 4 times. I rolled it twice.
I'm not sure if there is actually anything inside a Scorpion. It might just be like a
What's the
paper
most I
mache
can-
shell.
What's the most
The
I can
only
do
thing
with
that's
this guy?
inside the Scorpion is the
You have no
discipline
Maximum
of the
overheat.
pilot in it.
You're 5
Well,
dice.
there you go.
5 dice?
Plus 1 for being
And a bushel
in
of
rear arc.
apples.
Okay.
So 6 sets of dice.
6 sets.
So because you're in the back side of the Spectre, you normally would do 5. You get 1 for being in the rear is 6.
Okay.
Well, and be careful because you don't want to hit, red.
No,
I don't
no, no,
care.
no. It's
I
just
don't
going to go
care.
right through him.
It's
you
okay.
always say you don't care.
I
but
don't
we
care.
all do.
I remember. I just remember it and I file it away and I
Yeah,
pull it out for
yeah.
another day.
Yeah.
Hey, Big Red. Brent Evans sends his regards.
Yes, do it. Shoot me in the back. Do it.
That's a lot of hits.
I think he just cores me.
I think
It's fantastic.
Dude, we've been
Oh,
trying to
God.
line this shot up for so long.
Yeah, I mean, you just core me.
Yep.
I mean, there's just no real question.
Tip him
about
off the
it.
building. Push him off.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait.
Wait,
How
what
much
was
damage
the-
did you do? 1, 2, 3, 4. That 5 does not hit me.
Yeah, the 5 does not.
So that's not enough to
Oh.
kill me.
It still hurts. It still
Roll
hurts.
crit. Roll crit. You can
Roll
roll
your
12.
crit. See what happens.
Roll crit. Roll 12, and then it'll kill
Come
him.
on. Come on. No.
Oh, that's even
Engine.
one engine hit.
Yeah, but on the last turn, I'm not exactly
The
worried.
Spectre's got 4 dice to
solitary.
give you yet.
Sure.
Let betrayal become a time honored
Let it be said that I did not shoot my ally in the back this turn.
I thought you were, though. I felt you lining up a couple of those.
Oh my god! As I'm like, guys, we have to tactically win this game. It's like my allies like, but can I stand behind you ominously?
You're like, don't jump on the building. But
In fairness,
I wanna.
we still won.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all thanks to me.
We did.
In the long run, do we actually win, though? If we
Yeah.
played like a 10-round game, would we actually win?
Yeah.
I'm not sure we would.
I mean, we'd still have to.
Marauder
worry about
If Marco
those
switches
guys.
sides for the rest of the game.
I mean, I'm just
wasn't
focused
gonna
on
switch
the one
sides.
guy.
He was
oh,
gonna
your
take him
vendetta
out.
is now paid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
2C's
He's been
effectively
did
out.
Brent pay
I'm
you?
shut down.
He gave me a job, man.
But I wouldn't have
You're
done
like, do
that.
you
if
think
we
I
were
would have got
continuing.
this job if I didn't
Let's
agree to
finish
shoot
the
you in
combat
back?
round for mech 7 here then.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Spectre into the back of the Wolverine on 2 plus 2 for jump plus TMM 2 or 3?
3 because I
So
jumped.
7s.
Yeah, I knocked it
4
off.
shots at 7.
And somehow I die. Ah,
3 damage.
How could this happen? Oh no! Who would have thought? I like that like, you have to be in this game, Red. I'm like, wow, do I have to be in the game? And this is
have
all
to, you
the
know.
all the elaborate ploy to shoot me in the back. It's
Well,
fair.
it wasn't just to shoot you in the back. It was
You
to
imagine
have-
the whole
It was to
stream?
do it on stream.
Yeah, it was to make it a big production.
It's not that there was like a
Guys-
company meeting about it. There was a,
We're testing the Aces game, but we wouldn't
No.
normally be doing this
But-
unless we were shooting Red in the
But just so everybody knows, all the money we raise by auctioning off the ability to shoot red in the back will go to charity.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Charity.
Well done. Well done. I like it. That was
Oh,
awesome.
wow.
So Jabal standing still into the
Marauder. Here goes
Rhiannon
Rhiannon.
Marauder.
Yeah, no, here go I.
2, 3, 4, 1 TMM and cover.
Thankfully, Randall's
Sixes?
piloting a 3S.
Overheat. So 6 shots
Oh, it's still, yeah.
on 6s. It's not a very good roll, actually. 2 misses, 3 misses, so 3 hits.
So roll your crit.
6 is a weapon hit.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, just, I don't know, took some damage. And
I'm
then
still
we
kicking.
have the awesome shooting Wayne Waco Battlemaster. 4 pairs, no ability to overheat. Skill 3, 4, 5 for range, 6 for cover. 3 hits. Nope, 2 hits. Wayne Waco takes 2.
shooting a prone old man. Like, come on.
Tommy, you're going to roll for Limb 6 here?
you, Jamie
Four
Wolf.
pairs, sadly. Hitting on 3s? Yeah, 4 more damage to Wayne Waco.
1, 2, 3. Still has 2 armor left.
Okay, and the Scorpion has no shot, or can the Scorpion see Adam Steiner?
Oh, he can see him.
Yeah.
Skill 4, 2 for range, 1 TMM in the open or cover?
Partial?
He's got partial.
8s then. 1.
All right.
And that's Mech 7.
I cannot believe that I am a victim, an innocent victim.
Innocent victim.
An innocent
Yes,
victim
you
in
are.
all of this.
You haven't been
nothing to
innocent
deserve
a
this.
day in your life.
This is the time for the post-game interview. Red, how did you feel about today's match?
Well, I'll tell you, I feel pretty good about this. I don't know about you guys.
I love how Marco the whole time's like, I just want to get a kill in. I had no idea he meant me.
I had
You
a
had
kill in mind.
The best part is he didn't even get it.
It's true.
Marco,
I
how
saw
long
it
were you
happen.
training for this mission leading into the game?
Oh man, it was a long training session. Yeah.
But, for your rookie season, you did pretty good.
Yeah,
not too
you
bad.
almost got the target. Admittedly, the Aces deck proved itself superior at stabbing people in the back. So, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I think we can call it there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, well done.
Well, we thank you for joining us today again on Aces Live from Adepticon. We'll be right back shortly with the next set of programming.
All right.
Hey! Hey, there we go.
Welcome back, everyone. You are once again with the Catalyst Game Labs and Six Sides of Gaming, streaming live from Adepticon 2025. We are here in the B Grand Ballroom. Today I'm here with two extraordinary gentlemen. Lauren
All right, we'll
Coleman,
leave.
Lauren Coleman,
Hi.
CEO of Catalyst Game Labs, and Talon Coleman, whose exact title is what?
Ever changing.
Ever changing.
Might as well just be chameleon at this
I
point.
know that feeling all too well. Trust me.
Currently, I do the web design stuff for the online web store, and I'm also the chief operations dealing with our manufacturing and shipping for Catalyst Game Labs.
And we appreciate that. We thought it would be a particularly good time to just give you an idea of where we are with some of our products and get some FaceTime with Lauren and Talon directly and hear what's going on. We're very excited about the new website, too.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just start with the website because, there's been a lot of talk over the last, 2 years since we really started live streaming consistently, right, at all the shows and stuff like that, and there's always been questions of, when will, this product come out, or when will this come out in the store, or how is this being handled? And for the last 10 months now, for those of you who might have seen the new store launch front last Tuesday, I've been working for 10 months now with the development team in redesigning not only the front end and the back end of the store. Not a lot will change for you guys who use it on a daily basis. You'll still be able to find products. There's still some minor changes that we're still looking to do, like better filtering, better organization of product, which just we couldn't do everything come launch. So some of this will be done post-launch here in the next month or so, where you can actually find the specific books based on potentially era, miniatures based off of what packs they actually come in, whether it's the Force Pack, Salvage Box, etc. But really, some of the biggest changes that we've been talking about for 2 years is everyone always says, hey, I'm from Australia, hey, I'm from Canada, hey, I'm from the EU or UK, and when I buy the Game of Armored Combat, I'm paying $300 for shipping. What the hell is up with that? And
Turbo Turtle, you do it by cutting us in half and counting the rings inside. I have more rings than Talon.
It's true.
Yeah.
Beard.
So there's been a question we've been trying to answer for a really long time is how do we solve problems with international shipping? Because obviously shipping from the United States to anywhere in the world just sucks. It just plain sucks. Doesn't matter if you use FedEx, UPS, even the FedEx UPS International. It all just sucks crap. So the solution, and part of what took all this development time, is that we've been reprogramming the back end of our web store to accept international warehousing, so multi-warehousing support. And what this is going to allow us to do, and we're already getting some of the contracts underway for EU, UK, and Australia, will allow us to, when we print stuff out of China or out of the United States, or wherever our manufacturer is really, because we kind of go little places all over, allows us to say, hey, take 1,000 copies, send it to Australia. Take 1,500 copies, send it to the EU. Take another 2,000 copies, send it to the UK. And there's a dedicated warehouse there for all core product, so that way you get local shipping prices wherever you're at in your portion of the world.
And local shipping time, too.
And local shipping time,
so.
yeah. No month-long shipping. It'll be like, the 1 week to 2 weeks of normal shipping, which we're really excited about. And something I've been working on for the last 10 months now to try and save probably upwards of 80% off of international shipping costs for those who...
We've been wanting to do this for about 2 years. We first mentioned this idea about 2 years ago, and trying to find a shipping hub from each big location was harder than we thought it would be.
A lot harder.
Yeah. But we finally got them worked out, and we have great partners that are lining up to work with us, and the website revision allows us the back-end strength to actually make these partnerships work.
Yeah.
So
for those of you who are really interested in the technical jib-jab, basically what happened...
No, probably not.
Basically what happened was that some things in the website were hard-coded. And for those of you who happen to know, or are in the know of what that means, you know that it creates a lot of problems when you want to rapidly switch stuff around. So now everything is soft-coded in blocks, so that way things can be moved around as necessary for future revisions, making it a lot easier for us to have shorter development times when we want to see bigger changes now. Which was a huge part of that. So those who happen to know what being hard-coded means, cheers to you, because you're part of my people. If not, then it just makes life so much more painful when you want to try to do rapid development to have changes like multi-warehouse and multi-international support.
That won't mean the entire store will be available from the first day. My guess is you'll see a couple dozen products that'll be preloaded with plenty of stock, so they won't run out instantly. When we ran a test a few years ago, I think in Australia, we did this and we stocked enough to test it, and it ran out like within days. It just didn't last. The test was good, but what it showed us was we needed better technology and a better partnership deal with the warehousing. And it'd be the same warehousing guy, but he made a point of going out of his way to help us create what would work. And so we'll be putting a good number of product in there, a good stock of product in there, so that way people will be able to go in and actually get product and really help us fine-tune the kind of numbers we're looking at.
Yeah, so that's been a big part of, where I've been at for the last 10 months with my head down a hole and trying to slowly as a one-man interaction with a full dev team getting that work. So obviously I know that there are some problems out there currently. I know with some great feedback from you guys who have been writing into us, things like the truncated text on mobile, that some of the pictures end up looking small. We're working through that feedback right now. Obviously, there are a lot of different types of phones out there, a lot of different versions of the same phone out there with different screen sizes. So we're trying to get the broader cases taken care of while fixing the sub cases as they come along. And
if your phone or iPad are no longer working to display our store, we may have missed it. So if you ever have a problem with formatting, just email Mike at catalystgamelabs.com. Let him know there's a problem.
No, store at catalystgamelabs.com. So that way I get the feedback because it's more important for me to get that feedback.
Mike will get it to you.
No, he won't.
Eventually.
Well, eventually, yes.
Yeah.
But I imagine that the feedback would like to be had now. So other major things at the web store that are coming up is that for a long time, as you guys know, you guys have been using the filtering system currently on the old website. And that was, I'm sure like you all would probably agree with me, it worked, but it wasn't great. Like when there's one button called fiction and there's like 200, 300 digital items all labeled fiction, it's not a very good filtering system at that point. So I've been working with a lot with Randall, Bren, Ray, Jason, John Helfers to get a kind of a consensus on, what products share keywords with each other. And fiction we're going to set aside for a second because it's a whole gross level of organization on its own.
But you have a better filtering system.
Yeah, a better
now.
filtering system. We've got an agreement across all three divisions on keywords that they share, keywords that are unique to them, and you'll be able to search for those common keywords not only through the search filter but through the actual clickable filter as well to easily, it's like I want to actually look at source books. It will actually be the actual source books this time rather than just like someone accidentally labeling a source book. But that was only something that I was only ever going to be able to do post-launch, and now that's all implemented, that's literally my next step after this.
So, Tuppy, you are correct. We agree with you. It's been frustrating, and that's the whole point of this, is to solve that problem so you can easily find a product that will ship quickly and cheaply to your doorstep as opposed to trying to manipulate airmail stuff from the U.S. That doesn't make any sense for you. So that is our goal here.
Yeah, $160 for the Merck's Kickstarter, and I live 3 hours from Orlando. Yeah, that's actually a different problem, but if Lauren wants to address that, he can. Why some of the prices in the United States were also so high. Do you want to address that?
No.
No? Okay.
Someone's having fun with selective quotation.
Patches and pins on the website win. Well, some of the patches...
very few.
No, yeah, very few, if not none. I was thinking the Lost Deck dice in my head. Those are coming.
We've been waiting for this. We were hoping to get this new website up and running and launched by the end of last year.
Yeah.
And then it pushed into January, which pushed into February and March as the final testing was done.
Yeah, I kept finding bad. Not I shouldn't say bad because that's not fair. We kept finding things that actually we needed to modify the source code for the website on, and of course, since I'm working with a really nice dev team, every single time we changed the source code, we had to delay by another week because they always wanted a dedicated 2 weeks of code freeze to make sure that things continue, that they could do their internal testing to try and brute force everything they needed to see if the website crashed or not.
So yeah, but so the effect being, we've been waiting for the new website to go live, the new format to go live before we put a bunch of new product in there.
Yeah.
And so adding the patches, the pins, the Lost Tech dice,
the new liquid core dice.
Yeah, we have a lot of. I think we have a lot of T-shirts.
Oh, did we freeze?
Are we frozen? Oh, there we are.
Okay, our screen froze.
A lot of the new T-shirts that are on there. The whole idea is now we can start loading up more of the the
merchandise stuff.
Yeah, that we've been avoiding for like the last several months while waiting for this web store to go live. And the nice thing is the changeover was fairly seamless. I was really worried that there'd be something would go wrong, but it was we just turned over one day, and really without almost any delay, we just moved from the old back end of the old store to the new store, and it's been pretty clean.
Yeah, there were some minor errors. For those of you who paid attention and saw it, if you always wondered why you had like 50 copies of the Quest of Jardine in your buying history, yeah, that's because we forgot to dynamically allocate all the pictures to your buying history.
Or they just wanted that many. I don't know.
Maybe they just wanted that many too. Yeah, that's a lot of Quest of Jardine. Fiction is gross. Talent is virtually indistinguishable from Lauren Coleman 2025.
That's what I read too.
So to clarify, the reason why I say fiction is gross because there are so many ways that
walk that one back.
Any fiction is how any fiction or even literature is organized. You can grab any of the library, the Dewey Decimal System. You can grab a whole bunch of different ways of organizing books in general. And of course, when we the one that we're going to be pushing forward right now is being able to organize by author last name, while having the sub, A through K, M through O, and stuff like that, to try and quickly find your favorite author and be able to find them quickly is, I think, the current solution. But if someone has a better idea out there, please send me at store@catalystgamelabs.com. Send me a suggestion if you think you have a better way of filtering for all of our fiction, because there's a lot of our fiction.
Mike Witter has a 2-panel question here. UK is compelling with the fact, I think the last anything we saw through the main distributors was Davian. Is this going to improve? The short answer is yes. The longer answer is absolutely. We are going. The whole idea is to take the most recent and or best-selling product to move a big chunk of it over to the UK, the EU, and Australia, so that way you have your own stockpile of the newest and best-selling material. You may not get the entire 1,400 SKU catalog of Catalyst Game Labs, but you're going to get what most people are ordering at this moment. And then that will be updated as we move forward, as we expand that over time to include more and more physical product.
Right, because the one thing we wouldn't want to do is say, okay, well, this warehouse is now open, ship all the stuff from America, which would end up raising your prices. We just don't want to do that. So we want to have a nice ease in for all of those. So as we print and do reprints for new product, it's just automatically going to your portion of the warehouse, which will fill out pretty quickly over a couple months of time, I would say.
Yeah.
While the things that will never be things that we only print in the U.S., like mugs and other stuff like that, might travel on their own time, and it'll just take the extra time to get them out of the United
Jed, I'm
States.
not ignoring your question. I saw it scroll through. I'll just address the Kickstarter questions just a little bit later. We'll give you an update on that. So just give me a minute on that one.
Michael, I think you were about to ask a question or make a comment on something.
Oh, I was just going to say that first you're saying fiction is gross. Now you're saying the Dewey Decimal System isn't effective. What else are you going to beat up on, Talon?
How would you implement the Dewey Decimal System on a back-end website?
That is an excellent question. But while you're going line through 50,000 SKUs,
we are not a library.
Think about that.
Yeah, that's a whole level of I don't even know what I want to call it. I'm trying to think of someone who's trying to click through the Dewey Decimal System of it's the one plus author name plus title name plus that would be painful.
And you'll
Tuppy,
get
again,
somewhere.
we agree with you, Tuppy. The shipping when we try to maneuver stuff over airmail was just silly. That's the whole point of this.
Yeah. That's a big portion of this move. Again, exactly that reason. There's no reason you should be wanting a $15 item or even just a $60 item and being hit with a $150 to $300 shipping bill when you're only grabbing one item today.
Or
even
three.
Just
I don't care.
$100
$100 shipping bill is
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
It's just ridiculous.
So we're working on that.
I'm hopefully pretty confident this will slash most international shipping for most, like 90% of you, by like 80% for local rates and local times.
Not to mention going through the Kickstarter period and everything else. You've been looking into shipping for quite some time, now, nearly since the Clan Invasion Kickstarter
that's
and before.
It's when we the end of our final streams was when we were thinking about we should probably take a look into this, and that's literally when this entire journey started. We started talking about fixing the back end of the website, what is it going to take to get international shipping done. So this has been a long project in the time coming. It just took that we always knew that the back end of our web store had to be fixed to support that new level of warehousing support integration, and just because it was hard coded, it just couldn't originally.
Well, and Talon keeps going back to the coding, but in the end, it comes down to what you're going to see on your side should be better filtration, better product display, and then if there's any store owners out there direct interface for store owners.
I had been putting that off because I didn't know if you wanted to talk about that yet.
The way you're going to be talking about code for the next half hour.
Nah, right, fine. Then I'll talk about it then.
But more direct interface for store owners. So if you're having trouble getting things through distribution, you can come direct to Catalyst to get it as well. We will always encourage you to use distribution whenever possible. Distribution is really still the best way for stores, I think, to get product. But we recognize there's sometimes that doesn't work. And so we want to make sure we have access to that. And we may be able to add a few things to the direct-to-retail store that we couldn't offer through distribution because of net pricing. For those of you who understand what that is, I'm not going to go into it here. But we're working on that. So
to fill in a little bit on that one, just because I have a better plan for that. So I know that we have a kind of a list, and I'm sure that Rem Alternus, who actually grabbed that list from Gemma originally. So if you're a retailer out there and you're interested, we'll figure out a way to contact the correct people to add you to that list. But essentially what it is that technically that portal is ready and live to be used. But because it's not tested yet, we're going to be grabbing about 15, 20 retailers that we trust within the industry, friends that we know of, who are going to come in, beat on it, and they're going to tell us, if it's shit, and I got to go back and redo it. But their feedback is super important. And once that is ready to go, at the very bottom of the front page, and actually all pages will be in the footer, there will be a retailer sign-up link and a retailer login link at the very bottom for you to for retailers to access at any time. So
international hub shipping to make all shipping local, and for our fans out there, and then a retailer link. That'll be the last of the big technology additions to the website for those who are waiting for that.
Yeah.
I have a question here. You guys are going to have monthly AMAs again. I think that's a great idea. Those are actually fun. I
was one who originally hosted those.
We really need to do those again because those are fun and we get good feedback. We never have enough feedback from our fan base out there for Battletech and
we never have enough time to always interact with fans either.
Yeah.
Sometimes
only a few shows a year. So.
House of McAllister was not over $30. Picked up Universe Book, Art of War, and Force
Well, yeah. I mean, I think you said you were in the Michigan area. Domestic shipping is good. We believe we could make it better, but domestic shipping is good. It comes down to even shipping into Canada the price is just outrageous. We've got to get a better way to do that so that our Canadian supporters and our UK and European supporters, has that ability. So that's a big part of it.
It's just going to take some time at least for the retailer portal side, for those of you who are asking some stuff about that. Because again, the same thing that we have to do for all of our warehouses. We got to build up product, have a good enough catalog that people can grab bigger orders to make the money worth it for you guys, so you can get things like potentially free shipping, better discounts, etc. for those who are retailers. And so obviously, like we actually just looked at just a couple days ago what our top 100 products on the store are, which is what we're going to be trying to focus on first as we do reprints and moves and other stuff like that. So it's all coming together. Like I said, I've been having my head buried in a desk every single day for 10 months now, working on this and getting this launched the last Tuesday.
Michael Chandra, I mean, hopefully, I assume you mean that your FLGS is somewhere in the EU, and probably in France, which is, I get that. The idea would be also that stores could order from us directly, or we'll also serve international stores through any kind of freight forwarder that they may have. But that's a big part of this year's plan is better direct retail support for when distribution isn't able to do the job. But I will always say distribution is always working hard to do it as well, and that will always be our primary recommendation, but we're not going to sit there back and wait for everyone else to do it. If we have to, we will do it ourselves.
Even if it takes a little extra time.
Yep. So...
I'm in the Netherlands. That's how bad it is.
Well, actually, Michael, that's currently where our EU warehouse is supposed to be located. I believe
it's actually in the Netherlands.
So it's going to be local, like down the street from you somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know where the UK one is.
Yeah, I don't know that either.
Yeah.
So I see a couple things about the Kickstarters going in there. I'm going to hit those real quick.
CR, I think your question was missed, so go ahead and feel free to ask it again.
Yeah, just post it again, CR, please.
Yeah, sometimes we're going to miss a question, especially if we're looking away from the screen because we're talking to each other.
They scroll pretty fast.
If after 5 minutes you haven't seen it, just repost it. It's not a big deal. Just don't spam it.
So,
to be fair, you can walk into France from many parts
of
the
country.
That is very fair.
So we mentioned Kickstarters the other day and where we're at on that. I think someone asked earlier, when is the final wave or next wave for domestic U.S. going out. I'm not sure what wave we're on. I think we're on wave 4 now. QML handled the wave 1 and 2 combined, and then they did a wave 3, and those are all done. Domestic U.S. through wave 3 is done, and I believe, please don't hold me to this exactly, but I believe that means anyone who was fully filled out their entire survey and had paid their shipping by July 7th, I think that was the date, should have been delivered by now. Everyone after that would be in a kind of a wave 4-ish bundle, like ongoing shipping. We are QML is now done. We're moving all the final product from there to our local warehouse up in Georgia, and Catalyst will fulfill that directly from now on because we can fulfill smaller waves a lot faster than we can using a fulfillment house like that. So if you were in the bundle that's after early to mid-July, I would say those are going out here, should be in the next 30, 45 days or so, and then those will all be caught up. And that will basically complete all U.S. Fulfillment, unless you just haven't filled out your survey or sent in your shipping funds. There's not much we can do about that until you do that. But we'll keep that open until, as needed, until everyone's taken care of. For the UK, I believe is totally done right now, except for the late backers that who came in after mid-July. EU is about 75% as of yesterday, and the Australia is about 60%, I think, as of yesterday. So we'll keep on that, and we'll keep doing them.
All right. So to go back, because CR question was missed, and it was about the website.
What was it?
Devin, do you mind raising that so I can see the question in total again, so I can read it out loud? It's like 1 or 2 chats up on the restream. That way I can see it again in total. It's from CR.
You just look at it and remember the question?
Yeah, the releases. So customers having better acquisition to when our releases are. So for those of you who have been browsing on the new web store, as you have seen, obviously Rem does the newsletters that go to the inbox. So we do have a newsletter that goes out for these releases during the day of release to get emails, though maybe even a week ahead. With links. So if you're not part of the newsletter, at the bottom of our web store there is the newsletter sign up, and that actually gives you 10% off of your first order after you sign up for the newsletter. So there's a double bonus for doing so. You get information and you get 10% off on your next order. But along with that, though, for those of you who've seen, there is actually a news section for us as Catalyst to write into, and it's something that I now that the new store is done, is I want us to start pushing. Content that even if it's written on our battle core and other stuff like that, being able to have all that data all in one nice place is something I want to get people into in the company now that section exists on the store. So when you go, hey, is anything released today, you can go look at all of our news and say, hey, Catalyst Game Labs is talking about, releasing products, next month, and here's what's going to arrive. And so instead of the newsletter being emailed format, it will just be there as a, essentially I think they call it a blog post, but I think we call it news, but it'll be there available for you.
We don't try to overdo the newsletters and emails. We try to be respectful of your time. So you may see a monthly newsletter. On a really big month with really important news, you might see two. At most. I've been very clear about that. I do not want to overwhelm I'm not trying to spam your email boxes. What I would like to have, and I think Tal was saying too, is on the website itself, we should have a calendar of releases. So you can look ahead and go, Force Manual Mercenaries is releasing in June. Great. And then stuff like that. So you'll see more the occasional monthly newsletter and the hopefully then a permanent calendar on the website somewhere eventually, even if it's just in our news feeds. Maybe we put out a monthly, here's our current calendar of product. So you'll see more of that.
I know someone said, will Lost Tech Dice be coming back to the store? Yes. We've just been sold out of them for both shows and store. That's why they haven't been up there recently. We're just out of stock of a lot of the merchandise products. So I totally get you on that. Patches, pins, the stuff, especially from Clan Invasion and backwards, has been low on stock for quite a while, and we reserved a lot of it for shows, so we had to pull it from the web store for usage because we just didn't have enough for shows, especially with us doing the big reprints for the Mercenary stuff that came out, because that was like another 30 patches, 30 pins, 30 lost tech. Like, it was a big order.
Yeah, CR, I agree. A week or two isn't very much advance notice, and I would say that would be true if we were likely to run out of the product. Hopefully that's not happening very much anymore. We're ordering pretty deep and stocking pretty deep. So even if we only announce it at the last minute, you should have plenty of time to order it before we ever get close to running out. But like I said, we're trying to get more into a newsletter or on a website with a posting that would tell you months in advance. Here's the next 6 months of releases. Here's what to expect. And it may say, Mercenaries, Force Main releasing August-ish. August, September. It all depends on shipping, printing, shipping, delivery. I mean, there's a lot of stuff outside of our control sometimes. Our last 8 containers were supposed to be here, in
February,
late January, and some of them are just now arriving here in mid to late March. I'm like, 2 months late. Nothing we can do about that. Ships move and get here when they get here. But we try to roll with it and stay on topic as much as we can.
Items that were shorted from the get-go, yet pledges went out. Are they coming soonish? I.e., Art of War cookbook coins. There
was a few hundred people that were that didn't get their cookbooks or their Art of Wars early, and most of those have been taken care of. To my knowledge, there's a very small number of people that are still waiting for those items, and those are being worked on, I believe, right now by Rem's team. And it was I want to say like 250 people left to go. So if you're one of those, you should be seeing it pretty soon. And if not, we will stay open. We'll have a way to reach us. So if we don't get it to you, we will get. We have never not given someone what they've ordered on our Kickstarters or made good on it in some fashion, whether it came in late or with a credit. 25,000 people. That's a lot of work. And if we have a 2% error rate, that's still 500 people?
500 people
that we've got to fix after the fact. And 2% error rate is honestly pretty good. I think that's about where we are, 2 to 3%. And just we make good on it. We've never defaulted on a campaign. We never will. So I also saw a question about, are we going to do more Kickstarters or another about the Kickstarter? Yes. Which one and when? I don't know.
Don't know.
We just finished Mercenaries. Let me actually learn how to get some sleep again, and then we'll worry about the next one.
Yeah, I'd like to not be buried in spreadsheets for a little while.
I mean, we're going to keep doing them when it makes sense, but we're not going to kick every single thing we do. Obviously, Gothic is about to release. We're not kicking that. We did some of the new Battletech Force packs that are coming out now. The Davia and the Karita, the Star League ones that with the painted mech in them. I mean, that's all coming out just as regular product into the market. We will do another campaign, maybe this year, but I don't think so, unless something changes. But maybe later this year or next year, we'll come back to that when it's appropriate. When we have something extra to offer you that we wouldn't have done anyway, is really what it kind of comes down to.
We were getting a lot of questions about salvage boxes at one point.
Yeah, I saw that they flew by and they were
salvage boxes? Okay.
Yep. Will we be doing new salvage boxes?
Yes.
Are we going to see restocks on previous salvage boxes?
Yes.
Good answer.
Both.
Yes.
Space Fork for your my flag. My FLGS says it's been trying to set up direct ordering for Catalyst since Gamma, but after the website keeps trying to charge them full price for their. That's because it was never set up after Gamma. They were probably only supposed to be collecting emails because it was never going to be ready until after I completed the full refresh. So, like I said, if you happen to be here, I will have a smoke test of about 15, 20 retailers that we trust, that we know in the industry, to come in and break stuff. And once that's done, it'll be released for everybody to sign up.
People we've already worked with pretty closely. What do you mean through a trust? People we've worked with before and are used to the questions and stuff we're doing. That they have a history with us with online ordering or independent ordering.
Yeah.
So we'll make that happen. And then I saw a question about, you said salvage boxes.
Yep.
Okay, salvage boxes, real quick. What are our plans? We are reprinting the Mercenary salvage box, I think, here in the very near future. We may, I I think we're going to add. There's a very large bird in here or something.
Was that us?
No,
That was not us.
that's them.
Okay.
So something like I think we had the Blood Asp, which was an independent salvage box, and maybe one other one I can't think of at the moment. And we may add those into the next Mercenary salvage box, so that we are not trying to juggle 7 different salvage boxes at one time. So we may do that, and then like the Savannah Masters. Once we're out of those, we still have a few more of those left to go. Once we run out of Savannah Master salvage boxes, that will join the Battlefield Support line. We'll integrate into that, and it'll just be one of the ones that will show up as a Battlefield Support salvage box. So back to, kind of starting to blend them together to make more sense. Yes. That was best. I don't think it was Big Red, but it could have been. He's that kind of guy. He's that kind of a guy. And then moving forward, expect to see a Gothic salvage box for those who like these really over-the-top, over-designed mechs with the really cool flanges and fangs and crenellations and the reverse Wolverine blades, all these weird kind of things. There'll be a Gothic salvage box. And in the near future, we may reprint the Shylon and the Visigoth, or you might see an Aerotech series, which will have those two and new aerospace fighters in them. We'll try to keep them divided up into what makes sense. Mechs, vehicles, aerospace, and keep those all going. I mean, you guys are the ones that love the salvage box. Those were just those are fun. Salvage boxes were just a way to even out the force packs back at the Clan Invasion Kickstarter, because we want to give you your choice of force packs, but some had 4 and some had 5. So we invented the salvage box as just a way to even it up. And you guys went crazy with them, and you loved them so much, and you've been using them in blind draw games and whatever else you want to do. It's all on, you guys are the ones that made us keep this product in print, and that's just awesome. We will do, we're responding to what you want. And so you want more salvage boxes? Absolutely. We're doing that. Jagtai and Corsair next, please. Someone make a note. We'll put that on the list. Those are both great fighters. It wouldn't surprise me if they're on the list to be done really soon.
Now, I saw a question. It went pretty far back. It had to be another FLG question where they mentioned, hey, my FLGS is having a hard time getting battle mats. Is this due to Alliance? And so I imagine, I don't know how much of our portion of Alliance that we've talked about.
No, Alliance has been carrying the battle mats. To my knowledge, they've kept a good supply of them. They brought in a whole bunch recently, and so I don't think there's a problem with that in distribution. But I'll check into that. The only battle mats not in distribution right now are the two. I think they're called Field Tech battle mats, and I think they're called the Legendary battle mats. There's a Legendary. There's like Twycross or my brain is shutting down. There's a Twycross, another one for sure. They're called the Legendary battle mats, and I don't think those are available in stores. And about half of the Mercenary ones have not been released yet.
Right.
So if you're thinking like, well, where's the Lunar Spaceport City one? It could just be it's not released yet. Only about half of the Mercenary battle mats have been released into distribution, but the other
and some of them actually weren't. Something I can say is that something like the HPGs had release dates, but we ran out of stock of them before we could put them up on the web store. So they
all Mercenaries product will be released to distribution for hobby stores, I believe, by the end of June. Everything is out there. We staggered it out a little bit, not to overwhelm the system, but I believe by the end of June, all Mercenaries product is in the market. When are the clan tanks coming? I don't have an answer for that. Let's face it, the clan tanks are a bit of a niche item. There's only a few clans that really go for it, but the Hell's Horses are still in the Inner Sphere, so my guess is they'll see some support and some love here at some point. Grasslands. Grasslands was out of stock for a while. I believe it's returned to stock just in the last 60 days. So just watch for it to filter down through.
Is CGL going to be at PAX Australia again this year? Yeah. I signed a contract over with Johnny Hoon over at the PAX Australia Repop guys, and so my plan is to come back this year, and I'm going to try and drag Lauren starting during day one and have him see the show and be there and take a look at it while we're all there. I think that it's a really great show for you guys down south. I really enjoy it, not just for the food and the people, but also because I'm a big tech consumer. As you can see, the giant beard, obviously I belong playing in front of a computer screen. And I think that Catalyst can do very well there. And as one of the very few bigger shows that you get, I think it's a great opportunity for Catalyst to come meet our fans down south. So yeah, we've already signed up for it. We're going to be there. Actually, we actually have to start organizing that soon because it's international shipping for all of us too. On the other side of it all, we actually have to start shipping all that stuff over soon just for that show. So.
Will salvage boxes be made to cover things not released in the Kickstarter releases, such as box set contents? I thought they already were.
Yeah.
I thought like our Alpha, if you're talking like Alpha Strike box set, Mercenaries box set, Clan Invasion box set, I think those are already in the salvage box lineup. I'd have to check.
Right.
That was the intention anyway. So yes, those should be there, or they will be there. We're trying to make it so we're not trying to create chase items. You can, if you want to know exactly what you're buying, great. Buy a force pack or buy a mercenary box, a second mercenary box. If you're trying to, if you just want to have a chance to find one of those, but you don't, you want that extra rush of looking for it and seeing what pops out. Yes, the intention is they are or will be in the salvage boxes moving forward.
Someone asked if, even though we weren't going to be there as an official capacity, was anybody in CGL going to be over at the UK Games Expo? This year.
Don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so, just due to the schedules we've been keeping, and we all need to get back to work, so we don't fall behind on product. Someone else, the Battlemaster and the Thunderbolt have not been in salvage boxes. I will check on that. It could just be.
They are correct.
Yeah, I'm sure they're right.
They exist in the beginner's box and the
beginner box or the Armored Combat box.
I think one to each in both.
I'll find out.
That's where
So that is again. That's always been the plan. It could just be they didn't make it. It didn't line up in time for the last reprint. But our plan is to always get all of them into the salvage boxes eventually. So just want to say thank you for what you guys do. Always issues may arise, but still thank you, guys. We do our best. Sometimes our best isn't good enough. We acknowledge that. But we always are trying to do our best to bring you the best product we can for the best game that we can for the best price that we can. Nothing is more important than that. And when we do it right and you guys are happy, then great. That's just awesome. And we do it wrong and you guys are forgiving. That's also great, and we appreciate it. So we'll keep doing this. I still want Osiris. Yeah, me too. I'm with you on that one. Any more vehicle packs coming soon? I don't think so, unless there's some vehicles sneaking into the Aces. Do you know if vehicles are in the Aces packs? I think there may be a couple.
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure.
Packs?
Yeah, I think one or two of the Aces boxes have vehicles.
Oh no, the Aces boxes definitely have vehicles.
Yeah.
The Fulcrums come in the first box.
So
right
vehicles,
now.
Yes, in the Aces boxes we'll have some new vehicles. And then when will those make it in the salvage boxes? Down the road, absolutely.
Yeah, Kermanid, should I email Talent Store to give more information on what I was talking about? Yeah, feel free to. Store at catalystgamelabs.com. You feel free to email it. CJ, our customer service agent who is over there, he will assign me tickets as if he cannot answer it himself, he will assign the ticket to me to answer, especially if it is a technical question on shipping or something like that. My plan is to get more of the main bodies of Catalyst when there's direct correlations to be able to go in there and answer questions when customer service can't quite do it on their own.
Yeah, Jen Bixby says QR codes for record sheets in the salvage boxes. That could be fun. Yeah, we should definitely. Someone out there should email Mike at catalystgamelabs.com and make sure he gets that recommendation.
Most likely, the QR codes will not happen until the new Mule website is done.
Yes,
because then we'll actually be able to directly link back to those very easily.
Shrapnel force.
That would be my 2 cents on that, for knowing where that stuff is currently at.
Turbo Turtle, a shrapnel force pack. I'm like, just from mechs that have only showed up in shrapnel, or I'm not sure what a shrapnel force pack would actually contain.
Yep, there are some variants.
It's actually battle mechs made from origami from the shrapnel pages in a little salvage box.
Don't laugh. We tried making origami battle mechs one time, and it was just a little too crazy.
Came the cookbook.
Yeah,
that's how the cookbook came. Congrats on a lot of exciting releases over the last year, and now we're getting to House/Faction Packs 2, Aces, etc. Going to be a great year to come. We 100% agree. We are super excited for all the stuff coming out for Battletech in the next several months. That will be just great overall for the community, for those who have low amounts of players, for those who wanted structured campaign settings. You know, there's a whole lot of goodness coming. For literally a little bit of it for everybody, regardless of how you play or how you play Battletech. There's something there for you this year.
I'm going to combine two questions into one. Someone asked about will there be more 4th anniversary product coming to the website. Not new, but we have a few last reprints and or stuff we have found in the warehouse that still can be put on the website. In fact, I think we just ran a sale on this month for 40th anniversary.
40% off all the 40th anniversary stuff.
Yeah. So 4th anniversary product just went on sale, and will probably stay on sale for a little while, and we'll put the last of it up there. Let's face it, at this point, we're starting to look towards the 45th anniversary product in a couple of years. But and then someone else asked about more shirts, like getting a Mad Cat shirt. Yes, there are plans for more faction shirts and more Battletech generic shirts.
There's actually 4 faction shirts that are backlogged right now in the warehouse.
So that's what I say. There's faction stuff coming
and reprints on the shirts. People have been asking forever, like, we need more House and Intersphere House shirts again. We need more of the original Clan Invasion shirts. There's a lot of shirts, guys. Every shirt's like 13 SKUs.
We need to focus on the priorities, though. Lauren, the hard-hitting questions. Battletech Hawaiian shirts.
I found a place that can do them. And so will I do one? Yes. How fast? It's not on my top priority list, but I do want to have one just because it's fun. So,
Lauren Coleman's #1 priority, Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah.
Remember that, folks.
Any chances on hats again? Yes. Hats did very, very well. I have to look at some economy of scale to make them a little bit easier for us to do. That might also mean that I might have to rechange some of the colors around. Might mean that I might get some extra styles in there this time around because of that, though. Along with the fact that we had some really great conversations with our Kerenskis here, or Kappas, I guess, at this time, what they were called around, where everyone went. So someone asked, hey, when can we get a beanie? And we asked the question, how many of you like beanies? And 100% of the room raised their hands. So there's a couple of things I'm looking at there. One for the restock of hats with some additional options of coloring and maybe some styles like some bands and stuff like that, maybe a couple of chevrons, along with beanies, because those have been very, very popular. Just have to figure out how to get the economy of scale to work, which goes to a new
Starwood Hawaiian shirt. They'd be like Pink Panthers and
Panthers.
And martini glasses, I think, or something like that.
But
yes,
hats, yes. Beanies, yes. I'm working on those. It just takes time. Now that my head's unburied from the 10 months of dev work, I can go back to doing fun things like creating merchandise again.
Berets.
Andy restocks on the Battle Mech manual in the UK. I believe the Battle Mech manual is just coming back into print. I think it's in the container arriving town. Am I right about that?
Which one?
The Battle Mech manual. We
just
had like 9 or 10 books just come back in a reprint. 9 or 10 books to come back in a reprint.
It's
5, 9 or 10.
It was the campaign operations, Hinterlands, Hotspot Hinterlands, the Alpha Strike Commanders edition book.
Those are the ones that have been received. There's more in the container that haven't been checked in yet.
No, it's 5 books.
He's wrong. Anyway,
5
yes,
books.
the Battle Mech manual is coming back in a print. We'll make sure it's out there. Now, how much it gets over to the UK? In the new warehouse, absolutely. Will it get there before then? That's really kind of up to however your local game store orders product. That's not much I can do about that. But you'll see more. Battletech bobbleheads. I've always wanted to do Battletech bobbleheads.
He's talked about it for like 5 years now.
I always wanted like a Hans Deviant Takashi Kirita bobblehead so you can like put them next to each other. Like, Hans, want to go to war? Yeah. Now, what's fun with that? Will we see other BPL force packs? Yes. We could see other BPL force packs. Black Remnants are doing well. We're happy with it.
Very well.
So,
right, wrong, you're both pretty. Thank you. Clan Jade Falcon Pajamas, you dare refuse my bedtime.
That is pretty good.
You know,
Sure, why not?
Clothing is hard.
Clothing is hard.
Clothing is very hard to do. We looked at a lot of clothing over the
Oh,
years.
we're both pretty. Thank you.
UK game stores mostly order through Asmodee, who don't appear to have much of anything at the present.
Asmodee, we give them a lot of sex. I think that's the EPN system,
That's
I think.
That's the EPN system.
They have access to order everything we have access to.
Every time we go to reprint, they get an
Yeah.
they get an offer for an order.
Yep. So that's up to them.
And
If they
we-
order,
and
if
I
they
check them
order it,
separately.
if they order it, it will come.
All right, folks, we were coming down to our final 5 minutes of the stream, so get in your final questions right now.
That says 16:44. That says 15 minutes.
I say we
need
go
to give a little
over.
time.
And
That's fair, time to swap
what's
over.
the next panel?
Actually,
fiction.
Fiction panel?
Yes.
We
Someone
can
asked
still time
about
from now.
audiobooks really earlier, and I apologize for ignoring that earlier. And I meant to mention that the next section is actually fiction. John Helfers, I'm sorry, you and several others will be here. Please ask John about the audiobooks and when they're coming out and what's coming out for
There's a
audiobooks.
lot of them.
There's a lot of them.
being
John,
worked on right
and
now.
John has all that information trapped in his head. So please feel free to ask him, and he'll be
Someone
happy
wants to do a
ask about it.
Warhammer-shaped bottle for as a whiskey decanter. You know, we've actually looked into that, actually creating a battle mech-shaped bottle. There's not much we haven't looked at over the time to try to figure. It's doable.
I just had to
Yeah, it'd be kind of
roundy,
vague, but yes, it can be done.
Like a tiki. It'd be like I had to make it as like a tiki shape,
Yeah.
so I can have a hollow center through it.
Oh, BattleTech tikis.
Tiki what though? Tiki torches.
Tiki glasses.
Tiki glasses.
Tiki mugs.
Yeah.
That could be fun.
There's stuff to do there.
A poster of Hans Davies, everyone knows their once and future ruler. You never know.
Someone was asking earlier about posters as well. They want to see more posters be done for all the great artwork and stuff like that.
Posters have been. Sometimes posters do really well, and sometimes we print a bunch of them and they just kind of don't do anything. The blueprint posters have been doing okay, enough that we're looking at doing more.
I'd say they'd be doing well.
Okay, I mean good enough that I would do more of them, and I would do other poster collections. A poster of Max Lau with eyes that follow you. Well, his eyes always follow me. What can I say? But yeah, I mean, we'll look at more poster sets. Absolutely. There's a lot of ideas flying through here now.
Yeah, I know. They're like rapidly going through. Give a lot of other source books are out of print. Is there any chance to get a comprehensive book with rules for all of the clan trials, maybe in the clan force manual?
There's a chance. How that would be done, I don't know. It's more of a Ray question. Also, I saw a question about shrapnel omnibus editions for like collecting large volumes of the shrapnel material. I'm not sure.
We already do that.
We
do it digitally.
We did year one.
Yeah.
We did year one.
We did year one.
Yeah.
I just don't think we did year
digital
two.
omnibus, yes, I think you'll see more of those. I'm also looking at doing like a best of, like large hardback or something best of that we'd like, take like of the first 10 issues, what were the very best stuff. Maybe we'll let the fans vote on that, I'm not sure. But John Helfers is working on things like omnibus editions, best of editions. Shrapnel is 21 issues going strong without missing a deadline. Phil Lee's done a great job over there. Now that I've said that, he'll probably be late on the next 3 issues.
Right.
But
ask John for more details what he's got planned for Shrapnel in the upcoming year.
Official shirtless Alaric posters win. Absolutely, just for you. I say also, yes, I have seen the Sun Tzu Meow.
Yes, we both had the Sun Tzu Meow poster from Big Red. Yes, he was happy to show it to us while he was there with his phone in person. Atlas head-shaped coffee mug. Yes.
Yes.
I won't have coffee in it, but yes.
Yeah.
Filtered through an Atlas.
Yeah, when we do the House Lord poster set in a tube, like so you get all 5 of theirs.
You're gonna put a coffee mug in
I'm gonna put a shirtless Alaric poster in there for them, just because.
So you can put it in their like small enough to put it in their wallet or something, or what?
Anything you're eager coming down the pipe, we have really brought up to the public yet.
I think we kind of got most of it.
Well, this week is a big week. We've announced a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Gothic and Aces and the Lock and more. I mean, we've announced a lot of stuff for existing and future material.
Anything past that is like a very basic
haven't.
concept
Yeah,
level,
we
I think,
really
at this
haven't held much back this week. Anything that's left to say
is so
is
in flux that it's not worth talking about right
or
now.
I'm really not allowed to talk about that. Well, Michael or coming across the table at me.
That's why I'm here, folks.
Yeah,
right back,
right
up.
Michael's here to keep me under control. How's that working for you, by the way?
Terribly.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's what the shirt like a lark is for. What are you talking about? We already have pinups.
Recruitment posters.
I
like that idea.
So I've been wanting.
We did shirts like that though.
Yes.
So
So
our academy
the
shirts
old
and a couple others
the
that did
old
that.
field manual set. Each
Oh,
field
you're
manual
talking about
had a
those,
recruitment poster in
yeah.
it. They were all awesome. Every single one of them. I loved it, and I've always wanted to do those somehow. And a poster set. Love that idea. Love that
I'd
idea.
love to do that actually. Actually, just do it in another set of 4 in a
I'm
box.
gonna say I'm just gonna say we're gonna do it.
Yeah, cool. I love
But
that.
it's gonna come in a set. You're gonna have to basically buy the whole set. So if you're just a Davian fan, sorry, you're getting the Combine recruitment poster as well.
Yeah,
But
yeah. If
let
you're
me
going to
see
deal
what I
with
can
one
do.
propaganda, we're going to have to deal with all of them.
So
Propaganda.
Propaganda. Ganda.
Talon likes to pronounce things
Ganda
his own
stuff.
way.
Ganda.
Hinterland's cover as a poster. I don't remember what that cover was.
That was that.
It's, isn't it the beautiful white landscape one, or was that?
No. It's the one with the battle mech in kind of a ghillie suit.
Oh
Coming
yeah,
out.
love
Yeah.
that one. That is a good. I'm with you. That's a good one.
There's so
That
much
was good.
artwork that I can't remember.
We
what's
actually
funny
have
is-
a full-size
full
model
set,
of that.
but
It's
also
up,
in the booth
yeah,
right now.
we have a model up in the case up here of the mech with wearing the ghillie suit thing.
It looks so cool.
It's almost
it's
silly,
like
but
8
it
inches
looks so
tall and
good.
It's got the full ghillie over. It looks so cool.
Love
what our guys
What's
do
funny
for
is that
that.
I know that just came out not long ago, but that's for me. That's like 6 months, 8 months ago.
Yeah.
How about-
So by the time it comes out, I'm on like the next 6 products.
Yeah. How about Alpha Strike maps that don't look like they were redrawn from hex maps? So streets at right angles, no hills, so we can add our own. We're doing that with the
We've
Alpha
got
Strike?
some ideas for that. That's moving forward.
And new stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought am I wrong to think that the Alpha Strike mats aren't like that, or are they just straight artwork?
They're mostly just reprints of the hex. We take the
Oh,
hexes
hexes
off,
off, okay.
and we just reprint them. But
What was the one that was like the weird colorized, like this thing here? Hexes.
And that's where it's toughest for us folks because we know things and sometimes forget they're not out yet.
Yeah.
Artwork of the Battle Mech Factory. The Battle Mech Factory on Hesperus. Well,
Are we allowed to do anything on Hesperus?
it was mentioned recently,
I had nothing on
and
that
since
one.
I heard Ray talk about it, I will simply say there may be a really awesome Hesperus box set in development right now.
I just
I
want
mean-
people to realize that this is as close as I could have come to controlling this. As close as we got, folks.
Hey, I heard Ray talk about it.
At KerenskyCon.
Yeah,
Like a week
ago.
yeah.
Remember that thing that we said that like sometimes things are in flux and we have no idea which direction they'll go yet? Yeah, that was kind of one of those things, and even I knew that.
They asked. They
yeah.
asked the question right there. Hesperus.
And that is your gift, ladies and gentlemen. We are just wrapping up right here at Adepticon, Day 3. Once again, I am very honored to be here with Lauren Coleman and Talon Coleman. We are going to be taking a quick 10-minute break and then going into the fiction panel with John Helfers and a few of our authors. So if you've got any questions about audiobooks, books in general, or the Dewey Decimal System, please stick around. We'll see you in 10
Mike
minutes.
at CatalystGameLabs.com.
Which
Thank
doesn't
you.
go to anyone right now.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so
guys.
much. Have a great one. We'll be
Lauren.
seeing you soon.
Lauren can only be aimed. I like that.
Lauren can
And welcome back to Adepticon 2025 at the Baird Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am joined by a fantastic panel of writers, not only of BattleTech, but Shadowrun, other fiction. I'm pleased to welcome, this is, I guess, the BattleTech Roundtable we're calling this, and even though the table's square, so figure that out on your own.
It's rectangular,
Let's do very brief introductions, then we'll kind of launch right into it. My name is John Helfers. I am the executive editor of Catalyst Game Labs. I'm responsible for herding all of these cats and getting their work in on time, some very, very early, some not so much, and making sure that the books look good and everything is good so we can sell stuff and make fictions and tell stories. Phil?
I'm Philip A. Lee. I'm the managing editor of Shrapnel. I edit things. I write things. I've written a couple of BattleTech novels. So I basically just do whatever John asked me to do.
Ask. I don't ask. I tell. Jason?
Hi, I'm Jason Hansa. I am a herded cat. A fiction. I'm a BattleTech fiction freelancer.
That was it?
I write stuff. I write BattleTech stuff. I do what they tell me to do.
And I believe there's still one copy of Skulk out on the shelf there.
I'll make sure that gets sold by the end of the day.
Mike?
There's still like 5 upstairs.
I'm Mike Stackpole. I am a writer. I write lots of novels. Started with BattleTech, and I've branched out and done a bunch of other things, and still come back home and get to play in that world.
Rusty.
I'm Russell Zimmerman, Rusty when I'm not working. Been a long-time Catalyst freelancer, a whole bunch of Shadowrun stuff, and in the last couple years I've started tackling some BattleTech as well. So all kinds of stompy robots, corporate stuff, you name it. Having a good time.
Awesome. Brian.
And I'm Brian Young. I write a lot of BattleTech stuff, novels, novellas, short stories. I've done some work in some source books, and I write other stuff too.
Jason Handsome. I've never thought of that.
I will 100% take that as my call sign from here forward.
Looks like they cashed your check.
Yeah.
They did. Yeah.
So it is
That
the first
check cleared.
Saturday at
Make sure
a
it clears.
5-day convention, so we may or may not be a little punchy depending on who it is. But I have a few questions for the assembled panel, and then we'll probably leap right into questions from the chat. But first of all, as everyone may or may not know, Shadowrun celebrated its 40th anniversary last year. I believe that's one of the longest-running IPs, especially in gaming, in existence. We've
Did
told
you say Shadowrun?
Yes,
You did.
that was the 35th. BattleTech did its 40th.
That was a 40th
Thank
flip.
you.
Because
That's why I keep them around.
I
There you
enjoy
go.
Shadowrun fiction, but I
to
have
correct
not
me in
written
real
Shadowrun.
time. Anyways, BattleTech, celebrated its 40th anniversary. One of the longest-running IPs. We've told over 120 full-length novel stories in the world, and yet I am constantly bombarded, many from these people, with new ideas for novels. Why do you guys all keep coming back to BattleTech? It is definitely like 5 p.m. on Saturday. Coming back to BattleTech as a fiction world, as a fiction to write. I'll throw it over to anybody.
I'll start and just say it's because there's more than one world to it. You can always find a cool location for a story. If your story starts with a scene in a specific type of location, you can find that location somewhere in the BattleTech universe. For Range War in Shrapnel 16, I really wanted this burnt-down Western thing inspired by the real-life history initially of like cattlemen against the shepherds. And that those range wars, which is why the story was called Range War, and then it became, all right, where are we putting this? It's got to be periphery. Where in the periphery? Hey, and then you start to narrow it down and go, hey, this planet fell off the map of the Outworlds Alliance between this map and this map. Let's do that. Let's make that happen and tie that in with this BattleTech Cowboys. But yeah.
Well, you just give me an idea for an anthology of Lost Planets. Because that's not the only one. There are,
Yeah.
there are a lot in the universe. That could be really cool. All right, write that down. Anyone else want to throw their ideas out there? I mean, Mike, let's go to you as one who's been writing some of the seminal books in the entire IP.
Right.
And coming back to do more.
Well, for me, I think I'm in a special situation in that.
I mean, this is true.
Having been involved as long as I have, and,
Right.
and having been fortunate enough to, be at the summits where we get to plan things, you know, is it a tie-in universe? Yeah, but I also got to build chunks of it. So it's like writing
Very
in my
large
own
chunks.
Yeah,
Yes.
you get to write in my own tie-in universe and have, you know, all my friends being able to write in there as well.
Not to make your author's ego swell, but do you feel some like not real proprietorship, but in a sense because you created so much?
Oh yeah.
I imagine it's hard not to in a way.
I mean, at one of the summits back in the FASA days, another author who will remain nameless said he was going to use Victor for something, and I literally said, "You can't have him." at which point I realized I guess I don't really own that. But fortunately, everybody who was there from FASA at the time agreed that no, that guy should not touch Victor.
As another story idea, we need to do something called Comfort Zone, where Mike has to find a corner of the universe he hasn't written about yet. some faction, some bloodline, something, and he has to squat somewhere.
I think he might be looking for a long time.
So he can feel like the rest of us do. He has to find somewhere where you got to fit somebody else's
You guys
thing.
are going to play that. Oh, Mike's been here. Oh,
Yeah.
Mike's been here. Come on, Miss Stackpole. Anyone else, Jason? Rusty?
I think for me, like, part of it is the more I get into BattleTech, the deeper the layers, I find deeper layers, and I peel them back and realize that you can really tell any sort of story you want to tell in BattleTech. And ultimately, BattleTech stories, yes, they have giant robots in them that people pilot, but ultimately it's about the people that are piloting them. And I love telling stories about people, right? And BattleTech allows me to tell very human stories, and it's just fun. It's fun, it's challenging, and I find challenges in BattleTech just the same as I would writing anything else about characters and stories, and it's about characters and stories for me. That's really what I love.
And that's really what we go for. I mean, I always make the joke that BattleTech is big, stompy robots 1,000 years in the future, but without characters to care about who are piloting those. Yeah. And without a solid story to hang that all around, it just becomes a two-dimensional thing, and we don't do that here.
Well, that was John and I have laughed about this. The very first editor on the BattleTech stuff, Don Ippolito, when I turned in Warrior on Guard, called me up, and the first words out of her mouth was, "This is like a real novel." and the fun thing is that the IP not only is big enough and varied enough to support real stories about real characters, but down through the years, that has been the directive, and that has been what is supported. I mean, over and over, Phil has said this, and over it's been, we're not looking for a transcript of your last BattleTech game. You know, that's not what we want.
Yeah.
We want the characters, we want their reactions, we want all that sort of stuff.
Right. I just pointing out a comment from Craig Reed in the chat as Turbo Turtle keeps coming back to it. A universe that isn't static.
Yep.
That is true.
Yeah.
We're constantly moving forward. I mean, this is we're on the 8th era? If you don't count Homeworlds, it's the 7th, I think.
Yeah.
You know, we've gone through 1,000 years. Yeah. And true, it's constantly evolving, constantly changing. Part of that is because of a great crew that tosses out ideas as to how and why that should be. Part of that is folks like Ray Arastia, Aaron K. Hall, and us. Lauren, of course, has to kind of dip his toe in every so often.
Right.
So, but that's what keeps it fresh throughout many company changes and a lot of different people at the helm. But I think everyone here has the desire to tell great stories in this great universe. I think that's obviously the case. I'm going to leave that. Anyone else have anything else to add to that, or we're going to move on?
Not really. I mean, I enjoy the thing I like about BattleTech is I can tell great character stories. I can show the great triumphs and the deep tragedies, but then I also get to frame them around really cool set piece battles.
Right.
So you get story, but then you can also get spectacle, and it fits right in.
Yeah. Jason?
Well, and also there's room enough to play, not only tell whatever kind of story you want, but in any way you want. There's room for a noir story, or for an espionage story, or for straight up military sci-fi war,
or a western story,
or a western.
Yeah.
You know, it's BattleTech Western. So BattleTech is huge enough and big enough to let anything kind of come in and play in the sandbox, and that's what Shrapnel's great for. I'm sure we'll talk about Shrapnel in a bit, but yeah, getting just it's such a wide sandbox to play in. Any story you want to tell, there's a way you can also tell it.
Right. That's a great comment because it's going to lead right into my next question. The authors I have here, you guys are all very, very talented, especially at different lengths, all different lengths of story. So which do you like writing best, either short story, novella, or novel, and why?
Novella.
Novella?
Yes.
So you prefer like about the 20 to 30,000 word range?
Yeah.
Okay, so why, Jason?
Because I like, I think it was you, Brian, that mentioned that a short story is like the end of the story. You're just kind of telling the climax. You're kind of skipping all over that. I want the room to have room to explain that. I like having a little bit more room to breathe and to explain it all, but not necessarily a novel length. I like the idea of just kind of setting up a bigger situation, but then satisfying a conclusion. That's just my favorite.
It doesn't have to be. There can be, like that answer's now off the table. Not at all. So, anyone else?
I prefer writing novels the most. I think it's probably because when I seriously pursued writing, I basically started with novels, and I kind of sort of perfected that mode of storytelling for so long. Then when I actually went and started trying to write Battlecore stories, it was actually kind of hard for me because I hadn't committed to writing short stories in a while. I was so used to writing long form fiction with very complex character, like multiple characters, multiple viewpoints. Like the short stories were like it took me a while to get back in the swing of things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
I really love the creative challenge of BattleTech, regardless of length. Really, like, part of the creative challenge that I love in working in BattleTech is having the constraints of being told, this is the part of the universe that you need to be working in. This is the overarching goals that we need done for this story. This is the faction you need to work with, and part of those constraints are the word count. So when I'm doing something where it's like, you need to be doing an opening piece of fiction for a source book and it's 2,000 words, I love fitting that puzzle together just as much as being handed a novel and saying, this needs to be a full-length novel, and, we have an upper limit for that, and that's what that needs to be. Or this needs to be a short novel, and it needs to be, 40 to 60 tops. Or this needs to be a novella, and it needs to be 10,000 words or 20,000 words or whatever. That's just part of the package for me, and every story is its own puzzle, and I just love doing the puzzles. It doesn't matter how big that puzzle is for me.
Okay. Rusty, Mike?
I'd say I like either extreme the most. I really like it when I have a novel idea that is completely my idea. I bounce it off John. He says yes. There isn't a firm deadline yet or anything, and I get to just kind of write and do the thing, right? But then I also love when I get a Discord message from John saying, hey, we've got this thing in Game Trade Magazine. We need 5 micro-fictions that'll fit on one page of a magazine each, 5 of them that go together. You have 3 weeks, right? Like those two extremes are really fun. The ones where I can just absolutely stretch my legs, do what I want, and kind of let the story tell itself, and the ones where it becomes like, okay, let's write a professional tweet in a couple days, right? Where you've got this super tight workout and you're still trying to tell a cool story, and where you have to pare it down so hard and start so punchy, and those
make it work.
Yeah, those two extremes, I think, for me. And I'll take any gig in the middle too, but in terms of like fun, give me either end of the spectrum, I think.
Yeah, there's a couple authors at this table I have asked to get a short story from in about a week, and they've always delivered. So I'm very grateful to be working with writers who can make that happen. Mike, what about you?
I think the length that I like working at is whatever suits the story.
I'm not sure if that's a cop out or
no.
I think that's the answer.
But the thing is that look, I mean, I've done some of the Spine trilogies.
Yeah.
And setting up those trilogies and having that, and those were relatively long novels. Setting those up was one set of challenges, and I really, really like that. And doing that sort of stuff. On the other end, being able to, like with the Death Kangaroos, being able to do shorter things that are punchier. They can, they can carry the comedy as well as the other stuff. It's what's the suitable length to make all of that to go together. The other thing which I enjoy the hell out of with all of this is the fact that there are so many, creative individuals. And, in issue 20 of Shrapnel, in the Death Kangaroo story in there, I had a character make kind of a wisecrack, which a couple of people have come back and gone, was that a reference to Brian's stories? And, Brian and I are buddies, and it's like, yeah, that was a reference to Brian's stories. Or, being able to, any of us getting a call saying, hey, can I do this, or will you set this up, or I want to do that. Just all of us being able to be creative together, and it's like, that's something really rewarding, which outside of working in an IP, and not all IPs are created equal. Some are a lot tougher to work in for that sort of cooperation. The fact that we've got that landscape here and that we can do that it just makes it fun for me, So.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, guys. Again, very fortunate to have assembled this cadre and others as well. Craig is on there too. So of really terrific writers who are very adept at, to be fair, I'm going to chime with Mike said, making the story fit the length that is needed, because IP writing, tie-in writing can be very exacting. While I'm a firm believer that I think the story is, whatever length it needs to tell it, sometimes there's different ways to tell that story. And some are longer, some are shorter, some are tiny. Exactly. I'm going to grab a question from a chat member and then put it's a two-parter. So someone asked, they want to know what your favorite story is in Battletech. So that's part one. It doesn't have to be yours. It can be yours. It doesn't have to be yours. But part two, is there a story in Battletech that you wished you had written? So it's two-parter. Your favorite story, yours or someone else's. And two, is there a story that when you read it, like, damn, I wish I'd written that? So who wants to go first?
I'll take the hit for everybody because I did see the question in chat. I'm going to say my favorite has to be Warrior and Guard because it was my first.
I see Mike's ego getting larger.
It was my introduction to the setting, and that's always going to be special. And yeah, like it's hard to top that as
True.
The same as like the first season of a lot of shows or the pilot of a lot of TV series is hard to surpass. And yeah, like it was this is what, and it was just such a neat mixture of so many things. You had the politics, the giant robots. You had the military drama next to the socio-political drama.
Intrigue. Right. Yeah, the Warrior is heavy on intrigue.
Yeah, and stuff like that. And it was just the first book that I had read like that was on that scale. And I think one of the things that Mike does real well, and that I think you can find in that first book, is a change of scale for different characters. Where sometimes you've got, the Davions talking about the future of the realm,
right.
And you turn a page, and it's Dan Allard helping the recon lads figure out a love triangle or whatever.
Sure.
I think he was helping them build up their courage to talk to each other. But it was like those both felt important, right? And it was just this kind of scale shift of every character having their own thing. And yet somehow when you're reading it, they all feel equally important. And that was just really cool to me. And that was, I think, as we all mentioned, part of what makes Battletech Battletech. I got to say, like, that's got to be my favorite just because it's special. The first. I think for the one that I wish I wrote, I'm actually going to say Warrior and Guard. Because that would mean that I would have been writing Battletech a really long time. and it would have been a really neat trick if I had just, kick-started it myself in a weird, like, time loop sort of situation. So that would be a funny story of, like, going backwards in time and retelling it. So, yeah, I'll just use that cop-out.
Giving that Stackpole guy food poisoning so you get the contract or something.
I'm not having lunch with you.
Yeah.
It's going to be food poisoning. No.
Yeah.
You know,
all right.
One of my favorites. I've got a lot of favorites, but I think the one that I keep coming back to that resonates in my head is probably Ghost War, which is the one that kicked off the Dark Age. And I know, having to almost effectively sort of end the Dark Age in a lot of ways with Voidbreaker, there's sort of a loop there that I didn't get to write the beginning of the loop, but getting to close it kind of felt like they were connected. But Ghost War has this literary quality that BattleTech doesn't always get to. Like, BattleTech, for the most part, is pretty pulpy.
Yes.
And I love pulp, but you thread the needle between pulp and literary with that very noir style really well with that book. That really hit. It pressed my buttons in the right way when I came to it. The one I wish I wrote, it's not even like that I wish I wrote it. I just the thing I love about the current era of BattleTech is that we have writers that all write drastically differently. And so when I read a Jason Schmetzer novel like Redemption Rights, or I read a Michael Ciravella novel like Trial of Birthright, or I read the stuff like Letter of the Law like Phil writes, or I read the stuff you're doing with like Violent Inception, or I read the stuff Jason's doing like Skulko Foxes, we all have such drastically different voices that, like, if you pick a writer in BattleTech right now, you're going to get a slightly different vibe for BattleTech. And I can't write like any of you guys, right? Like, and so I kind of wish, like, I could. Like, I wish I could write a book like Jason Schmetzer, right? Like, or like Michael Ciravella, and I can't. And, I got a note after Voidbreaker, after Jason Schmetzer read Voidbreaker, and he's like, I can't write like you. And, like, I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you do this at all. I can't write like you. And I'm like, that's the same thing I think about your stuff, man. Like,
mutual envy.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like
respect, I think.
So, like, everybody, I wish I could have written everybody like everybody else. Like, I just can't, though. I'm just me.
You know what we need to do now is you give all of us the same project spec. for like one anthology, just get like 12 versions of the same story with the same characters and like same beginning and outcome.
BattleTech Rashomon.
Yeah, just let us have everybody write the middle different and figure it out. Like,
that would be kind of an interesting thought experiment. I'm not sure we'll ever get to anything that anyone's going to want to read, theoretically. But, Phil, Jason?
I think I want to say it's Bred for War when the Capellans and the Merrics attack. Like the introduction of the Dancing Joker. That wasn't the introduction. Is where he was underground, kind of hidden.
Where he was on a planet.
Yeah, that was Bred for War, right?
Bred for War, yeah.
That is like the novel I go back to over and over and over again. I want to make sure it's because my second one is the Coventry one. So I get the titles mixed up in my head. Just, I don't know, they hit me just at the right time in my life. I was at the right age. And those are the ones I always go back to. For things that I've written that I wish I'd written, they have not been released yet. There's something in the slush pile, and it's set in the War of 3039. And I had literally started outlining a story, and I read it, and I'm like, oh my God, not only did they write the story I was going to tell, they told it better than I could tell it. I'm like, so I literally deleted the outline. So I can't remember the name of it, I can't remember the author, and you guys...
So for those who are wondering, Jason and Brian read Slush for Shrapnel now. Now, is that story going to see the light of day? Have you passed it on to Phil? Like,
I marked it like a 9.5 or something like that. It was ridiculous. It's so good.
Jason's like, oops, I deleted the wrong one. Only got mine, I guess.
No, it's brilliant. And so, yeah, I think that's also the only time where I had like an idea. I mean, I did get sniped by you once. I had a story in the works, and then it was in the 20-year anniversary. It was set on Terra. The Dancing Joker's trying to kill Focht, and because it was based on the picture. That was where we all had art based
right.
on the covers. I'm like, well, delete. I guess. But that's awesome. It was fun because you wrote it better than I would have. So,
Phil.
I think probably one of my most memorable BattleTech stories is Way of the Clans, and by extension the entire Jade Phoenix trilogy, because Way of the Clans is what got me into the BattleTech fiction. Like, I'd played the game a couple times, and I'm like, okay, you got House Davian, they're there, and then you've got House Kurita, and they're just like, samurai culture. That's cool, whatever. And my friend hands me his copy of Way of the Clans, and I read through this, and it was just like revelatory, because it's almost like an alien culture, but it's like you recognize as like people, but it was such a departure from a lot of the other cultures that I'd been exposed to in BattleTech by that point, like just the setting and not necessarily like the fiction. And so it just sort of kind of like transported me in a way that other stuff that I'd seen up to that point hadn't.
Sure.
As far as like what I wish I would have written, that's kind of a hard question to answer. I can't really think of anything.
Okay. For Michael, this is probably like asking you which one of your children is your favorite. But I'll still pose the question, but
sure.
I'm almost more interested if you even have an answer for the second one. But go ahead, answer the first one first.
I mean, out of the books, if we step away from books that I wrote, Wolves on the Border, Bob Charette's Wolves on the Border. I mean, just stunningly well done. I really, really enjoyed that. Of my children, I have a fondness for Assumption of Risk.
Okay.
Because Assumption of Risk tied off a lot of stuff for Kay that was set up in the earlier books, and I think of books that I would have liked to write. I don't. I just don't think of books that way. When I see what somebody else does, I really try not to say I would have handled this differently.
Sure.
I think a book that I would like to write, and I mentioned it to you earlier, and thinking about this, would be going back to 3016 and Mallory's World and the death of Ian Davian.
Death of
Ian Davian.
Oh, yes, that came up, recently.
Because I got to play with, and this goes back to, again, one of the things I love about the universe is that in the Calhounds Ascending, I got to play with Ian as a character, which he had never been covered before, right? Yeah. And so I got to play with Ian as a character, and part of the characterization that I gave him was knowing that within 3 years of those books, he was going to be dead. But also, having him and Morgan have the sort of relationship set back up that would just add to the pain of that death in 3016, which explains a lot of what Morgan did. And so it's almost like, I kind of feel the need here to go back and connect the dots there, and bring it all home. So.
Yeah, Ian and Patrick.
Yeah, Ian and Patrick.
Right. I am loving what you're doing with them.
Yeah,
it's interesting for Ian, such a pivotal character in the universe, yet didn't really appear in a lot of fiction.
No, not at all.
It was his absence that mattered so much, and that's a fascinating character to kind of be free to imagine on your own, to an extent, and to recognize the importance of their missing,
and as a writer, which all of us do, when we're taking a character out of the universe, we're looking at what's been said about this character, and how do we extrapolate those tendencies, and build it up toward, because we know how it ends, and so we've got to extrapolate it, make sure that they're not a cartoon, because sometimes, let's face it, in the source books, it's, oh yes, he was the leader of the Federated Sons, and then he died heroically. Well, for crying out loud, you know, that's a sock puppet right there. You know, we gotta put something inside of it.
Right.
But when you do that, you know, it's suddenly you're bringing this character to life, and again, for me, it becomes poignant because we know he dies tragically, and so it's got to be a worthy death, you know. And how do we put all this together?
Yeah. I will say regarding Wolves on the Border, I've literally a couple times at this convention hand-sold that book to people by saying, if you ask 90% of the people who've read all the BattleTech novels, which is their favorite, this is it.
Yeah.
And pretty much seals the deal right there. Yeah. So it's a very easy sell.
Oh, yeah.
and I tend to agree with you. It is one of my favorite ones,
it's
too.
really good.
It's simply
really
incredible.
Yep.
We're about halfway through the panel right now. Thank you for joining us. This is the Writers Roundtable. I'm going to turn it to the chat questions. There are several things I know people would like updates on, so I'm going to take a little bit of time here and we'll answer hopefully some questions from the chat, so please keep them coming. I know there was a question on audio books that were part of the Mercenaries Kickstarter, and I believe that Lauren and Talon were here in the previous hour and may have mentioned that. I'm going to expound on that a little bit. So the first thing I can tell you is that Close Quarters, one of the first books to be one of the goals in that Kickstarter, is complete. It is recorded. It is finished. The problem is that audiobooks are really large. Sometimes up to as much as half a gigabyte, sometimes even higher than that. So we have to find a way to transmit it. It's the transmission of those to the backers on a wide scale that's proving a little trickier than we thought. We always thought, oh, let's give audiobooks out. That's a great idea. The mechanics of it, the actual execution of it is proving a little bit trickier. The new website's hopefully going to assist with that. We want to do it right. We want to make sure you guys get everything you pledged for. It's very important to us. So we are working on it, and we hope to have start doing that or find a way to efficiently do it. That's really what it comes down to fairly soon. So we're working on a few separate options. Tal and I are working very hard on it because we want to wrap that up. And we're hoping to have those start flowing very soon. Another question, this is going to stand mostly for Mike and Brian. I know there's questions about the graphic novel. Mm-hmm. I have a draft of the script in hand. I have read it. We're actually going to be talking about it at this convention this weekend. So yes, a graphic novel is pursuing, is continuing on. As someone else had commented, I mentioned in a previous panel that they are, again, a complicated project. This is my first time attempting one, and I'm lucky to have two very excellent authors who have worked in the graphics novel, comic book medium to assist me, because I'm learning as much going along and tackling this as well. We are well along in the process. We want to keep it rolling, so that's a great thing about getting together face-to-face, where we can all talk, we can all spitball the ideas and make sure that the plot is as strong as possible. And, of course, I also have other people to satisfy with this, as Ray and Aaron and other folks have to look at it and make sure that it's everything we want it to be. So It's a lot of moving parts there, basically. Let's see. Really quick. Actors Everywhere, am I right? Yes, Actors Everywhere did a lot of them. That is true. I understand there's a slight issue with the current release that we have to fix. So I'm away from my desk. I'm going to look at that as soon as I can come Monday. There was one I thought I saw up above. Well, all right. Let's see. The audio versus the upcoming. That's a whole other story. You guys have to finish those first. Also, talking about audiobooks in general. Oh, it was audiobook schedule. So we released Hour of the Wolf in January, and we dropped Founding #1, Fall from Glory, just recently. That's the one that actually has a little bit of an issue that we're going to have to take care of. But we are trying to get back on the one audiobook every other month. It's very important for us to establish audiobooks. I know there's a lot of people out there who are waiting for them. And thanks to our partners in other places and very talented narrators like Trent Sparks, we are going to get on a regular schedule and put those out on a regular time base. So including going back to some of the older novels like Mike's novels. I believe, I don't think Tex is in this schedule in this one to do, I can say that Tex is involved. I have to get back to him and we have to finish up that project so we can release those. But we've got a lot of audio coming down the pike. That I can say for sure. And we're going to keep it moving. So if you folks who love those can still get more of them. Let's see.
I'm going to jump ahead and say that's a Skulk of Fox's comment, Mr. Helfers.
More Screaming Eagles fiction. Well, I don't know, Jason. Do you have another story in mind?
I do. Just the universe has to move forward a little bit.
Okay.
So, but,
looking into the future. I can't write the story until the universe catches up with you.
Until the future catches up, you know. So.
Yeah. Okay. Beta listeners, they have some. I wouldn't. I listen to Trent. Yes, we do call Trent the unofficial voice of BattleTech. Any Clan Invasion era novels? We've been talking about a lot of historicals. There are a lot of, like, Wars of Reaving, which was greenlit after Mercenaries closed. I love doing historicals. I think there's a fair amount of Clan Invasion novels already.
Strength of Pack is Clan Invasion.
Yeah, that's true. That's coming out as well.
Yeah.
But really, John, doesn't it really come down to balancing, because we've got a dynamic, a non-static property here,
right?
And we're pushing the story into the future.
Yeah.
And you've got a limited number of books to publish each year.
Correct.
You know that we really have to have
pick and choose carefully.
Yeah, it's
not
got
to
be
say
a balance.
I don't like historicals. Don't get me wrong. If those of you listening to a previous one, I've talked about the Jihad program, which is still moving forward. However, as Mike stated, and it's true, the universe does not stop for me. It does not stop for authors who want to write historicals. That's all great, but it's like a shark. If it stops moving, it dies.
Yeah.
And we are the ones who keep it moving forward, so it's very much a give and take. But I certainly love historicals. I feel there are eras that have been overlooked in fiction that I want to see more of. But my boss says you can only have X number of historicals in a year, and so I have to pick and choose very carefully how those are going to be set in with everything else. You're welcome, Ed. Are we going to get a sequel to Voidbreaker? I mean, it's certainly selling well enough. I'm open to the idea, but I think, Brian, we've got a couple of things he has to tackle first.
Yeah, no, I've got
so
some
that may be down the line a little bit. I know Kenja has fast become kind of a fan favorite character from what I've heard. She is very dynamic and an awesome person. Went through a very compelling character story arc in that one. So, yeah, I think we can talk about that down the road.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything near term that we have, but there's definitely limitless possibilities with where that book ended for a Seafox watch agent to be in need of doing. There's plenty of adventures that her and the people around her could go on in the future of the Ill Clan era.
Right. Our hawk-eared listeners caught your Strength of the Pack, so and want to ask what they want to know what it's a little bit about. So, Jason,
well,
you want to?
Just very quickly, it is about a Sibco, a Wolf Clan Sibco. It's about two best friends that graduate together, but they go in different paths. One has an accident during their trial position and gets essentially booted down to the militia, while another one is sent into a mech unit. You know, she's a mech warrior. And it's essentially following them on two different paths and how they learn what Clan Wolf honor is. And eventually they meet back up, you know, a tiny spoiler, but so you can see and contrast what, and it's essentially because there's always been the Crusader Warden outlooks in Clan, you know, so you're kind of watching that grow and develop by two people who are best friends, and they start at very obviously identical places, and they end up in very different places.
Yep, and for those who backed the Clan Invasion Kickstarter, and I can't remember if it was Brigadier General level or something like that, that was the serial novel that you received as part of your package, and we're going to release that serial as a six-part, right?
It's a 6-part for book one.
6-part. We're going to release that one just as an experiment. Eventually, it will be in a complete collection, but I'm going to see how a serial novel might do. Let's see. There was Craig asked, could you do another audio anthology? So the plan is to release really quickly the Founding trilogy, although Actors Everywhere may have to go back and do some re-recording, and then the core anthology is just about done, and that, of course, will be another one. I was really pleasantly surprised by the reaction to No Greater Honor, the anthology that came out last year, I believe. So it seems like you guys like short audio, and I want to give you more of it. So that's a big deal too. Absolutely. AU Fiction Series. Yeah, Jason got to it first. Okay, here's a question that came up earlier that I do want to ask you, everyone at the table. Is there a single moment in the fiction that kind of encapsulates to you what BattleTech is all about?
The dessert plate.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. And that, of course, is Hans and Melissa's wedding. I give to you the famous line, I give to you the Capellan Confederation, and the madcap zaniness that ensued after that. So Phil and I are in agreement.
Yeah.
I actually think it does, because the reason is, and I really do call it madcap zaniness, because BattleTech is a big stompy robots. Some could take it as a very dark, everyone's at war, etc. But there's always room for humor, even if it's inadvertent humor. And that was inadvertently funny. That this leader of hundreds of planets, millions of people like frantically grab the plates as he's like running out of the hall, and it's pathos and crazy and hysterical and very gripping because this is announced as an invasion of one great house to another at the same time. It's just masterfully done.
Yeah.
So I'll throw the.
It was a giant middle finger done with ceramic.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone just posted in a Discord maybe yesterday. We were talking about various moments in BattleTech fiction, and they mentioned that they started reading the BattleTech stuff real young, and they really didn't wrap their head around it, and they've reread some of them and gotten the story more like real young, and they really thought that scene, Hans Davion was mad, and the Chancellor was mad, everyone was mad because somebody had stolen their dessert. And they read it as a kid. That's what clicked in their head, was like if somebody yoinked your birthday cake, that's what started it.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. So it's like
that was the subtext I was going for.
Yeah. Like relatable moment,
Man's dessert, damn it.
Yeah.
Right. Rusty, do you have?
Oh man, iconic moment.
A
moment that
what BattleTech kind of means to you in a way. Yeah, sure.
Off the top of my head, I kind of want to say Shin Yodama first fighting an elemental, because it was middle of a fight scene. Everything's tense. Everything's weird. Who are these guys? Who's invading? And you think it kind of makes sense, just as you have your head kind of wrapped around the scale of these new weird threats,
right?
Then you don't. And it was just a reminder that there's always a twist in some of the best BattleTech stories, right when you think you understand it. And it's easy to think you understand it when it's a war game a lot of the times.
Right.
It's real easy to, think you know how a fight's going to go or whatever, because it's a war game. You understand battle value and,
Side A, side B fight. There you go.
And, that was just a really cool moment. And in it all, it was still like Shin handled it differently than other mech warriors might have handled it.
Right.
And was worried about different things than other mech warriors would have been worried about. And it was, it's just kind of a neat little bit of everything moment, I think.
Yep, exactly. Others? I'll throw it to the table.
Go ahead.
I've been thinking about this since it first popped up into the chat. And there's a lot of very cool moments. There's a lot of iconic moments. But I think the moment that's, and you're going to have to remind me the name of the Coventry story, the Coventry book that you wrote. What's the?
Malicious Intent.
Malicious Intent, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The moment, though, that I think epitomizes BattleTech is when Victor Steiner Davian goes up on top of the roof. Kardak is talking to the Wolf's Dragoon Major that he likes. See, they've got kind of a crush thing going on. And Victor's there to offer him a job, but the very first thing Victor does is pull the offer back to not interfere with their relationship. It's kind of a deep cut, and I can't remember the sentence word for word, but if I was going to kind of wrap everything up in there, you've got the leader of a great house. There's just a lot of honor and understanding. It's all, it's military service, it's duty, it's relationships, all kind of tied up in one moment of, I need you on my staff, but I will not interrupt that.
Which I think it's also a look at Victor's kind of greatest strength and greatest weakness.
Yes.
Right?
I've been thinking about stuff all the entire chat. Like, one of my favorite moments, right, when something, because you mentioned something at risk, and the moment that came on besides sight, data, appreciated, God, 3 great words, is the martial artist in her knew she'd crushed his she'd struck blah, blah, blah. The doctor in her knew that she'd crushed his windpipe. The mother in her didn't care. God, but I'm like, it's such an amazing quote, but that's not, I didn't think that epitomizes what BattleTech is to me. But the Victor and Kardak Trevina moment, I think, that's mine. Sorry.
Yeah.
For me, I've talked about this on the stream a little bit before, but or maybe it was the stream. Really, I think it's like a 1-2 combination in the Warrior trilogy, and it's you've got all this lead up with Morgan and Patrick, and it's Patrick's sacrifice when you're sort of looking forward to Morgan and Patrick somehow getting together, and Patrick makes that sacrifice, and then somebody's got to go tell Morgan.
Oh, God, yeah.
You know what I mean? And that sort of like tragedy underlying Battletech, but creating such a great pair of moments in the universe is such a wonderful emotional gut punch that combines the characters, the story, and the mechs in such a really masterful way. It worked really well for me.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Mike?
Wow.
When I think back.
When I think back.
All right, laying bets, is it one from his books or someone else?
Well, there you go.
Well, I mean, for the most part, we all picked his books, so it's only fair.
That's
but
true.
Yeah.
The other one, really quick before you get to there, I really have to give Wolves on the Border its due for the exploration of honor, duty, loyalty. And there's not even just one scene in there. I mean, I point to a lot.
Yep.
Jamie facing against Manobu, having to turn against the man who had done all this for him. But the whole book is like, there it is. So go ahead, Mike.
I see people suggesting things coming through in the chat and everything like that, along with everybody here. Very gracious comments. And I think, I mean, the one thing is that the scenes that I remember are the ones that have that emotional impact. And so, like the scenes with Victor. I mean, Victor, I put Victor through the ringer multiple times, I liked Victor, not in the sense of he's going to have plot armor and always be okay sense, but damn, he was a character that if you made the mistake of not killing him, you would regret it. And nobody killed him.
I mean, they tried.
They tried.
They did try. Not for lack of trying.
Right. And so, and we had talked about this earlier this week. For me, the one scene that has the most emotional impact and really does epitomize a lot of the honor and everything like that is the scene where Victor dies trying to protect Omi. As the, I mean, it was, I mean, the guy stuck like a bug to a floor with a katana in his chest. and still, because of that sense of honor and because of his sense of love, has to do that thing.
Right.
And that really is, I think, for the best of the Battletech fiction and the stuff that we all do, is when we're able to put that emotion in and have that in there. I mean, let's face it, if it weren't for us doing character development, and if it weren't for, that sort of thing, all Battletech would be is a men's adventure series. Okay, and frankly, those died in the middle '80s, because they didn't do this stuff, and so I think that is the, I mean, what we've all been doing with characters and bringing that, I think is why the IP keeps going, why stuff stands out, and why people are asking what are going to be the books, that finally come forward. What are we going to be doing next?
Right.
And the other cool thing about being here with all of us being in the same place, is that we can talk about things and say, hey, didn't you have a character that, I mean, just the other day I was saying to Rusty, didn't you have a character that was tied up with this? Yeah, tell me everything. I need him for this book over here. And we get to do that fun
again,
stuff.
the collaborative effort is always a lot of fun when I see, especially when I see authors kind of come together and pull out ideas that complements. We were talking about Honor Code. where you and Kevin, the
Yes.
anthology we were supposed to have here, it's out now and available.
Yeah, it's
where
in
you
print.
and Kevin kind of did two sides of the same story in a way. Very linked.
Yes.
Sorry. We are running out of time. I wanted to touch on one question I had not seen yet, and this is I'm going to toss over to Phil. Someone asked me about are there going to be more Black Marauder stories? And I believe you talked to Lance.
Well, I
and
don't.
It could be open to others, but I think Lance he wanted to tell was it at least one more. Talk about that.
I don't have any more Black Marauder stories in the pipeline,
right,
but
right.
that's kind of by design because Lance Scarinci wrote as many of the stories as he felt like he needed to tell, and then he actually invited other people to write their own stories based on the legend of the Black Marauder.
There you go, folks.
And we could run with this for as long as people want to write stories about it. He kind of does have like an ending for it, but it's more like 100 years in the future.
So he's kind of throwing the gauntlet down
so it's
for
more
anyone
like,
give us your best Black Marauder story.
Yeah, send me Black Marauder stories for Shrapnel.
Again,
I will gladly
he created it, but it's not his. It's really anyone who wants to take up that mantle. So for real, let's see something. So I'm going to throw it out to this table too. If someone's got a Black Marauder story in them, I'd like to see it.
Speaking of, one of my favorite moments reading Shrapnel was I didn't realize I saw Lance's name on the cover, but I didn't realize there was a Black Marauder story in the Shrapnel. So I'm just reading, and then when the Black Marauder showed up in Raven and Feathers, I'm like, yeah! I cheered so loud. I'm like, you are so dead. It was one of my favorite moments ever reading in Shrapnel. I love Lance's work, but I completely forgot there was a Black Marauder story in there.
That's funny.
It was amazing.
Unfortunately, folks, we are out of time. This has been the BattleTech Roundtable. I'm so happy you could have joined us. I want to thank all of the panelists who did such a tremendous job. Again, we are coming from you live at the CGL streaming booth, I guess we're calling this.
We're doing it live.
Yes, we're doing it live at Adepticon 2025. I have no idea what's coming up next. I'm sure it's something awesome. But from all of us at BattleTech and CGL and the authors here.
Meg 7.
I'm sorry?
The Magnificent 7.
The Meg 7 thing.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's going to be awesome. So, but we are out, so thank you very much for attending, and we hope to pick up a book, read some fiction, and submit to Shrapnel. Thank you, everyone. We're out. Welcome to Adepticon 2025 for the Adepticon After Dark edition. Right after the world premiere of the Magnificent Seven. Hopefully you guys had a chance to go over and check it out. I believe, before we introduce the folks in the room, let's see if we've got the text working. Did we get it? Are you here, Tex?
I am here. I am here and on the internet, from the internet.
My God.
And I look at the tech and I say, Tech, can we hear Tex? Oh, it's not quite through OBS
We
yet.
can hear you, but the audience
While we were
cannot.
waiting for Tex, talk again, Tex.
It's a me, Mario.
Red always looks dead.
Red, you look dead for a second there. I am dead.
Red Dead Convention.
Okay, Tex is coming in. So we have here, very quiet Tex, apparently according to Beskar. But we have
I am
Tex.
quiet Tex. Rue the day you have met me.
I don't think I've heard. Oh, there we go. We got him. Okay. I don't think I've ever heard someone say Tex was quiet. Welcome, Tex Talks BattleTech here at Adepticon 2025. We've got a couple other cool guests.
Tex is at max.
You would not describe me as a cool guest. I'm a fat moron from the internet.
Oh my God!
How is that cool? That's dime a dozen.
Speaking
at
of,
best.
across the table we have. Now the next, so when we do get home, he does have to wear makeup because that's what happened on the stream.
Yes.
Because you get the face beat out of you from Randall.
Yes, I know.
And then beside our illustrious storyteller, Jesse K.
Thank you, folks. Yes, that was
Now,
all my fault. Everything that happened.
If I got to wear makeup on the next stream, I have a picture of Jesse wearing a bib from last night that we will put up on stream as one of the new pop-ups for 25 subscriptions.
I was wearing a nice shirt. I thought I should, if I'm eating all this Greek food, I didn't want to spill on my shirt. I thought it was perfectly reasonable. Does that seem like weird behavior to anyone else?
Who knows? So we said, Jesse, awesome job as a presenter.
Hey, thanks, Beskar. I really appreciate that.
Sounds like placenta.
Well, I was actually going to mention Jesse did do a fantastic job sculpting the story and guiding the crew along, even if we did everything we could to make his life hard for doing it.
I mean, if you're running a role-playing game, you're not doing it right until the players throw you for a loop. Right? If the players aren't messing with your stuff, you didn't make it interesting enough.
I just like to think that I did exactly what you intended for me to do.
So this is just going to be a quick half hour to sort of like run down the rest of the night. We're not sure if Randall can make it down here in time to join us, but we do have Tex, which is incredible to have Tex here at Adepticon, at least the illustrious voice of Text. So if
I could be anywhere. I could be in the parking lot of Adepticon. You don't know that.
You could have been the tech in the background of Tex.
Yeah.
So we don't even know if Tex is here. However, if anybody here has any questions about the Mech 7 storyline or just anything in general, really, that we can talk about, feel free to ask. And remember, Tex is here, so he can, in fact, answer your questions. So let's see here. What do we got? You understood the assignment. To check out the entire thing, I'll have to check it out sometime after the weekend. Very done. Very done. A lot of comments for your ability to present.
Thank
Jesse.
you, folks.
Yeah, Jesse did a very, very good job on the show. He paid me $30 before the show to say this, but we were happy with what Jesse did. We were very proud of him. It's not an easy thing to do, especially the first time doing it, right?
And with a whole 2 weeks' notice.
So the good news is that Mech 7 was originally supposed to be a little miniatures game. Which we're still going to do, a miniatures film, which we're still going to do, of these little mechs like Robot Chicken style talking. But it proved to be difficult because I don't know how to write anything. It was just an idea. And then Paul came in, and him and the Fox game came in, and they just took this entire story and turned it into an actual play of glory. And then Paul's connections to some great influencers and mine to Catalyst kind of came together and created this Magnificent Seven storyline, which...
So the concept behind it, obviously what Tommy just said, but the actual story itself, how did we come up? Like the Tex's character, obviously we don't need to say much about him. Randall P. Checkers is Randall P. Checkers, live forever in infamy. Red's character was a new add-on, a creation of the story.
I mean, interestingly enough, I know the person who designed my character.
Yes, you do. And you took it in some fun and interesting directions, and I'm really happy with it.
Well, let's wait till the next episode. Interesting directions. Some would say down, some would say up. Who knows?
Sometimes to get up, you got to go down.
Yeah. So, as far as
hit the
my
bottom
own
before you can climb to the
character
top.
and Tommy's character, my character was my character from like 30 years ago that I just kind of plopped into the Lance Vander or the Lynn Vander Knights on the Friday Night Aces streams. Tommy's Highlander pilot was a guy that we kind of developed over the course of like 18 months of streaming.
Harlan Storm?
Yeah, Harlan Storm. Like we were writing all these scenarios, and we just kind of created a timeline. And once I had this timeline filled out and the green light for the show was a go, we had two choices. We had choice A was rebuild the entire studio so we could fit 7 to 8 people around it at the same time write. And I looked at Jesse and I'm like, I'm going to rebuild the studio. I'm going to give you this timeline, come up with this story. Here's some basic plot points, and run with it, brother.
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on.
Yeah. So Tex, you and I were the ones who phoned in. Neither of us could make it to be there in person. So I've got to ask, what was your favorite part of the beginning of our adventure with the Mech 7?
I like the idea of surprise money-making opportunities often overlooked in the inner sphere. There's an ancient, I believe, Canadian quote that I shall turn to. If they don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. And having your own bit of gumption and being able to make your own way in this world, through, again, surprise money-making opportunities is really one of the benefits of the BattleTech universe, and that it's very much gray. And being willing to wager on another man's pain is as enduring as pain itself.
One might argue that the crew that you're a part of aren't just full of gumption. Some might argue that they begin to stray into the realm of being fraudsters and con artists.
I don't know, man. I think Jabal beat the crap out of Wiley pretty good there in that episode.
That was not a fraud when Jabal beat the hell out of
I took
Paul.
one for the team there.
You took like 5.
I knew that my character, like, is the way it's designed in Destiny, I had to max out my dexterity, so I knew I was going to take a beating. I just had to spend all my edge points and get him to join the team once we knew he was fighting, because I didn't know how he was going to behave there. I had no clue.
So we got a question here about it was filmed in Canada, and then there was also another question I want to address about incorporating Alpha Strike with Destiny. It was filmed at Six Side Studios in Ontario, Southern Ontario. We almost managed to get Red in, but he was creating a lot of really cool videos for Big Red's 40 Tech channel, so we could not get him over, although I believe you said next time you're going to come join us in the studio.
As long as there's a little bit more notice, next time I'll be able to make it.
That's right.
I was working on a big Banshee video, big 3-hour piece, and like just as all the pieces were coming together, I'm like, guys, I've got 6 weeks worth of work to do to finish
But
this.
he called it in, which was great, and then Tex, of course, calling it in. It was difficult to get Tex up as well. Of course, hopefully, in Season 2, should the show continue getting the viewership that it did, which I was amazed on how many
thanks
people.
everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That was fantastic. And if that show continues to get the viewership it does, Catalyst is already excited about potential for Season 2. This is only 6 episodes. And then, of course, we hope to get Tex in person, at least at some point. I would love to shower him with maple syrup. Not shower him, but shower him with maple
we all heard
syrup.
what you said.
It's a full-on
Tex, now is the time to run, Tex.
But the relations between our countries have never been warmer.
Right. Yes, of course. And as for the earlier question, which was the Alpha Strike, so I will give you the format of how this runs. The first 2 episodes are heavily role-playing, and then the 3rd episode is when we're in our mechs. And then the 4th and 5th episode are heavily role-playing, and then the last episode we're in our mechs. When we go to episode 3 and 6, Josh Dirksen steps in as the storyteller and runs the Aces decks. And so Alpha Strike Aces is the system that's used when we play our characters in the battlefield.
Even though he's not here right now, like once again, huge props to Josh.
That's right.
For being incredibly pivotal behind the game, but also for just being a super solid dude who has a love of tabletop games.
Yeah.
I want to point out the night before we were filming not even the moment before we were filming the Alpha Strike game, Josh showed up and handed me and said, "Here, I made all the Alpha Strike cards based on what you wrote." And not only had he prepared all the forces and gotten the skills balanced, but he'd actually customized the cards so that everyone was named after the pilots rather than just the mechs. Like everything Josh does, it is 190%.
Yeah.
Phenomenal to work with.
Absolutely. Oh, you were amazing.
Well, thank you. I crave that affirmation, so please continue.
No, you and Josh together
the
made a great
rest
team.
Of the stream is just everyone being like, Jesse, we love you.
Praise Jesse instead of Blake. We're just going to go back and rewrite all the novels and just going to erase Blake with praise Jesse.
Praise a man who wore a curtain we found in the 100-year-old home.
Yeah.
Which is the studio in the basement as a Comstar cloak.
I think I saw a question from Lorcan about the Comstar robe. I didn't catch it. This is going pretty fast. But yeah, that thing's awful. We're doing the season 2. This is a big, heavy, I don't know what it is, some kind of Arctic weather bed sheet or something. And we tried desperately to stick the Comstar logo on there. Now that we have a little more notice, we'll try to come up with something a little more reasonable.
So our next stream, not episode, our next stream, we always stream on Sunday nights. Obviously, we're at Adepticon, so tonight we're doing this instead of running an Aces scenario.
And Josh is here too, but he's off doing other.
But probably next Sunday we will be rested enough by that point to be live again and running some more BattleTech for you guys on Sunday night at 6 o'clock.
Yep.
The next episode is going to air.
Are we gonna call Tex in for some of that gaming? Eventually, we'll get you on stream with us playing the mechs again like we used to. Yep. With no lambs.
No lambs.
No lambs.
I bought a new lamb today.
Yes, he bought a metal lamb, which we're gonna melt. So
I have a
you know
deep
what?
disdain for lambs, not just the flying mechs,
I know how
but
we
the
get
animals
them.
too.
I know how we get them. Here's what we do: we tell the border guards that he's not claiming everything properly and to confiscate the lamb as he's going through the Canadian border.
I have to ride in the car with him. Please don't mess around with the border.
He has aircraft parts in his pocket, sir. I've seen them.
That's it. Tex, make a call. Make a call.
Please don't do that, Tex. I have a wife at home who misses me.
He said he was friends with this Alan Akbar. He kept saying it over and over again, or something like it.
Wow. None of us are getting through the border now.
I don't know any of these people. I just want to make that perfectly clear.
Never seen
I've
these
never
people
seen
before
this
in my
man
life.
before. This moment.
It seems like a very bad and very short movie idea, where it's just like pranks at the airport.
Oh my god! Except that it's like reality TV, but you can only ever be in one season because you end up.
That's what. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like when you go on Netflix and you see a show that has like 4 episodes, and you're like, I wonder what happened there.
Oh. So the next, so we are not going to release the episodes weekly on the same time frame as we are today. We just did this specifically here at Adepticon because we had enough of the people in person to come and do an after stream, and Catalyst was kind enough to let us do the post conversation. What do you call that? Like what they used to do the Talking Dead. So it's like this is the Talking 7, except there's only 5 of us, and
really 4.
4.
No, wait. 5.
No, Creighton and
I
Vera.
was say we didn't mention either of the fine young women that were on the show as well. Miriam and Sage, both first time on screen, essentially.
Yeah, they were great.
And first time really new to BattleTech.
Creighton and her apples, man.
I really do have to say, as you watch that playthrough evolve, you will see all of the characters evolve, and Sage in the most frightening of ways.
We're gonna have a website that we're currently working on that will have details of the characters and stuff, so you can at least see the specs and everything and follow along as the show releases. But we are planning on releasing it Sundays, so not tomorrow, but the next week will be episode 2. It will be up around 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
And then we go to a live.
And then when the episode is over, we'll go live in the studio for a debrief conversation before entering what the Fox Network does, which is playing BattleTech and hopefully having Tex and Red on there. So if you've got any other questions, we're only here for a short period of time, especially since we got Tex in the chat. Anybody here want to have a convo, please give us any questions about the characters, about the story, or about anything. And someone did somewhat ask when the next Tex talk is happening, and then they stopped, so we'll just leave that as is.
It'll happen when it happens. Don't worry. We're working on it.
That's fair. So in the meantime, while we're waiting, because I know some people are, oh, Jesse did a great job, Jesse this. I love it. We can keep doing that forever. It's one thing I want to go into is what we haven't done in the show before was use the MechWarrior Destiny system, and I just want to call a little bit of attention to that. Like on this channel, we're always playing the tabletop game, which is great, but the role-playing was something sort of new, I think, to a lot of BattleTech people who don't even realize it's out there. And I think what we all discovered is that MechWarrior Destiny is such a fun system. It's a very light rule system for RPGs. There are things like your character's inventory is where they keep stuff. Write down some cool things that they'd have. And those are all the limits that they put. But it's designed to give people the opportunity to really blow out what they want to do. So, as opposed to something like Dungeons & Dragons, which you usually see with Tommy and folks, where there's kind of one game master and a lot of characters, this one, everyone had a chance to contribute to telling the story.
Yep.
Which, of course, with Tommy, the first thing he decided to do was trip up Paul and make sure that Wiley fell.
My favorite scene in episode 1 was using my story point to make you look like a fool so that Jabal... what I didn't expect was Jabal just launching and pounding the crap out of you.
But here's the truth. Jabal would have beat him up anyway. You didn't even need to help.
But
you added that extra layer to
But
it.
in real life, Randall is such a sweetheart. I think it took us all a little bit by surprise.
Yeah, it took us all by
just
surprise.
how vicious that beatdown was.
So I will say that the costuming was difficult because we have a whole costume room, but it was all full of D&D stuff. So I was just like, oh my God, I had Amazon had to buy like a bulletproof vest and all kinds of whatever. But we had a question for you, Tex. It's how did Dr. P. Checkers lose his eye?
I'm going to tell that story in drips and drabs, but it's not anything glorious. But it's not stupid either. It's somewhere in that middle, somewhere relatable, but not exactly tragic or melodramatic. You'll see.
It sounds exactly tragic and melodramatic, though.
So you'll tell that in season 2.
So like
you'll see.
So he gives that lead in, then smash cut to Randolph P. Checkers like eating Chinese food. He's got the chopsticks in the bowl. He leans forward a little too. Damn it!
And then he pulls it out and then just eats the eyeball. Speaking of eyeballs, what is your favorite kind of steak? Because apparently there was a lot of steak conversation. So my favorite steak is a peppercorn crusted steak. What?
I'll do a prime rib. I'll do a top sirloin. I mean, again, I don't know if it counts because I wasn't there in character, but you all can discuss what you got at the restaurant.
So I've seen a couple of comments, question statements in the chat regarding the Destiny system and BattleTech role playing in general. I think most people are into BattleTech for the tabletop game. And Destiny, yes, it does feel like campfire storytelling. I think that's what you want, though. You want us to be sitting around the table coming up with a crazy story to justify why a bunch of men are fighting in robots. Whether it's,
and
political intrigue. And ladies.
I would offer, if we have to, at this point, justify why we're fighting in big robots, perhaps BattleTech is not their audience.
The last time I checked, the reason why I fight in a giant robot is because it's cool.
Yeah.
That's like 80% of the reason for me, too, yeah. But no, I understand what Paul is saying. BattleTech is not a very deep, where everything is. BattleTech's fun. BattleTech's just a fun world where dumb,
it's a
stupid
pretty deep
things.
world. There's a lot of deep politics.
It's got depth, but there's no you're not going to have a conversation like, well, how does the particle projector can actually work?
I mean, actually, there is they do actually tell you this.
He's a special kind of nerd.
I know this because I had to research it.
I have researched it as well, and it was bubkiss.
It doesn't matter if it's bubkiss. They still tell you how. It might be wrong, but they still tell you how it works.
It is wrong, and it is space magic.
This is Red's first time out of the house in 6 months.
Dear God, I get out of the house every day.
So can we just have Nero and P. Checkers have this discussion next time? Because
I don't think Nero is much of a debater.
No,
he's not. Just literally sets Jesse on fire. He's just like, oh yeah, you're arguing against my point. Here, let me pull out my blowtorch.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Nero's a lot of fun. Everyone's so much
This is a
fun.
family show, as you know.
just if you know, like Tex, you could probably attest that these episodes get only more PG.
Listen, I'm going to say this much. Years ago, there was a gentleman who was exceptionally, violently, and most rudely upset at my inclusion of profanity and frequent addition of profanity to certain sentiment. And I took it as due criticism and that I could use other more clever words. But I asked him why he had an issue with profanity when this is a setting where genocide happens on the reg. And it's like not the Ares convention, it's like the Ares checklist, right? It's the Ares to-do list. It's like, oh yeah, gas. That's a good one. And you get into all this messed up stuff.
Were you guys aware that tragedies happen in BattleTech?
It's not a war crime the first time.
Exactly. And so it's a setting where you see man's inhumanity to man just rapidly and frequently. And it's very much Wild West where violence is just instant escalation. So
we're in episode 2 already.
Yeah, I mean, people die all the time in BattleTech. It's just part of it. So I'm wondering why someone was saying, well, yes, but the potty mouth language is unfortunately a bit much. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry if I use the F word to bridge to genocide, sir. There was an oopsie doodle on Kentaris, and it was very goofy. See, that sounds worse, doesn't it?
No, I mean, Qataris was a policing action.
Can we totally just use
Right.
oopsie doodle for every time? Can you do that in your next text talks and be like, the Taurians oopsie doodled their way through to the next?
I mean, like the Draconis Combine when they took New Avalon, that was also just a policing action. They were just there to bring about peace and stability to the Federated Suns.
I wear this Federated Suns hat everywhere I go. All I hear about is of the Drax conquering New Avalon. It broke my heart. And these people use it to make fun of me constantly.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of the Federated Suns.
Yeah, I've sort of built my identity.
I'm invested.
It's sort of a thing.
Oopsie doodle.
He's all in.
There's a couple oopsie doodles.
Well, thank goodness for Toranaga Matsuhari for bringing stability and peace to the Federated Suns.
Yeah.
He was a good man.
Co-prosperity, if you will.
Co-prosperity.
Okay. Anyway, but no, that's a very good point, and I think it's fun to tie that back to why did we do this like we did. With making role-playing in BattleTech, I'm sure there's some cool opportunities to do Noble House stuff or Honorable Clan stuff, but I think the most fun stuff is the kind of world that Tech's... Now, obviously not from real life, and real-life genocide is bad.
Oh, yeah, but no, I'm saying
Six
that...
Sides of Gaming condemn genocide. However, in
course.
BattleTech, these characters are always going to be dirty, filthy, desperate people.
Well, it's like the guys... It's like all the characters in a good Western. They're all a little crooked.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like Harlan Storm is going to get crooked by the end of it because he's kind of the innocent guy that's just like...
Is he?
He doesn't...
He's more innocent, but that doesn't mean he is innocent.
Well, I just didn't have my moment of what
Look,
you
there's
guys
shades
all
of
do.
gray, brother. Accept it.
But yeah.
Through osmosis alone, he's basically absorbed all that sinister energy.
Yeah, it does get a little out of control on the show.
It does.
It's entirely in control the whole time.
I can't wait to see Paul in makeup next stream.
I can't wait to see Jesse in a bib next stream.
What's wrong with a bib?
We didn't do the bib thing.
Stefan Amaris really did make the bib.
Yeah,
super
he made it. I should have worn a lobster bib. That's true. But no, it's fine. Whatever Paul needs. That's what I'm here for.
So, all right. So I think we're creeping up here on our time. We have a question here.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So the question was, in order to get people to play... Sorry, repeat that one part again. In order to get people to play a BattleTech RPG, they had to run it in a modified D&D, like 5e. How do I get people to play MechWarrior Destiny? Well, there was a couple comments earlier on I saw about how MechWarrior Destiny is more of a campfire storytelling game. So the mechanics of MechWarrior Destiny is very, very light. And so if you're looking for a crunchier game, First
Total
off,
War,
D&D is not that crunchy.
A Time of War is the other.
Yeah, if you're looking for a crunchier game, go get Twilight 2000.
Yeah,
You'll have
like
ballistics and everything else, and you have charts for charts for charts. And then after a half game of that, where your character has to roll on 4 separate charts to determine ballistic penetration of 5.56 soft point, you'll realize, you know what? Maybe I should just play Destiny.
Well, for me, I would say that it depends on how you and your group play. If you and your group play like Dungeons & Dragons just as an adventure RPG, then Destiny isn't going to necessarily feel like it's going to give you all the depth that you get from that. You'll have to modify it in some way. But if you are playing narrative campaigns with friends, if it's about as much about the storytelling as it is about the gameplay, then Destiny's a great system for that.
Yep. And for the before Aces was a thing, and when Aces comes out, before as a storyteller, you still had to play the mechs against your teammates, even though it's considered a bit of a cooperative game. So one of the ways to get your friends in to do like a fully cooperative campaign is that as the storyteller or as the preceptor tells the story, but it's just more like guiding it because you're a character too, Mr. Burgess. And
briefly, very briefly, the group turned on Mr. Terry Burgess pretty fast.
Episode 1, but I mean like.
I don't know what you mean. Terry Burgess is still with us in spirit.
Yes, of course.
But I mean, the Aces deck will allow you guys to play a real campfire storytelling thing because you won't have to worry about one person running the game anymore. You'll be able to play the game out with your mechs out on the battlefield. But honestly, it's story driven. Like as Red said, get the story involved. Use your plot points not to one up each other, but to do what we did to each other, just to add flavor and story to each other.
And as you see in the comments there, the group wants less crunch, and that's why Destiny exists.
Yeah, you can make it crunchier. You can get crunchier with it if you want by doing more statistical combat the way you saw you and Randall's character going at each other. It was an interesting play because that was the crunchiest we'd seen. I think that's probably the crunchiest we'd seen right up until we got into our
You
mechs.
also Space Fork. I just want to make a quick shout out to Space Fork who thanked me. Just threaten your friends. You also just say you will shoot them in the back.
You'll roll them off a building.
What would Nero Drago do?
What would Nero Drago do?
You also need to decide when you're asking that question about your play group and crunchiness, why do you want to roll dice? Do you want to roll dice to fight with mechs? Or do you want to roll dice to fight with people in that setting or to solve problems in that setting?
Yeah.
I think most people want to roll their dice with the mechs. So Destiny is perfect to set that up.
I think it would also probably it should be, I would say it's probably really based on, again, what you say your players want, but also how you see Battletech in that same sense. So if you see Battletech as a cyberpunk, cyber noir setting, God, I'm stupid today. If you could if you see Battletech as that, you could probably run the role-playing stuff in something like, Cyberpunk 2020 rules or something to be a little crunchier. But again, I agree that you should probably be rolling your dice in the Battletech end of things, where the setting somewhat takes its name.
Yes.
Yeah. It's very difficult to say something profound when text just comes after you and immediately does something way more profound.
Just take a clipping of that and what Red said and just play it to your friends. And if they're not interested in playing it afterward, as text would say, this probably isn't the game for you.
And if you don't like giant robots, there's another game. I'm sure there is.
Shadowrun.
Yeah.
Shadowrun. Yeah.
That's a
I kind of miss Shadowrun, actually.
Yeah, we got to get you on Shadowrun, Tex, and have a voice character there. That'd be fun. But all right, so we are up to the end of the stream here. So plus there's somebody with a really annoying megaphone out here yelling for something.
Floor,
yelling at the players to get playing. But yeah, question. One last question here. What has been your favorite part of the con so far?
The people.
The people? Yeah, it's been great. I think the opportunities, the growth. For me.
Yeah, opportunities, growth, opportunities.
Hanging out with Tex.
The burger across the street at lunchtime
He
today
has,
was
he has not. Is this Dairyland?
fantastic.
This has
It-
changed his life.
I got it from this place called Dairyland where they use the entirety of the cow. It's not just ice cream.
Dairyland. It sounds like something from BattleTech or something from like some planet way
Yeah,
off
it
on
was-
like, it's like go to Dairyland and get a burger.
Yeah.
He's been
Yeah.
ranting about it.
Yeah,
so.
it was good. It was good.
For me, we've been running a couple of Aces tables. We usually run those at more sort of culture-forward conventions. Running it at a gaming convention like this, like with BattleTech tournament champions who are getting a chance to try out Aces and watching their faces light up when they see how it works and they understand it and they get really excited and start moving cards around. Watching that hit that part of the community really for the first time has been so gratifying after years of play testing and stuff. Seeing the most hardcore BattleTech people in the world love it, I've been floating on air.
Yeah, Josh is in the same boat as you. He's very happy to see what's going on with Aces. But so that was Mech 7, episode 1. Thank you for the 100 and some odd people that came over to watch that. That for our channel, for Six Sides of Gaming, that is a hell of a growth curve. Thank you. I know that's probably like a regular night for you and Tex, but I mean, like, that was really good for us, and thank you for the support. It has been a lot of fun uniting Tex and Red and Randall and Fox and Lynn Vander all together, Six Sides all together on the same show. That was it's kind of like the Avengers, the Mech Vengers. Oh shit! There we go.
Oh
no!
We're gonna get sued.
That's our next one. The Mech Vengers. Mech Vengers.
Episode 2, the lawsuit.
Oh, we could do it. Mech Vengers online. Okay. So thank you guys. So we're going to cut the stream tonight, and that way we'll be back on tomorrow morning. I believe Mr. Saravella and the regular CGL team will be back here in this amazing venue for Adepticon 2025. Want to give a special thank you to our main man, Tex Talks. Tex, thank you so much for coming out.
No problem.
We love hearing you.
Always a pleasure, Tex.
And thank you to Jesse and Paul from the Fox Six Sides team. Thank you to Big Red 40 Tech and our tech in the background here at Six Sides, Devin, who doesn't get shouted out enough. So thank you, Devin, so much for all
Devin,
the tech
come
you've been
around
in.
and take a bow.
Yeah,
You've been
come
doing
over,
this
come
for
and
3
take a
days. Get
bow.
over here and take a bow,
If you're on
buddy.
a Six Sides channel at all, you would
Yeah.
recognize Devin as
This
our
is the
as
part
our
where he trips over the
lead
power
dungeon
cables.
master.
He comes
Whoa,
in.
there he is.
Yeah.
Okay, get out of here. No. And
That's enough.
have yourself a great night. Thank you for following Catalyst Game Labs. And if you like what you saw for Mech 7, join us on Six Sides of Gaming. Good night.
If you want to see Jesse in a bib, 25 subscriptions.
Nah, get out of here.
I'm allowed to eat now, right? That was the deal.